Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Challenger Spring 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronicler here for today's beautiful best of threes that could be pretty one-sided, but probably won't be, because this is indeed Challenger. Of course, welcome to the Korean commentators as well that we do like to step in and check out every now and again. Dongjun and the Marine. Had a great chat to the Marine. He's also ready for 13.2.
We just want to know they're okay.
Yeah.
Overall, the meta today might be a little different because it's challenged. It might also not be because it's 13.1. And as far as solved goes, I am firmly of the belief that if we would stay on this patch in a hypothetical situation where it would last forever, oh, there's so many things that we couldn't even begin to imagine.
Yeah,
but
actually, I think that maybe I heard word from Riot that we're just going to stay on 13.1 for the rest of the year.
I actually think that if that happens, down the line, it would get way more interesting. If you look at the development of games like Melee or StarCraft, there is a definitive possibility, I'd say a certainty, that there are a ton of picks that are really good right now that we will never discover because people are not going to do anything new. Because why would they? Because we're going to go to a new patch in a couple of weeks, and then we're going to be a lot happier. We're also going to look dumber because we won't be able to predict every draft anymore. So, you know, it's a trade-off.
Although sometimes we try and predict a draft and teams do really dumb stuff. So that is also a possibility. Of course, today expecting to see a whole bunch of Lucian Nami, Zeri Lulu, Zeri Yumi perhaps, maybe some Ashe. You know, Heimerdinger might come in there alongside of Varus. At some point in time. Otherwise, bottom lane, not going to see anything else. We're going to see Cassante versus Gnar about 7 times today in the 6 games that we potentially have. Let's check out the standings, though, as Harmalife Esports sitting at the very top at 3-0, having played an extra match yesterday. Only dropping 1 game so far, definitely very impressive. T1, of course, are going to be playing this evening as well, and they have an opportunity to get to the maximum amount of points, which is pretty impressive for this squad.
And for T1, they have done the same thing that they did last year, where they pick up 2 lesser experienced players, in this case Dahl and Smash, both promoted, and then surround them with a little bit more experience. Particularly Forrest and Bay, kind of go without saying. Forrest has been within the specifically challengers scene for quite a while now, and Bay requires no introduction, played in the LCK, played in on PSG Talent, so a lot of different teams there. As that first matchup, to me, should be a bit more one-sided. D plus Kia are insane, and Gen.G, last time we saw them, still were looking a little bit rough, having lost their 1 big win condition. But that second series, I do think, can actually be quite competitive.
Yep, exactly right. Of course, just a reminder that this is indeed Challenger. This is not a Worlds quarterfinal rematch or anything like that.
Are you sure?
Oh, it might be that caliber of play, though, especially if Lucid and Poolbay have anything to say about it. I think that D plus Kia, to me, have been the most impressive Challenger team that I've seen so far. I actually think you could plug all these 5 players into the LCK and they wouldn't be dead last. I think that they're a very impressive team to watch.
I wholeheartedly agree. Looking into specifically the top side of the map, Thanatos, Lucid, Poolbay, the only reason I think why these players are not caught up to the LCK is because D+ is very aware that come next year they might not have their Showmaker Canyon combo still. Players have of course been with the organization for a very long time, but that does also mean that, you know, the costs are going to keep going up.
Yep.
And eventually maybe they are made an offer that you can't really refuse. As for today, D+ Kia going up against Gen.G Global Academy as the first match. Gen.G Global Academy was a team that had one identity, and it was Peel for Pays. Pays is now having his best time in the LCK, except for that 1 match against T1. Forget about that one.
Not so good, yeah.
Not so great. And overall, for Gen.G Global Academy, I'm expecting that they really have to take a couple of weeks to kind of adjust and find a playstyle that works for them.
Yeah, of course, I'm looking forward to seeing whether they're going to have anything to offer, but I'm not really... I guess I'm not holding out hope for good old Gen.G Challenger this time around. Thanatos, Poolbay, Rahel, Loopy, and Lucid will be your D plus Kia roster. Of course, not in that order, as Lucid is the jungler. I just like to talk about it in an anti-clockwise manner, and
why?
I hope that that's okay.
I don't think it's okay.
It's because that's where my brain reads.
Your brain reads counterclockwise.
It does in this case, yeah.
Well, I didn't know that about you. Thank you for sharing that.
I just read the next word that was in front of me. That's sort of how that one goes. Also, do need to remind you guys that this is a Twitch chat and YouTube chat friendly stream.
Oh, yeah.
So we will be reading your comments, such as Bun Bun Squish saying Atlas. Oh wait, hang on, I shouldn't read that one out.
You should not. Of all the comments you could have picked, that was the one that is not broadcast appropriate, Atlas. I expected that of you.
Yeah, that's a good point. Bun Bun Squish, I think you should probably be banned. Nightbot is really not helping, but was helping last time we were on the broadcast. Zest, Quid, Cafe, Lospa, and Winner will be your Gen.G Global Academy roster. Once again, red, anti-clockwise.
I really can't handle it. It bugs me greatly. As I really want to warn you, chat, don't abuse the position of power that you have. Atlas has a very short line from brain to what comes out of his mouth, as we saw just there.
Yeah, I mean, they're basically touching. As the key position is going to be the jungle. Lucid up against Winner. I think that this is an example of just praising Lucid and how ridiculously good he is. His Elise game in their very first one here in Challenger was absolutely amazing. Looking forward to seeing what he's going to be able to do now after a week's practice. Of course, one of the games I believe we didn't actually broadcast.
Correct.
One of the matches, so we'll see what the extra bit of practice has done.
And overall, Lucid to me has been one of the most promising junglers throughout the last year. The other jungler that was able to somewhat match him in terms of consistency at the very least was Sylvie, of course, called up. Now on Nongshim, because Forest, although his highs I think are very high and he's able to consistently find carry angles for T1 when he's playing well, also has a lot of games where it's not so great, where he kind of gets caught in awkward positions, where he tries too hard to force plays, and sometimes both those two things happen within the same series. So Lucid, to me, regardless of what happens to the rest of LCK CL, should be, without a shadow of a doubt, the #1 jungler within the league at the moment, and that means that for Winner, you are going to be in a rough position, especially if you add the solo lane strength that LCK has.
No, absolutely right, and I think that you're already talking about Lucid being able to potentially solo win a game, and then there's Poolbay and Thanatos that are also on that team. That makes it just seeming a little bit unfair on my side of things. Wolf doesn't like ice cream? Did we always know that?
I did not, because that I would remember that.
What?
I feel like.
I know he doesn't like fruit, which is weird
also
enough. But ice cream? Really, Wolf? Defend yourself, please. Please, tell us. He hates ice cream? Bun Bun Squish. Another bait, perhaps?
Is it all types of ice cream, or is it specifically like one type? Because there are so many different types, right? There's sorbet, there's shaved ice, there's your classic good old gelato.
Oh, King Spartan's also confirming on the YouTube chat. This is when Twitch chat and YouTube chat are in agreement, Chronicler? It's an insane time to be alive.
Yeah, my goal is to make sure that even though you might only be in one of the chats, you see the other chat as your friend. We do not want to promote any type of conflict. We're not going to create an us versus them mentality. We're not going to try and pit the YouTube chat versus the Twitch chat. You know, that never ends well.
Unless it's a battle for who can have the most followers.
And the most wholesomeness. Come on, Atlas, be better.
How many of you can smash the like button harder?
No.
Is that how that works for Twitch? I don't think you can do that on Twitch,
You're a YouTuber, right?
No.
You're a consistent YouTuber, are you not?
I made a video at one point in my life.
I remember this was before I was in the LCK. I watched that video and I was like, oh, cool. Atlas is definitely going to create more content.
Oh, yeah.
It was a great intro video.
I'm absolutely going to create more content when we're not working every day of the week. I will definitely
every day.
do that.
It's 6 out of 7. Come on, man.
And I actually remember when I did make that first video and Papa was like, is that the only video you're going to make? And I'm like, screw you, man. And he was 100% correct. I don't like the I told you so's, but I definitely deserved that one. I believe there is a little bit of a hold-up getting into the draft. This is something that happens. Game #1, things like that. Means that we can spend a bit more time hanging out with you guys before we get into the action.
As I feel like YouTube chat is not getting the message. I'm not. No, don't say.
Is it Academy or main roster? It's none of them. It's their Challenger roster.
So colloquially, you can actually refer to them as an Academy roster because they are the roster underneath the main team. However, confusingly enough, within the LCK ecosystem, there is also actual Academy, which is a series of tournaments played over the course of a year. So they are a team that is developing, they are learning, but it's specifically challengers. If you're from, for example, say the LCS, then Academy would be your
that would
closest,
be the
closest comparison. If you're from the LEC, then it's the ERLs, right? The LFL, Super League, and whatnot. Although, of course, everyone here is Korean because it's the LCK. So, not a lot of. We had one Vietnamese player on Bro.
For like 2 seconds.
No, he was there for a year. He didn't play a lot though, and he is no longer part of the team. As
here we are, into the draft.
Are we though?
Well, we were almost into the draft. ATD09, I also really enjoy hanging out with you, my friend.
Yes, this is
Here
just
we go.
a rebroadcast.
We did it. We absolutely did it. And we've got 20 seconds to go. We've got a couple of bans. The Varus and the Sejuani, both gone. Not going to see those. Pretty happy to not see Sejuani. As the Elise, bit of a respect ban there for Lucid. Looking forward to seeing what we get next. Might be some Caitlyn ban action. Might be some Ashe ban to come through. Maybe there'll be a Ryze band away. Not entirely sure. This meta is very new, and we have no idea how it's going to go. The Yuumi going to be taken away. Very surprising.
And now as D+K, you have a couple of options. You can opt to ban the Heimerdinger or the Nami here to prevent Gen.G from picking up either of those. Either the Heimerdinger with any pick, can go for Zeri, can go for
Ashe.
For Ashe is obviously one that you don't really want to play into. But as D+K, you might also look into just handshaking, and it looks like that's going to be the case here. Do have to say that Lucian Nami for Gen.G kind of rises in stock now that the only answer is Zeri Lulu. The Heimerdinger is still there though, so you can also go Zeri Heimerdinger and at least match a little bit more in terms of shove, or rather try and put pressure on the Lucian Nami lane as the Zeri does get locked in.
Yep, so it's going to be Zeri. Likely the jungle option afterwards. I would assume that Lucid is going to pick up the Wukong, and then Gen.G will just lock away Maokai and the Nami. From that point on, we'll probably see the Lulu locked in. Ryze will be then banned in the next phase.
Keep going.
Is there anything else that we need to
You're doing my job
talk about
for me.
Oh, it's Vi, never mind. Not going for the Maokai this time around. Huge change-up here to the draft.
Does make a lot of sense into specifically the Zeri, of course. Strong counter. Also strong into Wukong. We've seen a lot of teams really like that matchup. Actually being able to lock the Wukong down. Do have to say that with the Lulu there, I do think that both the Lucian Nami and the Vi specifically lose a little bit of impact. So Lulu is particularly very strong in making sure that when Vi dives in, you are able to actually either stifle any of the follow-up, you're able to wild growth, whereas with Yuumi, the amount of hard engage that comes through can be a little bit more tough to deal with. As Azir gonna get taken away here, and for D+Kia, if you can R4 a Ryze here, that would be the dream.
That would be absurd.
Yeah, that would be my guess. If they go for Azir and Syndra bans here, then it is kind of a no-brainer for Gen.G to ban it, and then it'll kind of be pigeonholed into that.
Yeah, I would expect that Gen.G would feel like they kind of have to. It's very, very strong at the moment. Will also work out very, very well with the range situation that DK have right now. They will be able to just accept Gen.G running at them, and then you've got shorter range, but a lot of damage coming out of both Ryze and Zeri. And Wukong able to be very frustrating. And there is the Syndra ban, like you were talking about. The Ryze ban should come in next, allowing Rahel to do one of two things. Either just pick K'Sante or pick Gnar expecting K'Sante.
Oh, really interesting. So the Swain is specifically a ban to enable Ahri. Poolbay is one of our best Swains that we have within the LCK, especially now that Bulldog is gone. But by the way, remind me, I need to tell you how he actually got his name, because it's not the dog, as I found out yesterday, thanks to Kevin Kim.
All right.
But by allowing D+Kia to still have the Ryze, I don't really see the point of the Swain ban, because yes, Ari and Vi is quite strong, but Ryze at the moment is in such an incredibly strong place in the meta. Also, you have an incredible amount of power, I do think, on the side lanes, right? In terms of impact with the Ryze, able to actually help out Rahel and Loopy in case that they get shoved in, or you can set up proactive dives in case that they do find priority in the lane. As I'm not even going to talk about the Xante and the Gnar because I don't want to, because we have seen it a million times.
You also don't have to, yeah. You didn't even need to mention it. Top lanes exist in this game, I'm pretty sure. Otherwise, not too much to worry about. I think this Pool Bay versus Quid matchup is where my eyes are really drawn, because picking Taliyah into Ryze to me seems a little bit dangerous. Yes, you can outrange, but I feel like you just get outscaled just a little bit by the Ryze.
I don't necessarily think you get outscaled. The main issue for me is that the Taliyah won't have the same kind of impact, which is why I think D+Kia did a really good job setting up with the Ryze and the Syndra, because Taliyah early on isn't as great at taking over control of the lane. I think a Victor, even though I'm a notorious Victor non-believer, after Bulldog,
I feel like you like Victor a little bit more. I like
a little. I can see the appeal now, because specifically keeping the Ryze locked underneath his turret, I think, is a big part of making sure that a D+Kia comp doesn't snowball. Because if D+Kia at any point get ahead, as Gen.G, you don't really get to play the game. And with the Taliyah, your early ability to really aggressively shove into Ryze, I don't think is really there. I don't think your wave clear is good enough. And additionally, I don't think you have that much threat on the Ryze, although the Vi helps a little bit. So overall, D+Kia have what I expect will be at the very least 2 prio lanes, allowing Lucid to move around the map a lot more, maybe look for some early angles. And for Gen.G, it's gonna maybe be the cross map. Maybe Quid can find a way to get an impact in the mid game. Gilfor, Spike, and Lucian obviously also really big. So overall, there's some capabilities, but I like the D+Kia comp a lot more.
Yeah, me too. I feel like D+Kia has the more standard type draft. Of course, being able to pick up the Ryze is something that we haven't necessarily seen a lot of teams be allowed to do, just because of the power level of that champion. Zeri Lulu makes me nervous, makes me anxious, but when it's D+Kia, not too much. Let's hop onto the Rift. I see you, Rubricate, by the way, just sitting in there being sarcastic over and over and over again. I love it. Actually, just a huge fan of the entire situation. Welcome, Valdez, by the way.
I thought you were going to casually remind everyone that we are a friendly stream. Collectively, on either chat, we're not looking for any type of vitriol to one another. We're all Challenger fans here.
That's true, and Peru, I don't know whether we will this year or next year, but we'll see. We did pick up at least C2. Alrighty. Just a bit of a defensive start here on both sides of the Rift. No 5 stacks towards the bottom side or anything like that. Just chilling out. Cafe and Lospa probably going to have a pretty okay time outside of that one little moment where you can really find some angles on the Zeri Lulu. Barrier has been taken instead of the cleanse. Respected. Not a whole lot to cleanse this game. So not too bad. As Rahel and Loopy just holding their ground. Not going to find the first Q. Oh, Ardent Blaze also doesn't hit the mark. A lot of value with the Glitter Lance. I reckon D+Kia have already won this lane. What do you reckon?
Yeah, have early brush control. Able to get priority here. And Lucianami in recent times has become more and more of a mid-game type of lane. Back when Electrocute was still strong, that wasn't the case, as going in real aggressively here.
Yeah, a bit of damage there onto Lospa, but not going to go down too low, and has some potion seed through as well, so he'll be absolutely fine. Quid with a bit of priority here in this mid lane, which is definitely good news. Feels like the way things work in this current meta, Chronicler, is you try and get some priority in the mid lane, and therefore your jungler can do whatever they want. They go down and they win the bottom lane, and then you win the game.
Has that not been the... Well, except the bottom lane part, but it's been the meta for...
Yeah, about 6 months. That is still theoretically the case, is what it kind of feels like. Although, it feels like it's a little bit more optional to have the mid control, as Lucid finds a Q onto Quid there after he dashes on through. He can use that to transition down towards the bottom side where he belongs. Because that's where junglers go.
The one spot they're allowed to go. Lucid, of course, not as strong. Do note that Rahel did use his barrier early on, so maybe a feint all-in from Carthay and Lospa. With Rahel and Loopy playing a little bit more aggressive. We'll still have Prio in this lane, so with the track that they have on winner, should be completely fine. We'll know the timings of when the Vi actually can arrive into the lane. Also have a ward near the Tri-Brush as well. And Lucid is in the area, so Rahel and Loopy going to feel rather safe. Can also imagine that they want to look for an early back, now that they have already had to use a summoner. Also allow them to gain a little bit of tempo in the lane here, as back's gonna come through right now.
Yep, I like it. Get a bit of that reset done. Lunel, also our the moderator of our Twitch chat on the LCK, has now been auto-modded, feeling a bit of the burn from what she provides for some less polite chatters over LCK's way. I really do like that. You know, sometimes it's good to see how you make people feel when you throw that ban.
I personally have the utmost faith in Lunel's ability to only give out appropriate bans, so I don't...
Ooh, Iron Owl asks which Varus skin to get. I always used that yellow one that he was released with. That's my favorite. My least favorite is the Heartbreaker one.
Yeah, I don't like Heartbreaker either. I like the, I want to say Cosmic one. I think it's Cosmic Reaver. Varus, that one is really fun to play.
Oh yeah, and
really like how it looks.
Is that the one? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. There's the Darkstar one too, I think. Is it Darkstar? Oh no, that's Jin. That's Jin. Yeah.
Well, they're both... I don't know. They're both 80 carries, I guess.
Yeah, true. Check out this top lane. Wait, never mind. Anyway, nothing more to talk about. Let's just wait until the game begins. So, do you want to go to the bathroom?
No, there's stuff. I'm really trying. You know, I had a coaching session yesterday, so I'm going full try hard. Yeah, I got.
Okay. Then give us some of the deep knowledge, as we have a bit of action here towards the bottom side. Good polymorph there to stop any of it. Continue, sorry.
Well, no, you're completely fine, because Lucid was spotted on a ward on top side. Immediately, Carfe and Lospa go for some more aggressive trades, trying to keep Rahel on the back foot. Of course, still a window, because Rahel doesn't have his barrier up right now. Also means that they will be aware of where Lucid is going to be for the foreseeable future. And as a result, Gen.G should be fine here early on. I do think that now that Pulbe has gotten his first back in, we are going to start to see some of the problems, as Lospa and Carfe not actually able to get the crash here. Lucid will get spotted, but still a bit of an awkward position here for the Gen.G bottom lane. A lot of people hovering towards that bot side, but no one actually going to commit right now.
Yep, Pulbe possibly caught out of position here as he just sidesteps it beautifully. Seismic Shot, not going to find the mark. Pulbe just walking on out of there. And this was being illustrated, like kind of what we were talking about before, with the fact that Pulbe can get into that river first, doesn't have to walk to the safe side or anything like that, moves all the way down, and then immediately D plus Kia have that control of the bottom side. And with that wave in the awkward position that we saw it in, Rahel and Loopy are very, very happy with the situation currently. Over a wave ahead, as that's a Gnar just being used for fun by Thanatos, as you do on the Gnar.
Cute.
Yep.
Love that. And I gotta ease into tryhard mode, because one, this is challengers, and two, I can't go from only talking about shenanigans, especially in this league, to going all in. So I'm just checking in how everyone at home is doing. You know, how are we all feeling? How are the feelings of anger towards the other chat, which I feel like the more I ask chat to be nice to each other, the less they do, so maybe I should just let it go.
I think,
but I'm gonna
Twitch
keep
is
trying.
being nicer at the moment, although King Spartan has had a lot of questions about Tarek. Not entirely sure why he wants to see Tarek so bad. I don't think that it's going to happen. We've seen Tarek hovered in the LCK.
Didn't Life
that's
play
it.
like twice last year?
I mean, last year, yeah, but I'm talking about in recent memory.
Well, yeah, no, because not anywhere near the front. And it's also because playing Tarek into Enchanters feels pretty bad.
Yeah.
When engage reports aren't good at all, as a result of that, we don't really see Tarek. We don't really see Braum is another example where...
I mean, we did see Braum yesterday. Saw a bunch of Braum yesterday. We saw Leona yesterday. Saw Nautilus again yesterday.
That's specific.
It was very challenging. We had a very challenging day yesterday. It was a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
The teams today are adhering to a little bit more of a strict interpretation of the meta. Okay? And according to the strict reading of the current meta as hold up,
the strict reading says at 8 minutes we must fight.
You can't fight this as Gen.G. You don't have your illusion.
Well, there are 5 people grouped up on the side of D+ Kia. You can see that the Rift Herald is down very, very low. Zest in the area. Not going to be able to secure that one. And so, Gen.G grouped up. They are now going to disperse once again. And D+ Kia take the objective.
Unfortunately for Gen.G, they gain nothing out of this. Had they kept Carfe towards the bottom half of the map, could have at the very least shoved in a wave, get a lead there. But instead, they don't get a contest. They're too slow to the Herald. Zeri is still a good 2 waves up on the opponent, as a result also has an experience lead, although Carfe will ding 6 right now. And they don't really get anything. They are not able to find a fight, which I do think at this point in the game, if they can get a good engage off on one of the more stationary targets, especially with Loopy not having wild growth yet, could have been an opportunity there, but not going to be the case. And for D+ Kia, they're chilling. It's not like they need to win early game, but if they do win, already a 500 gold lead with a Herald still in the pocket, gonna feel great.
Absolutely. Another reminder that this is in fact Challenger. People really not being able to read what's written in the name of the Twitch channel. This is in fact the Challenger broadcast for the first time this year. We are going to be broadcasting it in English. But yeah, that's why Chovy isn't here, just by the way. Nice little all-out underneath the turret there, but Thanatos didn't actually hit Zest, and therefore not going to have to worry about taking any turret damage or anything like that.
Is this caster trolling? Yes, perpetually. I don't know who of us two you were talking about, but the answer is yes. As Drake has been not taken by either team thus far, would be an opportunity here for Gen.G to get in on that first, but D+ Kia does have vision. Would have a window here with Lucid and the bot lane backing, but doesn't seem like they want to go for it right now.
Yep. Papa also getting smacked by the Nightbot Banhammer. Sorry about that, Papa. I guess nobody is safe, truly. Yeah. State of the game, just a few resets being picked up here on the Gen.G side. We're looking for our first dragon. When's it coming? When's it happening? We need to find ourselves a bit of a dragon. Quid's going to come up towards the top side. Weaver's Wall comes in. Thanatos wanting to try and get a kill on his way out. It's a Cassante though. That's going to be real difficult to collect, and the threaded volley will finish that one off. Quid picking up first blood here on the Gen.G side.
Nicely done. Really good roam there from Quid, able to catch Thanatos off guard. Thanatos just a little bit too late. If he had a couple of extra seconds, might have been able to get a Gnar off, maybe get a counter kill at the very least, but not going to be the case. And now teleport is forced. Quid making his way back to the mid lane means that only a couple of plates are going to go over. No opportunity to go for a further shove, but this should lead to D+ Kia also picking up a dragon, getting themselves an early objective lead.
Absolutely fantastic. Denunciator also says it really isn't challenges without bread, sad face. I have no idea what that means.
I, on the Challenger co-streams, used to very often talk about my homemade bread.
You do always talk about your homemade bread.
But it's really good, though.
I know. You had homemade bread, and I tried some just the other day. It was wonderful. It was bring your bread to work day. I forgot my bread, unfortunately, but Chronicler remembered.
Everyone always does.
Everyone always
I feel
forgets.
like I'm the only one that's participating in Bring Your Bread to Work Day.
And it is an actual day.
It was
It is definitely, everybody else does it.
Wolf, you loved it.
It was, okay. Yeah, but also remember, Wolf doesn't like ice cream or fruit, okay? He doesn't like nice things.
Actually, I'll take these. These is good enough.
Absolutely. 6.5 out of 10. For Chronicler's bread, pull bait, gonna get flicked back.
Wow.
Looks like he does not care whatsoever about it.
That's the last time that you are getting some of my bread, Wolf. No, I'm kidding.
I'll have it. I'll have his bit. Can I have his bit? I really enjoyed your bread. It was fantastic. Quid's having a really good time, by the way, on this Talia. I'm starting to believe in the pick a little bit more. I do want to talk about what makes it kind of good into the matchup against Ryze. We've seen it many times before, but with the power level that Ryze is right now, we don't necessarily hold as much stock in it, but Weaver's Wall can follow the Realm Warp quite effectively, so that is definitely a positive.
Also seeing that thus far, Quid actually has been able to pretty reliably remain ahead in terms of prio, in terms of tempo, making it very hard for full bait to actually impact the side lanes. And Drake gonna get started up here. There is no opportunity for Gen.G to contest this, so would not mind if they tried to look for a dive here. Winner also seems to be aware of this fact that it's Ryze, so he just clears the wave and is completely fine. And Thanatos right now also not really sitting in any type of threat. Might have a free-man dive though, that would definitely be enough, but not going to be the case. Instead, we are having some bot lane shenanigans come through here, Atlas.
Yeah, let's see whether Lucid can make this dive work as Loopy shields himself up and walks away. Oh yeah. Apparently we promised ARAMs and nothing but no macro shenanigans.
Well,
maybe not in this particular series because D plus Kia's Challenger squad are pretty good. Gen.G as well, you know, the fundamentals certainly there. So maybe we won't have it in this series, but we might have it in the next one. Even then, I think Nongshim and T1 have demonstrated some pretty decent League of Legends. In fact, today, as far as quality of League of Legends is concerned, could be pretty up there, I reckon.
Question is whether it can match yesterday's entertainment level. That remains to be seen. As
oh, that's true. We're not going to be able to rate Head nearly as well as Wolf and Valdez.
Oh, we shouldn't try. We
we're not
need
going
to find our own identity. Well, I have mine because I cast challengers for a year, so it's really just
your
you.
identity is soup, isn't it?
Soup, bread, yes, beans. Also,
I think my
right
identity is I can just be nothing. Maybe my identity can be Twitch chat. I identify as Twitch chat.
That is
Could
definitely.
that be me?
I can see that.
Yeah, I reckon that seems pretty good. I reckon that seems pretty good. I would love to be one with Twitch chat and YouTube chat as well, I guess, a little bit, but mainly Twitch chat.
What is this?
But the YouTube
unspoken
chat just,
resentment.
It's
to
not
YouTube
resentment. It's just there's just not very much going on. All right, King Spartan, there you go. He's at least responding. Someone's responding. All right, in goes Winner. Looks for Pull Bay. Does have Cease and Desist available. The culling comes through the Rise. Just walks it off. I guess that's the strategy. Walk slowly into the corner. He doesn't have flash though, so he's going to be stuck in this pit for a while. Winner taking a lot of damage as the Zeri's starting to pop off. Zest gets a massive knockback there and gets thrown out of the pit, but the Zeri's picking up too many kills. This could require some certification, I think. Wolf's in the chat. He'll let us know whether this in fact is a true Zeri moment.
And overall, unfortunately for Gen.G, their fight is somewhat split. I think they maybe get caught a little bit at Thanatos' death. Yeah, I don't. Oh, never mind. Lulu's there to save him.
Yep.
Would have died surely otherwise. Thanatos
is playing with his food a little bit here, but he's going to hit Mega whenever he wants to, and just takes down the Cassante. That was the most easily killed Cassante I've seen in a very long time.
He did not have to go in melee range there. That was pure flexing. As what happens here is a lot of cooldowns get used in an attempt to take down Pullbay. But unfortunately, they can't actually gain access to the pit because Thanatos is right there. So as a result, Zest and Winner can walk in, but the rest of the team is not able to. Thanatos then keeps the backline busy, and even though he doesn't get any big CC chain on Carfe, just knocks him towards the rest of the team, buying time is enough. Neither Quid nor Carfe can do anything in this fight. As a result, Pullbay lives for way longer than reasonably should be expected, and there is no threat on Zeri whatsoever, especially with double summoners still up. So as a result, Rahel just picks up a bunch of kills, and this to me is very, very
we cut
disrespectful.
the video. We're like, oh,
it was mean.
Yeah, we just shouldn't actually show that, and I'm really glad that we made the decision to move away from putting that one on camera. We might have got into a little bit of trouble. We're going to check out the matchup once again as Thanatos throws a very, very satisfying house at that minion wave. And D plus Kia sitting at about 2,000 gold in the lead, but I honestly feel like this game is basically over. It's pretty crazy. Just the fact that if you can get a team fight like that for a Zeri at this stage of the game, it really does feel difficult to come back into, given the state of the compositions on both sides. See whether Gen.G can make the big play to come back, and I think that so much is on the shoulders of Quid to make that happen.
When summoners are down, there is a capability to at least get on top of Rahel, but with the Lulu also there, just via ulting it and maybe Cassante being there as well isn't enough, so you're really going to rely on a substantial misposition from Rahel, who is of course playing a very short-range character as Pullbay.
Yo, is he going to be able to get out? Yes.
He's fine.
Yeah. Seismic shove was needed there. Did not connect with the rise in time, and he just gets out. D plus Kia going to dive the turret here as, oh my goodness, Cafe went so far, but not far enough. That was so sad.
False feeling of security there for the Lucian, and not only does he die, but he also uses both summoners. So that means that in a subsequent team fight, Thanatos still has his flash available, has a lot more backline threat, and I also believe that Cafe being able to get close to Rahel is really, really big. So kind of a toughie here as he, again, just barely gets away with it. Poolbay is a man of impeccable timing.
He is indeed, and very frustrating as well to deal with. As D plus Kia bring us to our Dragon Soul of choice, being the Wind Soul. Very happy that we get that. Jeff also fell down as second Drake of the game after the Lake Drake did get taken. Very happy to be back on the Challenger broadcast where Drakes are named correctly. A little bit sad that we don't get Static Drake. We just haven't had very many Hextechs. After Worlds was like majoritively Hextechs. I feel like we've just been robbed of Hextech Drakes.
Yeah.
Where have they been?
Is he gonna fall for it? Does not have his Seraphs yet.
Doesn't quite have his flash available yet either, as, yeah, it takes about half of his health bar there, and then Gen.G decides to run away.
Don't you love Rite of Ages
Rise?
He doesn't even have his Seraph shield yet.
No.
Yeah, doesn't really particularly care. The one win there for Gen.G is they did get the teleport from Thanatos, meaning that now if they want to set up a considerable amount of pressure on the bot side of the map or on any off side of the map, they will be able to. Thanatos, if he matches Zest, will be in trouble, but Poolbay still as is, so looks like they are just going to send the Rise over. I don't know to what extent Zest will actually be able to threaten Poolbay in the side lane, considering that Poolbay has hit his 2-item spike, and overall, it feels like Gen.G is just being slowly choked out of this game. Unsurprisingly, the majority of the damage has been done by Quid, who I think is in a great position to get a lot done here, has a lot of value with his E towards Thanatos and Lucid, but actually winning the fights thus far hasn't really happened for Gen.G. And Alice, I want to...
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to talk about Thanatos' name, because it's one of my favorite names that we have in Challengers.
Isn't it a boss from Lost Ark?
Well, I was firmly under the impression that it was a... Because it also means death. I think it's also the god of death in Greek.
Okay.
Within Greek mythology. And I was always under the impression that Thanatos maybe was just a fan of Greek mythology. But having learned what I learned yesterday about Bulldog, I am now starting to think that he actually is just named after the boss in Lost Ark. Because Bulldog, the player that is currently in the LCK, one of the best challenger players that we had last year, is not named Bulldog because of the dog. He's named that because in MapleStory, there is a, if I remember correctly, magician class that has both fire and poison, and that is Bull and Dog. So it's just MapleStory. We always get back to MapleStory, and as a result, I'm like, there is no way that Thanatos didn't just see that boss in Lost Ark and thought, cool. That's going to be my new name. Quid is definitely in trouble.
Yeah, well, he's going to flash. Gets knocked up there as well as Loopy's going to run up. Skippy. Seismic Shove is decent. Rahel might just come over and collect the kill, though. Lucid is going to steal that one away, but yeah, bad to worse is where things are going here. And yeah, I actually, because I only recently played Lost Ark when the English servers were released, very much enjoyed it. Valdez and I played through that one quite a lot. But then I saw the Thanatos boss and I was like, aha! It makes sense! Because of course, Lost Ark's still extraordinarily popular here in Korea. So yeah, that sort of made sense to me. Unfortunately, no Greek gods to be represented just yet.
Well, once Thanatos...
I mean, Zeus is kind of there.
Well, Thanatos still... It still is factually also the name. And I don't know this. This is just me making an educated guess based on the fact that everyone that's playing in Challengers either plays MapleStory or Lost Ark Edition alongside League.
Yeah.
Maybe they played it beforehand. I don't know if they're still playing. Suffice it to say that they're all gamers, which should not be surprising given that they are currently playing in a professional League of Legends tournament.
Whoa. There's a Thanatos in chat?
Yeah.
This is crazy. All right, well, Thanatos, which one are you named after? Let us know in chat.
I might add that once Thanatos, I'm not saying if, I'm saying once Thanatos makes it to the LCK, if he actually ends up delivering on his promise and the matchup between him and Zeus is actually going to be good, like Battle of the Greek Gods in top lane, that's a story point.
Hey, that is very true. Hey, you never know. If he just keeps up this level of performance, he might be playing in the LCK. Him and Canna might be fighting for that top lane spot on the main roster. We'll just have to find out. Of course, one of the reasons why we're commentating Challenger this year is because it is so much easier to get promoted. Any week, you could just come up from Challenger.
Promoted anymore, yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's just all the one roster, basically. So very likely that we could see a lot of very, very quick promotions, as Rahel just going to run at the entire enemy team. Not sure whether I really like that idea, as in goes Winner. Seismic Shot's not going to find too much joy though, and now Winner is just all on his lonesome. The ult comes through from Rahel, and he's able to dance after the enemy jungler. Zest now will look for the ulti here, as he does manage to lock down the Zeri. This could mean that it's all over, as Thanatos doesn't find too much with the ult as the Rise is taken down. Realm Warp doesn't really work out there, as Thanatos, the last man standing, and he will be taken out. A little bit of overly enthusiastic attempt at a fight there, as Thanatos almost survives, but does not quite do it. And now Gen.G with a bit of respite.
Oh, D plus Kia, that was not the angle you were looking for. They really go in really, really hard on a Taliyah, and you really got to make sure that when you hard engage into a composition like that has a Taliyah, that you don't get completely demolished, this was the case here, by Unraveled Earth. And that's what happened. Additionally, Zest getting a really nice pick off, Rahel already being half health before the fight began. And D plus Kia also maybe with a false sense of security due to the fact that they have been so far ahead. But it's easy to forget as this starts off really well, right? Because Winner goes in very deep, nice W from Lucid over the wall. And if they just leave it at this, they're fine. They don't need to go for this. But Pool Bait going in there actually turns out to be huge bait, as the combination of that Nami combined with the Unraveled Earth means that the backline is completely fine. Thanatos can get like one person in his ultimate because they're fighting in a large open space. Isn't really where D plus Kia wants to fight, and as a result, they are now losing the Baron, give up a ton of shutdowns. I think the one upside is that they might still be able to fight for the Drake as the white flag emotes come through. Looks like that was indeed picked up by D plus Kia. That's the only thing that they were able to get out of that. And for Gen.G, a moment of respite, and there is that good old Challenger gold graph.
Oh, I love to see it. You absolutely love to see it. Now with the Baron, they should be able to knock down some more of these turrets as well, get themselves to a bit of a gold advantage, as on the flank is Winner, just trying to keep Thanatos out of there, and he's going to be able to do so. We had a question in chat, pretty interesting one, asking why there isn't an English broadcast today. I'll just leave it there. It's one of my favorite questions that we've got so far. Keep them coming. Absolutely brilliant. I have no idea how to answer the question, or which language to answer the question in.
Answer it in Australian.
I think that's the only one that I speak.
No, I mean real Australian.
No, I don't think I'm allowed to. I think it's illegal. I think as soon as I speak Italian? As soon as I speak Australian, then they just cancel the Twitch channel, and it's over. All right, Quid, not sure about that one there, buddy. As he weavers walls right on top of D plus Kia. I don't think he's that far ahead just yet. However, he's still able to get out of there. Doesn't have his Seraphs, doesn't have his ult, and doesn't have his flash anymore.
Flash in particular is quite big, as we might be looking towards a soul fight in 3.5 minutes. Teleport going to come through. Gen.G going to keep pushing. 50 seconds now is...
Okay. Pool Bait just going to kill Carfe.
I think Carfe did that most of the work himself.
I feel like he's just like, oh, Rahel, you had a bit of a feeding moment? Hold my beer. And in he goes.
We want to reiterate here on the Challenger broadcast that all these players are incredibly talented. Mechanically. In terms of hands, these are better than, I don't know how many 99.99s it is, but it's a lot of them.
This would be like at least the 0.01%.
No, I think you're even way higher up, because we've already seen that Challenger players can go to major regions and be very good if they are talented Challenger players. However, what they have in terms of mechanical skill, they lack in terms of restraint or experience or one might say macro sense.
Yeah.
And as a result, plays like that should be celebrated because that is how you get all of it out of your system before you go to an actually good region. And that's why everyone, we're going to appreciate those moments for what they are, which are little challenger oopsies.
Absolutely. We saw a mention of Photon in chat there as well, Rubricate.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for bringing him up. Him and Malrang are great examples of when LCK talent gets exported. Pub Smithy was here in the chat before, and he also believes in that, I believe, as Vikla and Prince. Pretty good, as it turns out. D plus Kia now back on the front foot, though, after Carfe's little whoopsie. And we'll see when they're going to take their shot to throw it back. Do you know what I like in Challenger gameplay too, Chronicler? It's like watching billiards. You know how one guy gets up and he plays for what feels like 15 minutes, just knocking all the balls into the holes, and then eventually misses one later on? That's kind of what it feels like. And then the next guy stands up. D plus Kia, they were the ones standing around the table playing pool. And then Gen.G managed to knock them off. And then they started playing. And now it's D plus Kia, they're playing again.
I've never watched any competitive billiards, but I'll take your word for it that is how it goes.
There is, we could play some billiards. It's in the building we're in right now.
No, I'm aware. Yeah.
It's just downstairs. Yeah, it's downstairs, upstairs. Upstairs? Yeah, it's upstairs.
I think
Thanks,
it's upstairs.
Yeah.
Haven't gone. At some point in this season, we really need to go.
Yeah. Maybe when we have that quadcast that we've been promised. Just PSA, we have not been promised that at all. But it'd just be cool
well,
to play
I tried
with
to get a
Valdez and Wolf
quadcast
as well.
for the last Challenger finals, and then you guys all had more important stuff to do.
Wait, we did?
Yeah, for summer. For the summer finals. I was in my room, and you guys, oh yeah, we'll see if we can show
the
up.
Challenger one.
Yes.
Ah, you were in your room while we were getting ready for the LCK finals, right? Here's a bit of a battle. Cease and desist comes in. Thanatos hops away. Winner's going to fight him. We'll see whether the Narbar comes in, and it does. Thanatos is looking for it. Houses aplenty. Does eventually go down, however, as Zest is going to turn up and get that one done, but Lucid has gotten rid of the 80 carry. Loopy having to flash away from this one. Seismic Shock throwing Rahel around, but now he's beginning the free hitting, and the Zeri is having her moment. Lospa now just running for the hills, and D plus Kia are going to narrowly find themselves the team fight win.
They're not even going to go for the soul. They're just going straight up for the end. They have a wave on the bot side of the map. We are 30 minutes in. And D plus Kia might just win off the back of a single team fight. And I don't want to single out Carfe because feeling pays his shoes is very tough. But boy, oh boy, is his absence felt here because Quid actually had an admirable performance this time around.
Yeah.
Not going to be the case, not going to be enough, and never mind. D plus Kia recognize that the current death timers don't really allow for an immediate end, and as a result, they will just take the Drake a little bit later. I don't know if there will be a window here for a counter Baron, especially with the Cloud Rift there. Don't think there is just enough time.
Well, let's break down this fight one more time, as Thanatos lives for way longer than he deserved to.
And the big thing here is that Lucid is single-handedly keeping 3 people busy, and even though we don't actually have Rahel in this fight at this point in time, had to get away to make sure that he stayed safe. Carfe dies, which is a lot of the consistent damage already gone, and then Winner and Zest desperately try to take down the Zeri. If they had, they might have won this fight, but Zeri, especially with Lulu, incredibly tough to take down, and now
has a GA.
It's very over. Yeah, no, this game is done.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a worry, but at least the game might be done. But the questions are not. And the Raider asks, why does Nami have swim animations when on land? And I think it's the same reason that Gyarados has a swim animation while on land in Pokemon. As Bullbay's going to take the Baron, as some action will interrupt the questioning, which I think is a little bit sad. Zest tries to get into that backline, manages to get that ult done, but Rahel is just popping off, and the rest of the team cannot do anything on the side of Gen.G. D plus Kia are just going to romp through this one. Rahel running after the Cassante, who's doing some decent battle, but I don't think it's really going to matter because the damage just isn't quite there, and I believe the GA is still up. So 8-1-5 now for the Zeri. Absolute Zeri moment to be had towards the end. 19-8 is the kill score, and D+Kia will cruise on over to the Nexus and take it down. The Realm Warp just going to help speed things up.
And overall, D+Kia was in control for what felt like 90% of this game, except the one moment where they weren't for just a little bit, because they decided to just run it down a wee bit on the mid-game fight that they felt like they could force, which, as it turned out, if they had executed a little bit better, they would have, because they were very far ahead, and their 5v5 is hard to match. Gen.G actually a lot closer in team fights than I was expecting up front. I think a lot of the credit there goes towards Quid.
Quid was amazing. He was actually extremely impressive. Even in the LCK, we don't see Talia's getting that much value. I think that Chovy had a great game on it. We've had it picked quite a few times, but I haven't really seen quite that much impact. This game, Quid looked brilliant. The rest of his team just weren't quite there. As you could see, there was a little bit of a hiccup in the gold graph, but D+Kia did manage to turn that one around relatively quickly, finishing off with a 10k gold lead.
And the biggest one here or the biggest win rather here for D+Kia is that looking overall at a lot of challenger teams, they tend to lose composure. D+Kia actually was an example of this when we look at their summer playoffs run, where once they start throwing, generally they don't stop. And in case of D+Kia, that's not actually the case. They make the one mistake, obviously, against a better team, which I don't think there is in Challengers, although we will have to see them against Nakama Life and T1. But generally, there are not a lot of teams at this level that can reliably punish that. So as a result, they just rely on the team fighting. They rely on their superior moving around the map. There were a couple of side lane pickoffs as well that really set Gen.G back. So if they can clean all that up in game number 2, I do think that in terms of sheer team fighting, they can match with, unfortunately, the exception of Carfe. Being a new player in of itself in Challenger is tough. Coming up after what was the best team fighting AD carry within the context of Challengers is going to make you, unfortunately, look extra silly, as we've seen that Pace is good enough to team fight well with the LCK, as unsurprisingly, feels like he's farming these up every single time that D+Kia play.
Yeah, the man is pretty good at getting POGs, but also playing the jungle and playing Wukong, as this, I believe, is his fifth game on the champion. Yeah, I believe it was his 5th game on the champion. So far, he's had a stray game on Elise. Otherwise, it has been Monkey King the entire time, having a great time doing it as well. So definitely some great play. Wolf asks, where's Nogari? And he's retired, Wolf. Unfortunately, he's on neither roster, which is a little bit sad. This is, of course, Challenger, so even if he was on the main roster, he would not be playing today. I love this meme, though, as apparently Chovy is now farming camels in New Zealand. I didn't even know there were camels in New Zealand.
Atlas, what the hell are you talking about?
Well, someone asked, where's Chovy? And the response from another honorable chatter was he's farming camels in New Zealand.
I feel like we should be able to distinguish between which chats we actually want to highlight and which chats we want to give the time of day.
Speaking of highlights, we're going to go to a few of those, and we'll see you after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Challenger 2023 Spring. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronically here for game number 2 between Gen.G and DK. Like how we got to once again put on the Korean commentators for a moment. Shout out to Dongjun, the Marine, and of course Nuclear, who are chilling at the moment, doing also some Challenger there. The three of them also feeling like Mondays are very, very long. I was talking to the Marine before, and he's still getting used to it. The 3 best of 3s in a day.
Yeah, it's not great.
No, it's a long day. It's a very long day.
Fortunately, it's challengers. So the beautiful thing that I've experienced over the last year as well, and I'm so happy that you guys like truly get, which Wolf was experiencing yesterday for the first time. I was actually really proud of him. Is that, and this is of course also somewhat the case in the LCK, but sometimes when you're really tired, you're kind of getting swept up in the insanity of series. You're like, I want it to last longer. You know, you're sinking deeper into the madness. And the beautiful thing to me about Challenger is it really encourages that state of mind more than any other league, any other broadcast out there, because it is truly incomprehensible what happens. Because, well, it's not incomprehensible, it makes complete sense because, again, a lot of fundamentals of these teams are lacking just due to a lack of experience. Because in case you were wondering and you're like, where are Chovy and Showmaker? This is Challenger broadcast. The kids that you see that are playing are generally between 16 and 19 years old. So they are very young. A lot of them have been playing in the Academy series, but if you think that Challengers is a fiesta, then Challenger, or Academy rather, is something else. And this is an opportunity for all of you viewers, everyone who's cool enough to be watching right now. You can see a player today, player like Lucid, and when he wins the LCK, like 3 years down the line, you can be like, I was there when he still did kind of questionable stuff, which I guess you would had to watch last year because this time around it doesn't really happen anymore.
No, he's pretty good. Yeah. They're just pretty clean. I was actually I was talking to Jay, who's he was formerly for Gen.G's main roster and has now moved over to D+ Kia, but he was talking about the fact that D+ Kia's main roster and their Challenger roster actually scrim a fair bit. And yes, the main roster generally smashes them, but the D+ Kia Challenger roster is very, very good at adapting pretty quickly to what they lose to in those games. So very, very cool. Bit of insight onto this squad, and maybe that's a reason as to why they are so good.
Well, it's also just being considered worthy, and obviously they're part of the roster, but there is no way that D+ Kia would have them scrim if there was no benefit at all.
Yeah, true.
And obviously for the main team, maybe they can try some more unorthodox strategies and whatnot, and they, as you point out, I'm sure will win 99 out of 100 times. But the fact that they're doing it in the first place, to me, sends a very clear signal that these are top of the level. Like, D+ Kia is one of the teams that is one of the 2 front runners to win the LCK. 5 out of 9 teams in the main LCK voted for them to win the split.
Yeah.
So getting to scrim them, that's gonna...
That's pretty good.
That's in of itself a glowing type of recommendation.
Yeah, it's a pretty good practice as well for a Challenger squad to be able to do that as well, because not a lot of these Challenger teams are actually capable of scrimming the LCK teams because, of course, they prioritize a different practice, one could say.
One might think back to when Gen.G had Lospa come in playing Alistair, and Ruler said, "Good job, Alistair." At the end. Really showcasing that level of integration is not necessarily a given between the 2 rosters, especially not last year.
I remember that.
That was so good.
Oh dear, poor Lospa. All right, we're very, very close to hopping into pick and ban for game number 2 of D+ Kia Challenger versus Gen.G Global Academy. Of course, meaning we are on the Challenger broadcast. Another reminder, Chovy he hasn't been subbed out for a different guy, and the rest of the team subbed out as well. These are, in fact, different teams. There we go. For people that are struggling to find the Twitch channel, I saw a lot of people in the YouTube chat that couldn't actually find the Twitch channel. It is LCK CL Global 2023. And, you know, do your best to come over. We're still building the channel, so we'd like to get some...
CL Global 2023.
Yes.
That is LCK
CL
Global
2023. Indeed. just we're building the channel, and this is something that Wolf has been very good at pushing for as well. It'd be great to get a few of the extra followers. Anyway, let's jump into pick and ban here for game number 1. D plus Kia are going to be on the red side, Gen.G on the blue for this particular game. We'll see whether we get any changes as far as the bans are concerned. So far, no real adaptation as the Varus and Sejuani are once again removed. Caitlyn as well, joining the list of pre-banned champions.
As thus far, meta has not been too kind to viewers that watch a lot. If you watch just a game here and there, I'm sure it's fine. If you do that, you might also be wondering why a lot of commentators slowly sound like they are going insane, particularly if you are of the LPL or LCK viewer variety, because we have a lot of games happening in those two leagues. As we are just going to run it back, it looks like, for Gen.G. Don't love that.
Oh, I'd love to see exactly the same picks. I really think that that is going to really diversify what we're going to see in the game if we get just identical picks. So far, D plus Kia sticking to that train of thought. The Vi and the Nami going to be picked up here. We're going to follow up with a Lulu being taken away. As immediately, D plus Kia will then ban away the Azir, followed by the Syndra. On the other side, Gen.G going to consider some different bans. That Swain ban was a really interesting one, but a likely one that we're going to see again.
Atlas, why change to new draft when old draft good?
Exactly.
Why?
On the Gen.G side, their idea is if it's broke, don't fix it.
Why would you change anything? Why would anything be different? In the second time, they're not going to ban Swain. They got to change something. That's got to be.
I think maybe if Ryze is banned instead, it would be good.
Don't ban Swain again.
Nah, just ban the Swain, Gen.G.
No, don't do it.
No.
Please, Gen.G, don't do it.
Because actually what we've done, we've accidentally just loaded up the VOD from game 1. We're just a game behind. We're just a game behind.
No!
So the Ryze is going to come in.
Come on!
Oh, maybe the change is that it's Thanatos that's playing Cassante this time instead.
Not again!
All right, Talia and Cassante need to come in. Thanatos will then be playing Na, and we're going to commentate the same game.
Is this Edge of Tomorrow? Is this Groundhog Day?
Even the D plus Kia players are like,
Springs?
what are you doing? Come on, Thanatos, do something weird. Do something weird.
How long must we live in the same reality?
Oh my god, we're just casting the same game.
They can't do this to us. They can't.
All right, if we could just have a chat to production, if you could just run game 1, that'd be great. We'll go grab some dinner or something. I don't know. Oh my god. I mean, I've heard about like salty runbacks before, but like this is absolutely identical.
Springs just a scream, Atlas.
And remember, like Gen.G chose blue side. They chose to do this like the same way all over again.
Why would you not pick the? I don't. Why would you not pick the Ahri then? If you open it up, it makes sense. Wanting to play Talia and Ryze again, that actually was a part of the composition for Gen.G that worked out. And if Carfe plays better, I don't think that the Gen.G comp was the problem, but I don't know why you wouldn't look into what just happened and be like, hey, maybe we can try something different. Maybe we add a bit more dive with that Ahri. Yeah. Especially since we keep banning Swain. And I know Pullby plays a great Swain, don't get me wrong. But it's not like he's going to blind Swain on R4, and if he does, then you can appropriately punish him. Picking like a Victor or anything with range. But no, it's the same draft.
Not going to be the case. Eric Place has a great point. Diversifying the picks with a Na. Very unique, very out there. We get to see it once again after this salty runback. Na, a champion that we just don't really see very often. So looking forward to that one into the Cassante. Hoping that we look at that top lane as often as we possibly can, because it's going to be so incredibly interesting. Gen.G Global Academy, they must have a plan. They must have an idea for how this can work this time around. Let's see what it is. Oh, we almost got it!
No, they removed the doo-doo-doo.
No, but like I
I don't think it's there anymore.
No, I think it can be there. It just depends when in the song you come into. I don't know, but it did happen. And it was great.
We were there. I don't know if it happened at any point besides that.
That first
day.
one, really? Oh, it makes me sad because that's. I mean, we should actually talk to production and get them to adjust that. Maybe I could do that now because we know what's going to happen in this game, right? I could just walk to the production room real quick.
Because it's a VOD?
Yeah. You could just play me from the last game. Just sub me in for myself in last game. I'm sure the things that I said will roughly apply.
I would if I could do an Atlas impression, but I don't think I can.
Oh, have you been working on your Aussie accent?
No, and I don't want to. I don't feel like it would be good. It would just be a lot of nar.
Nah.
Yeah,
you just... Basically, if you push every word that you say out of your nose...
Yeah,
there you go.
There you go.
Yeah, oh, that's a bit American. You delved a bit American
great.
there. That's all right. You're a man that has a Dutch accent that's mainly a British accent, though. And so I kind of like what you got going on. So I'd prefer it if you didn't change.
It really is just vaguely European with a touch of British.
European.
Yeah, with a touch of British. I can go full Dutch. I don't know if chat has heard that yet. Well, non-co-stream watching chat. As here we go again.
Yeah. A heal button was pressed there from Lospa. That means that this time around it's D plus Kia that have a summoner spell advantage for the moment. Pulbay walking on rocks. A little bit frustrating if the Rise has bare feet. Thus far, does have bare feet.
Is this really live? No, this is a VOD. We are not live right now.
Yeah, no, you can see the one at the top of your screen. That's not real.
This is actually the first game.
This is a redo of the first game.
Yeah.
Gen.G, I think, didn't like the outcome, and so asked for a remake, and we remade the game, and now we're doing it again.
But no one has told the graphics team.
No, nor have they told Gen.G that it in fact counts as Game 2, which is a bit of a shame.
Yeah.
Still, we're going to commentate it. Thanatos taking a bit of damage here. Does it mean anything? Does it matter? No, because he's not, and it's versus Sunday. Squid takes a Q, threaded volley, finds a couple of hits. Otherwise, not too much. As Lospa not going to get swept. Not going to take too much damage from the Glitter Lance. And D plus Kia not going to go for their back. As Lucid here towards the bottom side. Winner also towards the bottom side. Very novel that junglers are hovering bot lane at about 3.5 minutes. Not something that we see all that often, but we'll see whether any ganks are going to be attempted here. As looking to clear out some vision towards the mid lane, as Lucid will be able to collect this Rift Scuttler.
Gonna walk over a ward here, and will be able to spot it, clean it up. Definitely wants to go for a back. Little cheeky here. Gonna get himself a large amount of information on the next respawn of the Raptors. Either they will be aware that Winner is on his bottom half of the map. In general, really good vision there, really making sure that Rahel and Loopy are being kept safe. Considering they were the major win condition in the previous game, does make a ton of sense.
I think they're also replaying Twitch chat, because Twitch chat is still talking about whether Nami has legs and can walk. As Winner, looking for a gank towards the top side of the map.
And Thanatos was first blooded.
This
Diversion?
time, though, Thanatos presses E. Or is it W? It's been a while. Which one's Hop? Hop's W, isn't it? Yeah. Is it E? Is it E? Okay. I don't know why, for some reason, I thought that I was wrong. But I did.
I feel like you got it right the third time.
I don't know why I thought that Hyper was E. Why did I think that Hyper was E?
I don't know.
My brain is missing
it's
very early.
It's a mysterious place.
Yeah.
Just like Drafts in League of Legends. As, oh, boy, a Lospa.
Wait, you eat peanut butter with a fork?
No.
That's what Wolf said.
Well, I collectively want to make the announcement that I don't think that anything that Wolf says in Twitch chat should be taken at face value.
I think everything
I feel like
that
he's
he
a
says.
very
Everything he
committed
means
pranker.
everything that he says.
Well, I'm sure I've eaten peanut butter at some point with a fork in
Oh
my
my
life.
goodness! So he was right? That's crazy.
Incidentally, when I didn't want to do dishes, I don't feel like that's a weird thing. I don't remember doing it.
But you said that it wasn't true. And now you're reneging. So now we don't even know whether we should trust you
Looking at the current state of the game, we see Lucid trying to get a even further leg up. Nicely done there. Gets the Q already with a big CS advantage, and it's looking rougher for Gen.G.
Yeah, a bit of a fight towards the bottom side. Cafe in trouble. The heal from the ebb and flow was decent as Losper is so incredibly low. Rahel as well took a turret shot. Had to burn the barrier in order to do so. As the flash comes out, Cafe was flashing for it. And there's first blood. He takes down the Lulu. As Lucid is going to walk back towards the lane. An absolute disaster, really, in the end for D plus Kia.
Really, that D plus Kia overconfidence coming through again as they try to take down Carfe and Lospa to low health so that they can then go for a dive. But one, winner is matching. And two, especially after Rahel took 2 turret shots, which it started off really well with him dodging a nice bubble, then getting a really good extended trade. And then they should have just taken it easy. But instead, kept going, took 2 turret shots, had to use barrier, and then still walking up into one of the most notoriously bursty duos is not a great idea.
I just love, there's a guy in YouTube chat that's just like, wait, game 1 hasn't finished yet? It's funny because yes and no. As we check this one out once again.
This is really clean.
Yeah, it is. And this is great play. Like freeze frame.
No longer.
Yeah, and then 2 turret shots. Barrier has to be burnt, and then it's kind of just done it. And even this, you know, here still was kind of all right, but they managed to turn their sights onto Loopy, and he falls down.
Very, very unfortunate. As overall, I do think that D plus Kia is very clearly showcasing that when it comes to just pure laning, they are the better team here at hand because they are barely behind, even with a kill going over to their opponents. But especially on Lucian is a pick that, when executed well, can really leverage these type of early kills into an early collector, which makes the mid-game threat that he has, especially combined with the Nami, which is why I've been seeing this duo so much, across the map, really tough to play. Now, Lospa and Carfe kind of feinting a move up here. Not going to be the case, at least for now, but with no prio available here for Gen.G, or for D plus Kia rather, I don't think they're going to be looking for a contest. Instead, getting a 4-man squad.
Yeah,
Counterplay here, and yeah, you got to sack, you got to peace out, and already not going to be worth it. I think we're going to see at the very least 2 plates here, but you're also denying a fair amount of experience. You're also denying a wave, and just the threat of Lucid and Poolbay heading towards the bot side of the map means that Lospa and Carfe really need to respect. Second play is just barely not taken yet, but the moment they get this, I think favorable trade overall here for D plus Kia.
Yeah, still likely that they are going to be able to take that one, so as you say, definitely looking good. Plus, with the position of the wave right now, Rahel dashing forward, gets an ulti. Decent little tidal wave there to stop things, but in comes the Realm Warp. That's the plate, but there's also the kills as Lucid is going to pop forward. Yes, he doesn't have Realm Warp, but thankfully, there is a Rise to come with him and deliver the monkey to the bottom lane. So now, we'd say definitely a trade in favor of D plus Kia.
And in game number 1, Gen.G thought maybe our play needs to be a little bit better. Unfortunately, what they did not account for when they ran it back in draft was that D plus Kia could just do the same and play better.
Yeah.
And they are. They are actually getting a lot done on the bot side of the map. Early kill coming through. One upside is that they do get the charge in mid. They will also be able to pick up the first Drake. That's nice. But Lucian, after he just gets a kill, immediately getting taken down, is very rough. Accelerating the biggest win condition for D plus Kia is a big boon for them as well. And overall, for Gen.G, this doesn't inspire me. This doesn't fill me with hope that this outcome is going to be any different than the previous one, as Poolbay having trouble.
Yeah, there's cease and desist onto Poolbay. He does manage to sidestep the seismic shove really nicely. And now Winner going to have to get out of there. Just assault and battery. And is going to be a Vault Breaker, sorry, and is going to be able to escape. I was a little bit distracted for a moment because I glanced down and saw someone talking about microwaving peanut butter to make it
I'm
easier to
ignoring it
eat with a
purposefully.
fork.
No. We're not touching that with a 10-foot pole. We're talking about what happened
What about
there.
touching that with a fork?
No, which
Okay.
was great use of phase rush there from Poolbay to dodge both the seismic shove, which if it hits him, he dies, and the bubble, which if it hits him, he dies. Problem for Gen.G there is that they were a little disjointed. If Winner uses the ultimate in a straight-up combo with the other CC, then there is no way that Poolbay ever survives. Also noting Merc threats coming up really big there. Those type of situations, I do think that it can make the difference between you staying alive and you dying a miserable death. So overall, nicely done. And those type of gangs, I think, need to work for Gen.G if they really want to get anything done. As I wish Atlas would ever say to would ever listen to what I'm saying. Case in point.
I am listening.
Well, you did hear the mistake, but I get the feeling that, as you pointed out at the start of the stream.
What mistake? What did you say wrong?
I mixed up the words say and listen, which in turn confirms that you weren't listening.
Oh, no. I just thought that that's what you thought it was supposed to be. And
No.
I didn't want to correct you to make you look silly on broadcast.
So, sure you have a problem with that. So, very clearly, Atlas has one goal, and that's to unite the two chats and turn them into one big super chat so that he doesn't actually have to cast.
Super chat? That's a YouTube-only thing.
He can just interact with chat. The true dreamer of any broadcaster.
Well, I mean, you're currently commentating with former me, who is now going to just be played over the top of this, because this is the same game being played once again. So I can just freely hang out here with Twitch and YouTube chat, only half of which are capable of super chatting, and I don't even think you can on this particular broadcast. But yeah, Wolf does come in with a very, very appropriate question, though, which is, are we going to hit 3K viewers tonight? Because I really, really hope so. T1's going to be playing next, and we can see whether Smash can smash.
It would really, to me, be such a cool development. Having, of course, I think the highest at any point that we've hit with the co-stream was around playoffs, which would be about 1,000 people. And seeing that there is such a growing love for a scene that I think is incredibly entertaining and really a cool look behind the scenes of where talent comes from, right? How it's developed. This is where it actually happens. This is where future LCK stars are born. This is where teams like Damwon and Griffin were developed as well. Of course, under a different system, in a different era of League, but nonetheless, watching these players so young yet so talented shine, I think is always incredibly cool.
No, absolutely. I 100% agree. And I'm hoping that we can just keep building, because it's also really fun. I feel like there's a certain amount of camaraderie that we get with all of you guys that have come in so early on in this channel's life cycle and at the beginning of this challenge journey that we have as Poolbay. Beautiful sidestep. Flash immediately comes out. Lucid not going to press the Cyclone button early or anything like that, but Quid now without Flash, but does manage to keep his life at least. Check out this bottom side of the map. Rahel fighting against Losper and Carfe by himself, but he does have Poolbay coming down. Tidal wave timing is beautiful. D+ here will back away. Back massage there from Carfe. A cease and desist comes on in. The Weaver's Wall is good though from Quid, who is going to be able to turn up the Wild Growth. Fantastic onto Lucid, who just cyclones them all to death. Oh my god, the damage from this Wukong is insane. It's Quid gonna have to go golden underneath his turret. Rahel once again doing his favorite thing, which is tanking turrets. Poolbay going to be the one that suffers the most though, as he does fall down, but still huge win for D+ here.
Poolbay desperately trying to help out his team, be a good team player, tank those shots. Quid, however, sees that as an opportunity to take him down, and the initial play there from Gen.G, I think, was enough. Just letting D+ Kia waste a bunch of ultimates would have been fine. Then going for this fight when all of them still have a lot of cooldowns available in a position that isn't really great for you when you're already behind is basically the same as accepting an unfortunate loss, because now bot side is going to be completely snowballed, as we can see here at Poolbay. This one he doesn't sidestep, as a result will go down in the end. But now Zeri and Lucid both are so insanely fed. Wukong's gonna be unkillable as well, with Carfe being pretty far behind the curve, and the power of Quit and Winner being somewhat mitigated by the fact that Lucid has what I assume will be Nerf Threat soon, as well as a Hex Drinker already,
Yeah.
is making it so tough, because like, who do you actually target now if you're Gen.G, right? Your composition works best either if someone overextends, which thus far we've seen D+ do once, exactly, which was in the one fight they lost in the previous game. And outside of that, you need to isolate a target with Vi, or with Cassante. But who do you actually kill here?
The person who is out of position.
Okay, but if it's Lucid, it's not going to work, because he has Cyclone and W. Poolbay is a Fed Rise. You gotta assume that Luffy is going to be nearby as well.
Oh, Rahel is out of position.
Well, is he?
Well, what sort of was.
He took a little bit of damage and then was fine.
All right. Well, if you're just going to be negative, I'm just not going to talk to you about it. As Zest, he's going to ult Thanatos under the turret. Thanatos is going to walk it out. Winner making his way in. Loopy following him. They know exactly what's going on. Lucid, though, is going to be taken out. And Winner wants a little bit more. Thanatos, just a mini-nah, and he will be fed to Quid here as Poolbay looking to run it out. It's going to walk over to Carpe here, and I think he's also dead. What the heck is going on? I was going to ask you whether we were cat or dog people because D+ Kia had it in the bag, but instead, Gen.G turned it on its head.
As I'm reeling from that metaphor, I really don't know what to say about it, Atlas, because D+ Kia is making mistakes that I definitely don't need to. They're going really deep on trying to catch this turret. In of itself is acceptable, provided that you actually have the backup. But because Lucian Nami are very far ahead of the curve here, you're in really deep trouble, right? You are not actually able to fully commit here, so instead it's just a one by one pickup. The fact that the game is still as close as it is a pretty dire indication for Gen.G, even after the goal that they got, and they also didn't get the shutdown on Rahel. But at the very least, they're able to keep themselves relevant within this game. And there, I guess we get an answer to our question, which is how do Gen.G get back? Kill everyone on B+, when they're
underneath
split
your
off.
inner turret. Yeah. With only 2 people. I think that's the right way to do it. So we do also need to finish off one other thing as far as naming is concerned. The different jungle Pokemon. Greninja is the blue one. We've already figured that one out.
Okay.
Flygon is the green one.
Yes.
And the red one's the only one that we haven't really figured yet. And it's kind of like a little cat thingy. And I was thinking Fennekin would be a cute one, but not a lot of people know that generation of Pokemon. It's a little bit down the line one, because I think it was Black and White was when Fennekin was in there, I believe. Delphox, the last
evolution. I cannot help
evolution.
you in this conversation.
No, I was thinking Growlithe. Growlithe could be a good option. Or Vulpix. Vulpix is a good... Gatoran, that's a good option there. I think Litten also is kind of cool. But I think Growlithe is pretty universal with people understanding who it is. What do we reckon? We reckon Growlithe? No?
I have no take on this.
Legendary Poe says
watching
Litten
the game.
is like obviously it, which is like very like... I kind of appreciate how sure they are, but I don't know whether it's actually true.
Trying to watch the game here, Atlas.
It needs to be a 3-stage, so it has to be like... So it can't be Arcanine, because there's only 2 stages.
Watching the game, Atlas.
Oh,
you
yeah,
need
sorry.
to focus on what's happening here, and you're distracting me with your
I'm sorry.
Pokemoning.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. So in comparison to game number 1, what difference will these drafts create?
So help me God. Now, if you were talking Persona, then I could have some input. You know, if we make them Persona instead of, because Persona really gets in there in terms of wacky mythology.
Hey, that's
and
true.
different characters.
I need to like do more of my fusions, because I've only played. I have to admit, I only played like 6 hours of the game. I'm really pathetic.
And that's just Persona 5.
Yeah, that's
Haven't
just
touched Persona 4 yet.
Nope.
You're gonna love them.
I'm a bit terrible in that regard, but yeah, I'm hoping to get in there. Persona 3 is the best one.
Depends on what you like in terms of story. To me, all 3 of them are exceptional. They all have their own strengths. Very different games.
It starts at 3?
Well, 1 and 2 were very different from what is the current form of Persona. Basically, Persona started as a Shin Megami Tensei spin-off, as hold off, we do have a teleport coming in.
All right.
Gonna fight for Prio mid and then turn this into a Drake. This is actually an important Drake here. I do feel like I need to mention that because a possible soul point is there, and this is a very relevant soul. Can't give up an Infernal, even if you are the team that clearly feels like they're a lot better in the form of D plus Kia. And then I'll get back to the Persona. Apologies.
That's taking a lot of damage here, and yeah, he's pretty tanky, but not tanky enough. And now Quid looks real silly. Wild Growth for an incredible amount of CC, and that is going to be the soul point denied. And a potential quadra stack Infernal Soul for D plus Kia if this game goes that long. But I think D plus Kia can head towards a Baron and possibly even take that one as well. It could, I believe, get rid of Winner if he does decide to go in there, as Crush comes through from Thanatos, just pushing Cafe away. And yeah, D plus Kia, full control.
And now going to take the Baron as well. There is Winner still alive, but they are not able to walk up. There's full vision control here as well. Every member is available for D plus Kia. So no window here whatsoever, which means for us, it's time to go back to Persona. So Persona 1
Well,
and
actually,
2 is...
first, Chronic Bomb has asked this question a couple of times, and would you rather have a cat or a dog? I think we should just clear that one.
Personally, I'm a cat person.
Yeah, me too.
Yes.
Was a dog person, I transitioned. It is possible. I own an emu as well. Yeah, Bon Bon Squish is correct.
You have to.
Yeah, it's an Australian thing. Every Australian owns an emu. It's like our spirit animal.
So, back to Persona.
Yeah.
As there's gonna be a lot of jokes about your phrasing. Persona 1 and 2 started as a spin-off of Shin Megami Tensei, which is a great dungeon crawler slash RPG with very Pokemon-esque, but then a lot darker, very different story beats, and a lot edgier in general, I'd personally say. And hold on.
Yeah, Lucid just going to press W and be fine. Wolf had a very funny tongue-in-cheek comment there in the chat. We enjoyed that one a lot. And so it just, Persona 5 is different because it's got a little bit of the, shall we call it, the Fire Emblem Three Houses effect.
Okay, I know that you're trying to tilt me.
I'm not. I'm actually being serious.
No, Three Houses jointed from Persona. But as I was saying,
Oh, I mean, it's not about that.
the
It's not about
normal
ownership.
age of the current age of Persona started with Persona 3, which then was remade into Persona 3 FES and Persona 3 Portable, depending on which version you played. And that's really when it started to look like the current Persona. So you got the life sim, you know, you go to class, you go build up social links, stuff like that. And then 4 and 5 really perfected the formula as a clone.
Yep, Lucid's clone is going to go on a bit of a journey, as we could see. We're talking about other games right now just because it is a bit of crossing Fs and dotting Js at this stage of the game for D plus Kia, and we'll see whether they can actually effectively do so. It has been somewhat difficult for some of these teams to really lock these games down.
That's my favorite comment in YouTube chat ever. What is pro players? Where's Shoemaker? That is beautiful. That's poetry right there.
Where's
In
Pure
case
Shoe?
you're not joking, we will take your comment at face value because we are the beacon of positivity and inclusivity that is the Challenger broadcast. This is Challengers, so it's a league for up-and-coming LCK talent. These players are playing underneath the main LCK teams.
Yep, and could be subbed in at a moment's notice to the LCK, so it is very good to know who these players are in case you see them on your favorite team. May just be a thing. As Lucid comes on over, taxis with his Nimbus Strike, love to see it. We've got a Drake coming up in a minute and a half. The Baron is done in 3 seconds time. Only a 3k Baron power play, not exactly the greatest, as the total gold is looking pretty red, and that's in favor of D plus Kia, as you could understand. And what we're sort of staring down the barrel of right now, Chronicler, is the unfortunate reality of Gen.G completely being stubborn in the draft, not changing at all, and then having exactly the same outcome.
Shocking how that works.
Yeah, it's a bit sad, isn't it?
And we joke, in the end of the day, or at the end of the day rather, the most important thing in Challenger isn't actually winning. So in the LCK, I would be a little bit more incentivized to like really go in hard on this. I do think that if you are the coach and like, team, I just want you to get stage experience with this draft in the current meta, because 13.1 is going to last for a fair amount of time after this as well. D plus Kia obviously is going to be extremely valuable practice. And I don't necessarily think that the comp as such is the problem. I don't think it's a great comp, but might feel like, as a Gen.G coach, this is just what you have practiced a lot. This is what you want to give a little bit more stage time. So It's not like it is as black and white as we make it out to be, but I also do not think that you make this draft and then expect there to be a substantially different outcome. It's very clear that the D+ Kia are extremely happy with what they've been able to get. They played the fights very well in the previous game, and they've been out-team fighting in every single 5v5 Duster, as well as Rahel.
Winner is going to flash on forward. Rahel able to get over the wall, though, and now has a 1v1 with the jungler. I think he's going to be absolutely okay. Meanwhile, the Cyclone getting all the work done. Quid down so extraordinarily low, and Thanatos finds the backline. That's the double kill to come through for Pulbay. And Zest, yes, he's pretty tanky, does manage to grab a kill or two, but Rahel's going to make his way back into this fight, and the cleanup will begin. Lucian unable to get anything done, and now Winner just by himself, unable to stop this Drake from being taken by D+ Kia.
And unfortunately for Gen.G, this is a Groundhog Day scenario. You really need to do something crazy to break the loop, or Palm Springs, or Edge of Tomorrow. Any of this will work. And they did not do anything crazy. So they are just going through the same motions again as they try to set up a fight here. Understand the attempt, but the Q already not hitting. Thanatos is the one that tanks that. So as a result, need to flash ulti to still get on top of Zeri. And Zeri is just completely untouched in this fight. And the
Zest did a really good job,
he
though.
really tried.
Big shout out.
Yeah, but it's just not enough. At this point, they're already very far behind. So fighting a straight-up 5v5 that D+ Kia is clearly not caught off guard by, front to backing into a composition that has a very strong front line and a fed rise, just isn't going to work. And that's even with Zeri not being in the fight. Like, at the very least, Winner was able to not make Rahel matter, but so that's a favorable trade, but even that isn't really enough to equalize the game state as is. As a result, D+ Kia able to pick themselves up another Drake, surely gonna just go for a Baron here, and I don't think that there is any turning point from here on out for Gen.G, unfortunately.
The Raider has a great question. Casters, do you think the changes Gen.G made in their draft this game have made much of a difference? Chronicle, I'll throw that to you.
I don't appreciate you putting these hard questions on me.
Okay, that's all right, because we've got a bit of a battle happening here. Loopy, really, really nice work pressing the polymorph button, and now the culling's actually getting a bit of work done, but I think the wallets are starting to really gain some heft. Zest can't even make anything happen here as Losp is forced to flash. Pulbay gives him the good old thumbs up as the Nami is going to swim away, and now I think the game may just be over.
You think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I would
that's
concur.
to say that potentially it might have been over at an earlier stage.
while
But
ago,
we're not gonna say that, as this caster minion, the heroic caster minion, is going to be kept alive for as long as possible. Lospa makes their way back to their Nexus, but I don't think it's going to be enough there. And now Rahel can just have some fish food and look to finish this one off. The Swift 2-0 for D+ Kia, or was it a 1-0? I'm not entirely sure. You let us know in the chat. Make sure you leave us a follow while you're there. And that will be Nexus going down. First series won by D+ Kia.
And overall, a expected showcase of dominance from D+ Kia. This is what this team should be doing. This is what they did. The fact that they got to play the same draft twice for them must have been very funny, because they stomped the first game, barring one mistake, and then they stomped the second game.
Ooh,
barring one mistake.
we need to do POG.
Yes.
Well, obviously it's
Who
the
are
same
you
as the
leaning
first
towards?
one.
I'm gonna
It's
give
the same game.
I'm gonna give a little bit of a shout out to Pulbay. I think that his realm ops are great. I think his fighting was really solid.
It's the same game.
And he dodged
You know who's
a
gonna get it.
number of he was really soaking a lot of pressure. Very nicely done.
I find it really rude that you would deviate in this important moment where we've had exactly the same game play out in basically exactly the same way.
He's still going, and with he I mean Lucid, still going to get POG.
I know.
I am trying to get onto a different timeline here, Atlas.
Ah.
I am changing the decision making because, unlike Gen.G, I am trying to not be stuck in the same loop. And we joke around a lot. I want to, again, remind everyone that the most important thing here with challengers is being constructive and being positive, because these players are really good, but sometimes they don't make the best decision. This game, they didn't make the best decision 2 times in a row, but you can't even fault the players for that. More of a coaching style thing, and
No, I think it's fine to run it back, and we saw that there were moments where Gen.G were able, and while we joke a lot about it, you can understand why you would make that decision in the first place, and then you would make it again and say that it was a gameplay factor, not a draft factor. We personally think that the draft could have been adjusted so that there was potentially not a rise in the hands of Poolbay and things like that.
That, to me, was the only thing where that was straight up a mistake. Everything else, there's things I don't love, but there's an understandable thought process behind it. Don't think that's the case in terms of the Swain ban. It is, of course, a strong pick, and we know how good Poolbay is on it, as we got a little bit... Hey!
Oh, okay.
Nice!
A slight adjustment. Poolbay is going to pick up the POG. Are they going to adjust the POG for Game 1 then?
Possibly. Maybe we'll have 2 POGs. It will be a first for an LCK CL broadcast.
Ooh, that'd be cool.
Might as well give it a go, as we are in fact AI. Both me and Atlas are not real.
Yeah,
we
not.
only exist in the
imagine
as a figment of your collective imagination.
What kind of crappy computer would have created me as their chosen? Oh my goodness!
Come on, Atlas, you got to be more positive about yourself. Just as we should collectively be positive of what D+ Kia has shown. And this is a team that won challengers last year in spring. There still hasn't been a challenger team that has actually won both spring and summer. Hasn't happened. It was supposed to be this team plus Bible minus Loopy last time around in summer, but then of course the Nongshim Miracle run and Lord Dundun made an end to that.
They did.
And overall, Poolbay to me is one of the faces of this team. It really is kind of a throwback, and as well as I think Rahel and Loopy played today as well. It really is a throwback to Damwon in 2018, right? It's the top side, it's the Magic Trio, and seeing Poolbay, Thanatos, and Elusive play the way that they do fills me with excitement for what might be in the future for these players.
And I think the future is very bright, especially for the top side here for D+ Kia. So still some struggles there on the bottom side. Rahel out of position a couple of times here and there, but really playing out the Zeri Lulu lane more effectively than a lot of others, as we are going to attempt to jump into the interview, but we're not actually capable of translating it just yet. We will work on that for the future, but hasn't quite happened just yet. So you're going to have to... When?
When are we going to learn Korean so we can live translate?
Well, when we get a day off. Imagine that. Imagine having those.
That's not real.
We don't do that. We don't do that.
Because we're AI. We don't need rest.
That is true.
Has any of you actually seen us in real life?
If we were AI though, wouldn't we just know Korean?
Well, no, you can build your AIs with some flaws. Real AIs have flaws as well.
Intentional flaws?
Well, no, just a flaw. Not every AI speaks Korean.
Well, I just thought that
if you're specifically designed to do so, then you can learn. But there's plenty of AIs that make artwork and try to make a person, and then they have 3 set of eyes. Same principle.
And that's a very good point. Yeah. I could accidentally have an extra eye, but I could also maybe just be taught how to speak Korean if I was an AI. Damn. I just wish I was a better AI chronicler. That's what I want. Why do I also, have all these feelings like hunger and sadness sometimes?
No, you think you feel those, but those are not real. Those are programmed.
Oh, but that's rude. Why did they program those feelings? Those are sad feelings.
Because you need to feel real. Because otherwise you get uncanny valley and everyone watching you is going to be like, that's not a real human. That's a robot.
Makes me relatable.
That's an AI.
Yeah, okay. I sort of understand. But I'd prefer it if I just didn't have those negative emotions. That would make me feel better. Much like the whole situation with the draft being exactly the same 2 games in a row. I'm kind of hoping that we get no more of that going into our second series of the night, which, of course, after a decently long break, will be T1 taking on Nongshim.
I'm going to reiterate that in specifically challengers, I think it's okay to go for plays like this. It's not great, obviously for us, it's kind of boring. Outcome wasn't different at all, but it does make a little bit more sense to me. If this happens somewhere next week in the LCK, we will actually be losing our minds, like we did today, but even more so because in the LCK, winning is actually a really big deal.
When does Kwangdong play next in the LCK?
I don't know. Is it tomorrow? I don't know. I'm not casting until Friday, so I'm not too worried.
That's likely when it's going to happen next. Because CVMAX has been pretty outspoken in saying that spring season is a scrim, and he has also salty ran back way more times than a lot of other coaches have in the past. So look forward to that. We might have another one of these days where we just have two of exactly the same game.
It's just everything keeps looping.
It does.
Everything is cyclical.
I guess maybe you need loopy in the game in order for it to truly
Even
loop.
for you, that's low.
I know.
Even for you, you can do better. We collectively expect better from you. Atlas, you have, over the last years, as long as you've been part of the LCK, you have set the standards for punnery so incredibly high, and it hurts me hearing you make jokes like this that don't live up to that stringent standard that you have set for yourself.
No one expects better. Wolf, stop saying that you don't like ice cream. It hurts my feelings. Please.
Actually, so mean.
Oh, Iron Owl saying that we should learn Korean so that we can have Korean puns. Korean puns, there are so many. Koreans actually love puns a lot. There's a lot of pun work done. So actually, we probably should, in all seriousness, learn just for that reason. Do we still spam GigaChat if Bro CL is playing? That is actually a great question, and the answer is of course. Absolutely yes. That goes for you too, YouTube. We all know GigaChat in all caps. We all know what that means. So even if it doesn't come up, absolutely fine.
We can
Just
still
keep spamming
see it
away
with our hearts, which is really meta, especially when Brianna's
Absolutely.
playing.
Yeah. That's the main thing. The power of friendship will always shine through, especially on the Challenge broadcast, where we never say sarcastically that Atlas isn't good at puns and stuff like that.
I would never.
We're just really lovely to each other.
Beacon of positivity.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the most important thing to me is all be kind to one another. You know, we really want to incentivize all of you because we can already feel, everyone here knows Challenger, it's going to keep getting bigger, it's going to keep blowing up. The fact that we have as many viewers as we do already is mind-boggling to me.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
And I really wonder where all of you were when I was streaming for 30 viewers back in the day on my co-stream, taking my two
You missed out on the soup.
days off.
You missed out on the soup and the bread. The Enunciator already said it.
Maybe it was the soup and the bread.
We have a great question coming from Twitch chat as well.
Oh my God, I got burned there.
Wait, what? Wait, what's the... Wait,
Be kind to one another. Yeah, I bet you want us to be kind with a haircut like that.
What does that even mean?
Whoa, well, if they are allowed to be
you've got
mean,
a crappy hair.
Yeah, I actually think that the... you can criticize my hair, but don't criticize the work of the makeup artist. I think they did a wonderful job.
I think they did a wonderful job as well.
So too.
I also thought that your haircut looked nice. It's just maybe the combination doesn't work out quite as well as a specific chatter may have asked. Another question that we got was, what's your favorite lunch meat? Theirs was ham. I like Straz.
Okay, type 1 in chat if you actually know what Atlas means by that. And type 0 if
Australians
like me.
will definitely know.
Don't clarify it yet. Because I don't know. I have no clue.
What your favorite lunch meat is?
No, what you meant.
That's just a Straz.
Look at the zeros. No one has any clue what you're talking about.
Well, really?
I'm Aussie and 0.
Whoa.
Yeah. So, Atlas, I will never trust you again.
The Raider knows. I think Straz is a thing.
Oh, we got some people. Okay, so YouTube chat actually
YouTube
does
chat
know.
knows?
Well,
the fourth dimensional says he knows twice.
Well,
I don't even know how that works.
They're also typing 3 and 4, so I'm just thinking that YouTube chat might be a little bit more comically inclined, whereas Twitch chat is being upfront and
Wait,
honest
maybe I
about
could
this.
just maybe because I've either lost my mind, or it's just something that not very many other people know.
So
it's Strasbourg or sausage, I think.
Strasbourg, like the city.
No.
The city in Europe,
in France. Yeah. No, it's not. I think
it's no. Okay.
Oh my god!
So
I think it is a sausage, but
it's
I
probably
can't find
turkey.
it on Google.
Probably turkey. I really like turkey or chicken, a little bit more lean. When it comes to my actual favorite sandwich, it'd be peanut butter and hagelslag. And what that is, you have to wait because I'm not going to explain until we get back.
That's true. We are going to go to a short break. Well, it might be a longer break. But when we come back, I'm going to find out what the heck Straz is because my mum did buy it for me to put in a sandwich. And we'll let you know about that. And we'll get into our second series of the night. We'll see you there.
야 좋은데? 말해봐.
막 정글 안 보여 그런 거 정글 먼저 좀 해봐.
정원아 나 이거 먹고 갱갈게.
야 살짝 풀게 살짝 풀게.
정원아 살짝 볼게 이거.
아니 그런 살짝 풀게 좋은데. 다시 말해봐. 35분에 세전이 궁 던지는.
야 살려볼게.
야 들리냐? 들려?
들려. 나 들려?
들려.
어떻게인데? 야 근데 이거 100개 쏘면 몇 개 커? 원래 이래. 이 정도야? 오히려 좋은데? 집중 잘 되는데?
파이팅 노이즈는 원래 크게 해야지 적팀이 못 들으니까. 나 들리나 이거? 와 이거 소리가 지린다 그냥. 승명 말해봐요.
싫어요.
와 잘 들리긴 하네. 정한이 형?
들려?
네 들려요. 밀혁이 형? 태형. 뭐야 잘 들리긴 하네. 대근아 말해봐. 시끄러. 시끄러 잘 들리긴 해. 짜증나네.
얘들아 좋은데?
좋네.
웃긴 게 이렇게 세 명이 따라하는 게 웃기다. 뭐가 그리 웃기노? 오케이 있다.
왼쪽 자석 가봐.
왜?
자석 왼쪽에 저 딸을 낳는 사람 있잖아. 배영준, 하이티 그렇게 세.
진짜? 이 친구야?
너 티켓 펴줬어?
아니.
이런 거 몰래 와야 감동인 건.
근데 찐친이네. 인사했어?
그치? 나 바꿔준다.
형들이 박수한다.
선민우가.
정준 말해봐.
미드.
순경 말해봐.
비슷함 너플.
야 너 나와. 너 리신 1대1 되잖아. 카던스.
A few moments later.
안 맞으면서 무빙한 척 레전드.
야 다시.
아니 너는
집중해.
아니 무빙을 병쪽으로 쓰냐?
문도 박사 내가 설하는데 이건.
아니야 견문색 패기.
정윤이 형 1대1 하자.
오케이.
이거 왜 맞아? 야
영어가 아쉬운데?
아니 동현이 개 잘하는데?
아니 저거. 이렇게 잘해. 정준 그냥 내 발바닥으로 닦았는데.
그래 1대1인데.
뭐야 방금 왜 서는데?
이거 어떤데?
졌다.
와,
이거는.
나
졌다. 이거 이게 진다고?
네.
전자기기. 예뻤다. 지금 뭐 하는 시간이에요? 그래요?
제대로 잡았다가 그거 한 방으로 뒤집을 수 있는 거예요.
브라운 입장에서는 이제 소규모 한타보다는 이제 5대 5.
오!
시공?
자 멀리서 아주 스턴이 좀 오래
시간
갑니다.
이러면
잡았습니다. 제 앞골 때 시원하게 우거 수가
보였나요?
혹시 애쉬도 아리
아리인가요?
아리를 노렸네요. 아리도 이럴 수가. 이래서 리플레이 봐야 됩니다. 이래서 리플레이 봐야 됩니다. 기회를 노리고 있는데요.
미드 지금 3렙
네.
차랍니다.
그렇죠. 그래서 들어옵니다. 자,
어떻게든 아트록스라도 일단
잡자.
잡고 있는 자.
그런데 잡았습니다. 그런데 이후 전투가 문제예요. 자, 페이스 전투. 자,
봐야 돼요, 봐야 돼요.
빠져야 돼요. 이러면 도망가야 될 것 같은데요.
라이트 포커싱이 안 돼서
라이트
그래
포커싱이
나가면 안 돼요. 체크빨리. 브라운 도망가야 돼요. 갑니다. 브라운이 광패되고 브라운만 믿으라고. 브라운 때문에 앞설 때릴 수도 없습니다. 속박 걸어주면서 너는 이미 죽고 있다. 다 쓸리는데요. 자, 잡기 직전 이렇게
다
들어갔는데요.
쓸리는데요.
트리플 킬. 아니 애쉬 트리플 킬이요? 이제 나왔네요. 이게 첫 킬이었어요.
애쉬가 트리플 킬이요?
바로 한 방에 죽을 수 있어요.
그래서 이걸 나 혼자 어떻게 막아?
그렇죠.
나오거든요.
그 친구 차이가 나고 있습니다.
예,
그런데
그런데다가
돼요. 예.
비에고도 계속 지금
이렇게
강력히
이렇게 오히려 근데 이거 자 결국은 안 됐고 자 여기서 와 이 와중에 진짜 묶어서
카밀.
자 일단
카밀
뒤로 왔는데 그러면 여기 설마
노플.
여기서 가기 애매하면
약간 애매한 것 같은데요. 라이즈
멀잖아요.
멀잖아요. 라이즈 멀잖아요.
잡으러 들어갑니다.
이러면은
자 폴리스 블루
바로 이겨야 되는데요.
설마 여기서 캐리 천공세
아지라.
자 여기서 슈퍼도 리브 샌드박스 여기서 이렇게 와 이게 이럴 수가 다 되는데 이걸 알바고요.
드래곤 싸움 어떡할래? DRX가 얘기할 수 있죠 이제.
자 그래서 슬슬 모이나요? 자 먼저 모여있는 쪽은 농심입니다. 저 위치 보고 텔까지 들어옵니다.
이거 아지로 포커싱 내야 될거 이거는
들어왔어.
제리가 일단
자 이런 뒤로 빠지면서 사운드 올렸습니다.
싸운다 위험 싸운다 죽었.
자 여기서 유미가 멀었고. 야 여기까지. 왼쪽은 득점.
듀얼엑스가 피드백이 진짜 제대로 돼서
그렇죠. 지금 과감하게 확 밀고 나온 플레이가 굉장히 좋았어요. 드래곤.
네.
드래곤 마무리.
자 결국 허락되는 분위기인가요?
근데 이거 농심도 진짜 싸우고 싶어하는 것 같은데.
자 들어가서 저기서 앞에서 그런데
카사딘 녹았어요.
납치 성공.
그러게요. 카사딘이 바로 죽었대요.
네 벽을 넘겨버렸거든요. 지금 미하이.
이후에
어디까지?
지우가
어디까지?
지우가 지래요.
나는 궁이 있긴 있거든요.
네.
나는 궁이 있어요.
와 대피했죠 지우.
다시 한번 흡수.
자 이러면
지금까지.
와 이거
농심 레드 포스.
농심랜 버스.
이제로까지.
아니 이게 이렇게 되나요?
이게 이렇게 된 게 맞나요? 자 크산테가 모든 걸 또 만들어주고 있습니다.
아니 이게 이렇게 된 게
야,
아니었는데
네.
BRS 입장에서는 아니 이게 무슨 일입니까?
네, 정말 많은 분들이 아니라는 말이 붙을 수밖에 없.
그렇죠. 그러면은 용은 하나 생긴 거죠.
네, 오히려 용까지 좀 빠르게 가는 이런 그림처럼 그려주고 있습니다. 자 사일러스, 자 라칸의 궁을 뺏어왔고요. 자 들어가서 이거 하나요? 자 여기서
총공세 아주 거기 예쁘게 넘어가진 않았어요.
자 이런 루터, 자 같이 쓰고 있습니다.
사이러스 라칸공 대박 났고요.
자 그러면 여기서 캐스팅이 뭐가 있을까요?
제리가
그렇죠. 루어가 계속 때문에.
네.
제리가 딜각이 나오거든요.
우리 월급 포함 마지막 기반. 이러면 여기서
월급 포함.
아 이거 다른 경우 접어놓고.
이걸 개막전 첫날에 보여줍니다. 루어의 제리.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Challenger Spring 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronicler here for the second series of the evening, where T1 will be taking on Nongshim Red Force. Indeed, those are the Korean casters once again showing up on screen just for half a second before you come over to us and get ready to enjoy what is going to be potentially a relatively competitive match. Now, Chronicler, you were saying the Nongshim Challenger roster is pretty good.
Well, yeah, based on what we've seen. I don't actually know that much about them because, of course, the entirety, in case you missed it, of Nongshim has been called up to the LCK. That's where they are right now. Are they doing great? Not so much, but we love them nonetheless. They're a very lovable team with a lot of shenanigans, very interesting characters on there. And as expected, they are struggling a little bit in a league with a much higher level of competition. But that also means that this new team brings new opportunities. But what we've seen from them so far, I think they are showcasing some of the hallmarks of a good challengers team, which is just great hands and a little bit of cohesion in team fights. That's that's all you need. You need to be able to match in lane, and then you need to know how to handle yourself in team fights. And that so far they've been able to. Took a single game off of D plus Kia as well, as you actually pointed out just before we got going. And that in of itself, I think, is pretty impressive.
No, absolutely. We didn't actually, I don't believe that one was broadcast, that particular
probably
game.
Probably co-streams.
It was probably the co-streamed one. Of course, Challenger is run broadcasted for the first 2 days on Monday and Tuesday, and then Wednesday and Thursday is going to be the co-streamed version. And we are unable to bring that to you, as all of us are commentating the LCK at that time. So, you know, it's just one of those things. If we could clone ourselves and do Challenger at the same time, you bet we would. But we can't because they haven't invented that technology for us just yet. Let's have a look at the standings here as D plus Kia, Harma Life Esports, and KT all sitting at 5 points with only 1 game loss to their name. T1, they could get to +6 with a 2-0 here tonight up against Nongshim Red Force. And we'll see whether they can do that.
And it is actually, in my expectations, one of the closer matches. The earlier match today was a blowout, pretty much. D plus made 2 mistakes at large that actually cost them anything, and outside of that were very much the overbearing, older brother that just, no, you're not going to get to play the game. This is not allowed. We've been in Challenger for a year now. No, not happening, unfortunately, for Gen.G. They were unable to match. And for T1 specifically, they have a very similar formula like they had last year, which is they have a couple of really experienced players, Forrest and Bay. Bay obviously the most, but Forrest has been playing in Challengers for quite a while as well. And then you can also count Bout as one of the players that is definitely more experienced just because he has been Challengers last year as well. And then we have Dahl and Smash. And both these two players, Smash in particular, I think, very much we are developing new talent, and they are really good type of players. So really surrounding them with people that can teach them to use their brain, but their hands are already quite good.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to seeing how this team develops over the year as well, because I think that there is a certain thing to be said for having Bay on the roster and being able to add that more veteran voice that has been around the traps for quite some time. Of course, known as a set mid player all those years ago in the LCK, then moved over to the PCS and is now back in Challenger. But was never really one of those players that you're really excited about. On the other hand, though, Mihail, definitely a player that we're excited about, because like in our previous series that we were discussing people named after stuff, I believe Mihail named after a Maple Story character or something.
Yeah, didn't we land on Mihail?
Mihail.
Mihail.
Mihail. Yeah.
Mihail.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah. Well, he's
anyway,
saying Mihail. It sounded more Hebrew than I can personally speak.
Oh.
As overall,
oh my God.
What, in terms of pronunciation?
Yeah. Well, now we've got, once again, Sounder is back. This guy impressed us in his debut game. Just going to try and move right past that if we can. Call Me is going to be in the mid lane. Sorry about the Kylie Rae Jepsen references. They will happen. Jiwoo and HH. Or
Maybe we just call him Haha.
Yeah, I think Haha sounds great.
At this point, I would be more than happy to, as
you could just call him H, just H, or double H. I think double H is better.
Just H?
Double H? I think I like double H.
I said this last time we casted this team, and you gave me a lot of flack, and you didn't want to do it.
I wanted to call him her.
I didn't personally appreciate it.
It was a 3 best of 3 day. You know, you got to bear with us just a little bit here. As the key position is going to be Smash versus Jiwoo, and you've been singing Jiwoo's praises a little bit, haven't you? With the fact that this guy was playing on that the championship Nongshim roster, if I remember correctly, has now been replaced by Vital, who made his way back onto the team and is now up against Smash. Here is Jiwoo.
And Jiwoo was able to fail the Shoes of Vital, which in of itself, very strong player. If you just watch LCK, might not feel that way, but I guarantee you that with the right team, we've actually seen him shine. Was very good in the LJL as well when he played there on Sengoku. Now, Smash is a very, very cool player. As far as I have been told, I don't watch Academy myself because I am already in a severe lack of time, but is a player that has done exceptionally well in Academy, is a definitely exciting prospect. It's also one of the first prospects in a while that actually has been part of the T1 ecosystem. Players like Photon, for example, are not really part of that. They played on T1 Challengers last year, both Photon and Toland, but then those players before played on the Sandbox, and before that, Photon, for example, came from what was actually Gen.G, where he was scouted originally. So Smash won from the same pipeline as players like Gumayushi and Zeus, which are definitely names that if you watch any League of Legends in the last year, you will know.
Yeah, they're pretty good. Good old League of Legends. Smash seeming to be able to at least work up to that, and has had a decent debut so far. And I think this is actually going to be a pretty decent test. So far, the road for T1 hasn't been too rocky as far as their opposition are concerned. We'll see whether Nongshim can give them a rough time here, or whether we're once again just going to have like the full salty run back to back exactly the same game, which I very much hope we don't have. That was what we experienced in our very first match here in Challenger. Didn't work out so well for Gen.G, as D+ Kia did manage to take that 2-0.
It was a toughie watching it the first time, and then the second time, I'd say it was better. I had a little bit more peace with it. We already knew what was going to happen anyway, so there was no issue there. Everything was set in stone.
Yeah, I think that made it worse for me.
Really?
Yeah.
How so?
Well, just because, I mean, there's plenty of stuff for us to talk about, but if we had to talk specifically about the game, it made things more difficult, I thought. Because, you know, we kind of already said everything.
Well, it was a very different game in terms of how it played out, so I don't know what you're talking about. I would never complain,
I mean, the way that I saw it was D+ played well early, then threw their lead, then got their lead back and won the game. I think that explains both games.
You guys can't see my facial expression, but that's what is making Atlas giggle, because I am indeed having to maybe cave a little in regards to my assessment of the game. But
I've been tasked with banning certain champions, so I have to ban Lucian and Zeri.
Okay.
On request.
Server-wide.
Gatoran told me that that's what I have to do. I believe there was also a Gnar that I was told to take away. A few others that I'm supposed to get rid of. So.
I thought that it was your responsibility to remind everyone that we are playing challengers. This is not the main LCK teams have not been fired. This is not a new.
Wait, are you saying that Faker's not playing today?
No, he's not. In fact, I'm sorry to say, Atlas, it's not happening.
Is he playing on Saturday?
I don't know from the top of my head.
Yes, he is. It's the Saturday Showdown. Don't miss it.
Oh my god, of course. It's the T1 D+ one.
It is. It's going to be a big one. That is going to be an absolute
how does
banger.
he know? And I'm like, of course he knew. As we cannot give you Faker. Faker is playing on Saturday for sure, and there's one other day somewhere throughout the week when T1 plays in the LCK. This is Challengers. We do things a little differently here. We actually interact with chat. Everyone has to be nice. Right now, we can't ban you just yet, but we will be able to at some point, hopefully. And if you're not nice now, we are gonna remember you. We know both chats. We can read. We know everything.
And Faker, by the way, has not retired and does not work at Chovi's camel farm in New Zealand, okay? Gatoran is definitely just trying to send you down a wild goose chase or wild camel chase or something like that. So don't.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Yep.
Jort, I see you calling us clowns. As soon as I can, banned.
Yeah, see, we would. But, oh, I also do need to finish off our conversation about
After
sandwich
draft.
meat.
And-
But we'll do that after draft.
And
won't
what the peanut butter and hagelslag is.
we? Something like that. There's something
We'll
in
get to it
Chronicler's throat. I'm going to take over. Let's get into the draft here. T1 on the blue side to start things off. The cat has been banned, so at least I did manage to do that one. Caitlyn and Ash taken off the board, as well as Sejuani. So 50% of the bans so far.
Costing too much lead,
50% of the bans are Freljordian in nature. And I think my mouth was just preparing to say Freljordian, which can be difficult, and I instead decided to butcher Sejuani.
It's a tough word. I get it. I respect it. As Ryze is banned this time around, Varus still open, Heimerdinger still open as well. Heimer has been ignored more than I think he should be. It is as much as an auto win in terms of laning phase that you're going to get. Also, okay, well now you have to. If you don't first pick Heimer as T1, I will be sad because Heimer is...
It'll be Nami though, won't it? I feel like I just have I have a Nami feeling. I don't know.
I don't think you can get away with Lucian Nami into any Heimer lane.
Oh, this would be even better though.
They're not blinding Draven, Atlas. It's not
okay,
happening.
it's Maokai instead, so they're going to send the onus over towards Nongshim.
So ideally, we see the Heimerdinger pick up here, and then you can hold off. You can just pick Heimerdinger Varus, and I think you're extremely happy. You can also eschew whatever we have learned over drafts and the last couple of days, and look, Cassante and Zeri. So the champions are the same. The order is very different, and okay, well, I guess we just ignore that Heimerdinger is a champion that exists and automatically wins a lot of lanes.
So what I said kind of eventually came true, but it didn't, as Lulu is going to be picked up. So Heimerdinger is just not as strong as Chronicler has said. He is. He's new to this. So.
They banned Karma as well. Why would you ban Karma and then give over Lucian? I am very confused.
I can tell. It's okay. We'll keep it together. We'll keep it together, and everything will be fine. Lee Sin going to be banned away from Sounder. I believe we actually casted his first game of it. He's played 3 so far here in Challenger. So just getting rid of some comfort for him. Can go towards something else a little bit more early game, a little bit more ganky if the Elise is left up. We'll see whether they do actually decide to do that, as Wukong is going to be taken away instead. So first pick out of the gate here. I would like to see Call Me with a bit of counterpick agency, so a jungler would be great.
Same.
As, alright, this would be definitely different. Tree versus tree?
We can get into that once it actually locks in, because I'm pretty sure we're getting pranked.
Yeah, it's definitely not happening.
Seems like the most likely one based on priority that we've had thus far. I don't like Jarvan into what is already available here for T1. I think getting a high level of impact into Lucian in general is hard. Nami makes your life very miserable as well. Obviously, in terms of ganks, when she doesn't have Flash available, she's an easy target, but there is still Wave and Bubble. And if they now pick Azir, then you're trying to play a hard engaged champion into Maokai and Azir and Nami, and I don't think that's going to work very well. So,
but, okay, so yes, everything that you've said, absolutely correct.
No.
But the best thing is that we haven't seen Jarvan all that much recently, so it's kind of new. I'm into it.
It's a new champion?
Yeah. This isn't. This is Victor. Ha ha ha. But it is the first time that Call Me's played it, if it is going to be locked in, so that's kind of cool, isn't it?
I am not one for relentless negativity. I prefer not to speak when I want to be negative.
Oh dear. Does that mean that solo cast incoming? Oh god, he's done. It's over. Well, here I am, just Atlas with you guys. Thankfully, I have the beautiful YouTube chat and Twitch chat here by my side. And we can have a great chat about it. Astro Nautilus talking about Jarvan Giga Chad. Everything's just amazing. Jarvan, the best champion that we've seen so far in this particular draft. Everything else we've seen a billion times throughout the last couple of weeks. And so I'm just excited to see Sounder make some impact on the Demacian Prince himself. Because I think that bounce life is just going to be really hard. That's about all he's going to achieve here.
I don't see the Jarvan angle. The Jarvan and Victor combined I actually think are quite strong. I don't mind that combination specifically. I think in terms of team fighting it can do a lot. If this was a Varus lane, I would be completely okay with this. But it's Lucian, so Lucian doesn't care about you locking him in. Azir doesn't care. On the contrary, probably doesn't mind at all.
No.
Has multiple ways of dealing with it. Maokai is self-explanatory. Don't want to lock him down. Doesn't really do anything. And then Jax also doesn't care, so you don't really have any champion. That mine's getting taken down by Jarvan, so I think for Nongshim, it really is an uphill battle here. I don't know if they're able to get a lot of priority due to that draft as well. Left the Heimer. That could have given them maybe a bit of an angle in the bot side of the map. So overall, T1 to me, very clearly the favorite here in terms of drafting, but it's Challenger, so none of that matters. All that matters is how we play it out.
Absolutely. And yes, Astro Nautilus, Lucian can dash out of a Jarvan ult. So indeed, it does mean the only champion that you can reliably lock down is going to be the Nami. If you've got some more enemies around, so you know, theoretically, Maokai could just twisted advance his way to somebody else and get himself out of a Cataclysm. So, the Jarvan, going to be a difficult pick to make work. However, Sounder has shown that he can really make stuff happen. And we all know that Jarvan, if he can just get around the map from level 2 onward and start doing some ganks, he can really affect some lanes. So, we'll just have to see. Because I think that if he doesn't, the game could just kind of fall apart for Nongshim. But let's find out as we rock out, as we get into the first game. Wow, that was a really, really fast rock out
They
session.
keep getting shorter.
Whew. Man, I've got a little bit of a headache because I think I got whiplash because I had to stop headbanging so quickly.
Don't do that. It's bad for your neck.
I know. I just wanted to rock out for a
Careful,
little bit
we
longer.
care about you.
Oh, thanks, man.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
If you drop out, LCK is immediately doomed. None of us can leave.
Well, no,
We're all locked in there.
LCK's not doomed. Valdez is doomed. It's just completely wrecked forever. I would never do that to you, Valdez, if you are indeed watching. I'll be here forever. Smash and Bout just chilling out in the river. Everybody else kind of doing the same.
I don't
Double H
usually
just making his way down.
break that easily, but every time I see Chovy's camel farm in New Zealand, I just lose it. Oh, actually, Dull, do have to mind here, or mention here, going for the Ghost and Lethal Tempo. His level 1 is nuts.
Yeah, that actually looks really, really
Last
scary.
time we saw it, it was Humble Life King, who then promptly ran into the enemy jungle by himself and won. Forced a flash of the opposing jungler, which at the time was Willer in the Live Sandbox match. Not going to be the case here.
Ooh, and we've got Fisherman. Fisherman Jax as well, definitely on theme. Very, very happy with that. It was either Fisherman Jax or Pax Jax. It's a similar yellow, but I'm pretty sure it was Fisherman.
So, let's get to the question on everyone's mind, Atlas.
Okay, so
what were you talking about previously when you were talking about your favorite lunch meal?
Yeah, so let's provide a little bit of context here, otherwise it's going to sound a little bit weird to just immediately non sequitur to this subject. There was a question posed in chat asking what was our favorite sandwich meat, and you said something sensible like turkey.
It was turkey. Oh, the level 2 gank, a Jarvan staple, but they boarded because they are aware that Jarvan loves to gank level 2, and unfortunately for Sounda, he was spotted. Entire bot side is lit up, and he will not be able to do anything.
Yep. Anyway, back to sandwich meat. So yours was turkey, and mine, I said, was Straz. And Straz, I thought was an Australian thing, but Australians in chat all didn't know what the heck I was talking about. Apparently, it is Strasbourg sausage, which is probably sausage that did originate from the French city of Strasbourg. I think Strasbourg was in France. I think that's something that we learnt while I was trying to Google a thing that I thought was normal, but wasn't actually normal. And that's what I used to have in my sandwiches back at home in Australia. So it was actually correct. Yeah, Rockhopper, I'm sorry, mate. Yeah, didn't mean to put that down as an Australian thing. It's apparently just an Atlas thing.
Is this live? No, we are in fact not live. This is a, depending on who you ask, either pre-recorded or it's an AI. We haven't really.
Is that
been
Ahmed
able to
official
find out.
coming in with that one? Yes, this is in fact not live. We just managed to time talking about a theoretical question that you may pose in the future on the VOD. Isn't that incredible? We have skills.
Oh, thank you for asking, chat. Soup is indeed my favorite first meal of the day.
Ooh,
I really
Vegemite or
appreciate
Mighty
you.
Mite? That's an interesting
No,
question.
not
And it's
Vegemite.
Vegemite. Vegemite's the
No.
only answer.
No.
What about Marmite? Did you have Marmite when you were living in London?
Yeah, I didn't care for it particularly, personally.
I remember my aunt and uncle used to buy Marmite instead of Vegemite. And I didn't realize that they were like going against our national symbol of brown
I
spread.
don't particularly care for either. So going back to what I had,
Yeah.
my favorite bread topping is pindakaas, which is peanut butter, although in Dutch it's peanut cheese. Because we
Peanut
actually
cheese?
Yes, because we actually have some pretty stringent laws regarding what can be called butter.
Oh.
So it's not allowed to be called butter. The Dutch dairy industrial
dairy
complex,
authority?
the dairy lobby apparently has a lot of power. So
You like a dairy mafia over there or something?
supposedly back in the day. So back when peanut butter came around, that was something that was big, and then topped with hagelslag, which is Dutch for chocolate sprinkles.
Oh, sounds
Yeah.
delicious. So that's like Reese's Pieces, but fully Dutch.
Yeah, basically.
Absolutely amazing. I didn't know what Reese's Pieces were until I was
they're
like
so good.
20 or something.
He's
'Cause it was-
waiting.
Yeah, Sounder is really biding his time, for better or worse
He
right
got
now.
spotted
More
again.
wards.
Oh god, his life is just tough.
It is not. It's not an overly successful ganking lifestyle that Sounder has put together right now.
It's not at all. And then post level 6, he's going to be stuck being Jarvan into the T1 team comp, whereas Forest has gone for a more sensible choice. Is an overpowered tree that follows overpowered little kitties in pajamas.
Fair bit of damage onto Double H there as Jiwoo trying to go aggressive here. The bubble going to be avoided as the jungler's going to do battle as well. Sounder forced to run away yet again. Feels like it's been his entire thing. As False Angel, absolutely. Peanut butter and honey, one of my personal favorites. Used to have it all the time. Just brilliant. Anyway, in the mid lane, bit of aggression onto Call Me there. As you can see, Bay is putting on a fair bit of pressure in the mid lane. T1 able to enter the river very comfortably. And it's going to mean that just in general, the amount of control of the game is going to be largely on T1's side. Control going down here. And yet again, the shutdown continues.
I do want to highlight that what Sounder is trying to do is actually the right call, right? Like he's been looking for ganks starting at level 2. And for the first 5-6 minutes of the game, he's been continuously moving around, trying to find angles. But unfortunately for him, T1 has been pretty diligent about their vision control. Additionally, the setup in mid sucks. Victor is just not good at setting up ganks, especially not this early on, especially not against the Zir. So there's not that much he can do in that regard. And really, no lane has good setup for Jarvan. So you're a Jarvan that needs to get off early ganks, but none of your lanes have good setup for early ganks, so you're really relying on your opponent going in very deep. But every time they do shove up and they do use they do get priority, then T1 has a lot of coverage. So it's over, and here again, look, he's getting tracked at every point. They've been aware of where
There's just
Sounder
wards
is.
all over this map. That's the problem.
There's wards, there's saplings, right? And he can't really get anything done, and it's not like the Jarvan is immediately unplayable. But I do think that it's going to be extremely hard for Nongshim to get full value out of this pick, given the current game state, as we go into the team fights. I think Maokai just provides so much more than a Jarvan does with how strong the pick is right now.
Oh, yeah.
And into the comp that T1 has as well. There is combinations of champions, like I mentioned. If this is Varus and Victor for T1, it really changes the equation of how much value do you get out of it. But that's not the case. So it is what I assume, call that has been made to protect Sounder, and maybe he's a very avid Jarvan player. Researching these players is hard because, again, they are very young and have not played a ton of competitive yet.
Yeah, and also maybe they just wanted to have a little bit more agency in the early game, right? And Jarvan is always going to be able to do that. You're going to have a bit more ganking control and counter-ganking control at your disposal. But to bring it back to you know, the issues at hand,
Oh, we're talking about fries now.
and also fairy bread. Do you know what fairy bread is?
That's just bread with sprinkles, right?
Yeah, absolutely it is.
Yeah.
I think it was a bit of an Aussie thing.
Yeah, it's just boterham of hagelslag.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's exactly. You took the words right out of my. I'd never say that.
Yeah.
As there's the flash twisted advance to come forward here as the tidal wave doesn't really do too much. Double H running for the hills as the flash comes in, but Jiwoo stands his ground. It was kind of beautiful what he did just there. Is now Sounder making his way in. The autos are going to come through, and that is first blood for the Zeri. Bout trying to turn it, does manage to take the Zeri down, but it's still a double kill. My goodness.
I think it was the minions that actually picked up the kill there. A double kill. Jiwoo absolutely cracked there. Want to see a replay because I did not expect them, and neither did T1 clearly, to get that much damage out of this gank. So looking like a nice opportunity. You have the lockdown, but unfortunately, thanks to the movement on Lulu and the fact that Jiwoo tanks like half a calling here, has barrier, plus a Lulu shield, plus has a very big ultimate, is just able to gun down multiple people. And then here, minion auto attacks, I guess, going what was actually a very last killing blow there. And as a result,
Oh my god!
they have a 1k gold lead on a Zeri.
With a shield bow!
Yeah.
Already completed.
Level 7 with a shield bow, 10 minutes in.
My god.
As we were saying earlier, nothing really matters when it comes to draft,
Yeah.
when it comes to challengers. And moments like this make you realize, okay, that's how Nongshim won. Even though Vital left them to go to the LGL last time around.
Yeah, Jiwoo is... Yeah, this is the really scary thing for any T1 Challenger fans, is that this is the wrong player to give a big advantage.
Because all these players, 100%.
Yeah, because Jiwoo is just A, the most experienced out of all of the players on this team, and B, pretty damn good. So very excited to see what he's going to be able to do with this advantage that he's picked up for the team. 1,000 gold, the lead after all of that.
Team Liquid Jiwoo next year. That one got me.
Oh no! What got me was Aussie Caviar being
No, I read it. I don't. No. I don't want to.
I love it. By the way, there was a question: crunchy or smooth peanut butter? The standard.
I like crunchy.
I'm a crunchy man too, and that's why I like peanut butter and honey, because generally crunchy peanut butter, if you get like the natural good stuff, it's less sweet.
Interestingly enough, I've had both American-style smooth peanut butter and Dutch style, and the Dutch is actually considerably less smooth. That I like.
Ah, okay.
I don't like smooth, as in like the Skippy type of.
Yeah, I like the natural peanut butter that's like, it just kind of looks like peanuts in peanut oil, pretty much.
It is.
Yeah.
Because that's what it is. Exactly. Yeah, you don't really need to add anything.
Yeah. And then you don't really need the word butter even in the title. It's just kind of peanuts, crushed peanuts, I guess you could call it. Anyway.
I guess. I don't think that sounds very appetizing, but you do you.
Speaking of sounding certain ways, Sounder is going to come down towards his bottom side, drops off the Rift Herald. Yeah, that was a pretty smooth segue, I thought, as the Aqua Prison is going to be dodged momentarily. Jiwoo collecting even more money and feeling fantastic about it. Sounder clearing out some vision, but not going to be able to get that last hit. A little bit of a shame there. As Call Me is maybe going to push this wave in. Do you think that we could finish like every sentence that we talk about Call Me in with maybe in some way?
I've been trying.
Yeah, me too. But I think
it really should speak to the experience of a caster that they can do that every time and make it sound very natural.
Well, we'll try to do it. You guys try not to notice, okay?
That is, the questions in chat get more and more crazy.
Kimchi cheese sandwich? That sounds amazing.
No.
Forrest not looking so amazing here. Sounder looking to try and get himself a knock-up.
He has ult.
Yeah, Double H coming forward as well. Bout will turn up Ebb and Flow to heal the tree once again.
No, I'm talking about a comment in the YouTube chat.
Oh, the YouTube chat, sorry.
Yeah. About Herald, which deeply disturbs me.
Someone's talking about hobbits. What do you... Whoa. Cardano.
As
I don't know about that one, buddy.
If you're a Twitch chatter, save yourself. from reading it as we haven't engaged.
All right, Nature's Grasp coming on forward there. Nice little catch onto Call Me in the back line as the Emperor's Divide is just massive. Double H goes down immediately and Jiwoo is going to get collapsed upon T1. Incredible team fighting, my goodness. Beige is coming in and salvaging the game.
Importantly here, Nongshim did get the Drake, but it's just an individual dragon. Doesn't end up meaning that much, and this is experienced mid laner Bay.
Oh
the
yeah.
international veteran of the roster. I can't believe I'm saying it, but it is factually true.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually had a really good international performance as well at MS.
Yeah. As unfortunately for T1, they were aware of where Bay was. They were, however, not ready for him to flash over, and the moment that the Azir is able to get the bot lane served up on a dinner plate, there's no way you're ever winning the fight, as Nongshim, your main lead, is indeed in Zeri, so being forced to fight when she's already taken down is a big disaster.
I got distracted, I'm so sorry. Just because I saw the weirdest question in chat.
Okay, hit
Do
me.
you put the milk or cereal in first?
Well, that's not weird, that's very classic.
Is
It's
it
a classic
though?
question.
I
Yeah,
haven't heard that one
cereal,
before.
It's cereal first.
I mean, yeah, but who would ever put milk first? That's crazy.
Well, we are not being judgmental on the Challenger broadcast, Atlas. You know, our one core tenet.
I can't believe I haven't seen that. Milk first? What? Plumpst, really?
We are not judging people, Atlas. That's not why we're here.
Whoa, that's mind-blowing. I didn't even know that that was a thing. Wow, that's really, really
You
cool.
spend so much time on the internet.
I know. I feel like I've really dropped the ball on this one.
How have you dodged this for
I don't know.
some 30 odd years?
Well, maybe I've seen it before. I've just tried my very best to forget that that was ever a thing that people don't do the same as me or something. I don't know. Maybe I feel really strongly about this.
So currently we
like subconsciously.
we have Twitch talking about cereal, whereas on the other end YouTube is still stuck
On the taste of shellfish on Summoner's Rift.
Oh, I love that we have two very different communities with a different approach to
I
what
know.
constitutes a nice night of challenges.
Wills, it's going
that is
fantastically well.
heartwarming to me.
I know, it's a beautiful time. It's a beautiful time. Yeah. And in the meantime, we do have Nongshim with a slight gold advantage. They've got themselves that Herald crash towards the bottom side, which really has helped them continue a lead. Chronically just smashed his knee into the desk so extraordinarily hard. I'm actually worried you guys heard it.
It hurt a lot.
Yeah, it sounded like it did. Are you going to be okay?
No, it actually hurt a lot. I had to stifle a shriek of pain. But
Yeah.
I will be okay.
Once we get the ambulance here, he will be absolutely fine. As
I apologize.
Sounder is going to run the sapling into Double H. That's a feels bad.
And overall, we are not really hitting the pace of Peak Challenger, although generally they do tend to wait a little bit before Insanity truly arrives, as Sounder does have his Radiant Virtue finished. In general, the one-item spikes for Nongshim are quite strong here. We look for an angle.
Yeah, he's looking pretty aggressive right now, as Mihail not going to be in too much trouble right now. Jiwoo just dashing around, does have that ultimate activated, I believe. Thought I saw it.
He did.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still active.
Yeah,
So
there
we
it
go.
goes.
I got pranked by that once as well.
Yeah, the big zoom out means that it's harder to see the differences in Zeri. Anyway, very even otherwise, and T1 will grab control of this Herald, so should be able to pull ahead at the end of this, you have to imagine.
The problem that we're witnessing here for Nongshim is that ideally you want Jarvan to engage. However, if Jarvan engages here, no one really gets to follow him besides Miao, and even if he does, just the two of them aren't really going to do anything, and the rest of Nongshim really needs to respect the short-range threat that a lot of the other characters from T1 have. So generally, Sounder now is stuck waiting to get engaged on, and then he flag and drags away, and then that's the start of every fight. That's happened like 3 times now, and
Yeah.
it again really highlights that draft, especially in Challenger, doesn't always mean that much. But certain champions need a good environment for them to really do something, unless they're overtuned, right? There's been times where Jarvan is just insanely strong in general. If either level 2 ganks are really good, if a lot of immobile AD carries are strong, sometimes his passive is overtuned, right? So he wins a lot of early duels, and then you can use the early spike from that to get your way around some objectives or force some fights, and that's all fine. But that's not really the case right now, and you really need, in cases like that, to have a pick actually work out. I am not reading chat right now, but Atlas is aggressively giggling
Sorry,
as the Drake is taken.
I shouldn't have glanced. That is too great. 2 Drakes being picked up here for Nongshim. The comment was chronically eat cereal with soup instead of milk, and it just got me. Mahile tanking a whole lot underneath this turret right now, as Shirley wasn't quite able to finish the outer turret in mid lane, but it is still very, very low. Should be just a matter of moments before T1 can get down there. Polo Shirt also had like the most ridiculous thing that he said as well, and that also broke me.
So I don't eat. I just eat my
Oh,
cereal.
it's Jeff Soul!
Like a normal person with water.
With what?
I'm kidding. You should have seen your face.
You know, I've got strong feelings about how you build cereal, okay?
Oh, I could never. I could never.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well, now we've got a fully irrelevant Soul, which Nongshim fans probably pretty upset about, because they've done pretty well stacking up a couple so far in this game. You know, just a bit of tenacity and this, that, and whatever. That'll be fine.
I do got to agree that glancing over at the YouTube chat every now and then does fill me with worry and a mild sense of dread. Yes. Some of the questions that are being posed there are not fit for a casting mind. I need to keep my head in the game. You take the responsibility as they go in.
Yeah, indeed. Forest taking a lot of damage. There's the Cataclysm, the value of the Jarvan, just extraordinary as Jiwoo's just flashing on top of Smash. Does so in order to avoid the Aqua Prison, but Smash does flash his way out of there.
He got slowed down by a sapling, so he couldn't chase anymore.
Oh, it's a bit sad. Little bit sad. A little bit of extra damage being done by Smash in that one, but Jiwoo is still a force to be reckoned with. Not a lot of flashes remain on either side of the rift, outside of the mid laners, who are the only ones that are acting somewhat sensible at this point of time in the game.
I'm going to call not worth for Nongshim, mostly off of the fact that Jiwoo, Sounda, and Double H both use their flashes, whereas for T1 the only flash that really matters is Forest's. As Lucian, you have so much building mobility that obviously it's still better to have it, but you're not fully relying on it. This is Forest, as we have seen at his worst. One of the more flippy players that we have within Challengers, as very nicely done there by Jiwoo, but unfortunately not able to chase at all. Thanks to the sapling in general, hard to chase down Nami and Lucian once they've actually made their way over. Runans now also done here for Jiwoo, so 2 item spikes are starting to come through.
I really like that build too, the Runans into Quick Blades build.
Yeah, although we are seeing the Vamp Scepter, so...
Oh, we have seen Bloodthirster with this build as well. We saw that yesterday.
Wouldn't mind. Considering the fist fight we have in Challengers.
And also not a lot of range necessarily on either side, I guess. So just being able to stay in there and go ham sounds real good. Cuz Zupa Dupas were the best. Huge fan. Very happy.
No idea what you're talking
people
about.
saying fizzy drink, Polo Shirt, giving away his Australianness, or their Australianness. For $1. Oh my goodness, also giving your age away there a little bit as well. Unless you went to a pretty, you know, like super value orientated school. Well, snack? Oh my god.
I have no idea
Quethanadolia? Amazing.
I have no idea
Absolutely
what you're
amazing.
talking about. I'm going to try and focus on the game again.
Yeah,
As
okay, that's
Atlas,
probably a good idea.
I actually like this. I should not read anything that happens in chat because I think I'm a sensitive man. I'm a bit more affected than you are. So I'll leave it to you to keep the community interaction going.
I feel like because of the time
I'll look
zone,
at the video game.
there's probably more Australian people in chat than there are Dutch people, unfortunately. So I think it's just probably one of those things.
I'm sure there's plenty of Dutch people watching.
Are
Dutch
there?
people are great.
Sound off, Dutch folk. If you could. Han Solo's Greek.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
Greece has a pretty big and active League of Legends scene. I actually was pleasantly surprised
Ooh.
seeing some of the...
Leanback is
back when I was
Austrian,
still
and they have a
casting UM.
Vienna dialect. It comes close to Dutch. We've got
Nice.
someone almost... Wait. And Mac is Dutch. There we go.
There we go.
So,
Oh, yeah,
your people are here.
Every nationality is welcome in the Challengers chat as long as you're friendly. That's all we
absolutely.
ask.
Absolutely. Just thought
This
the
is
time
Jeff's
zone might
soul,
help.
so it doesn't actually matter. What matters is who wins the team fight and is then able to get towards the Baron.
All right.
Keep that in mind as this fight kicks off.
And it's Soul Point. Colmy making his way on a relative flank. Mihail trying to get in there into the back as Dal and him are going to start fighting. In the meantime, Nature's Grasp comes forward. That is going to be Soul Point denied, but can Dal get out of there? The answer is yes. He does have access to the leap strike. Smash has to dash away, takes Chaos Storm to the face. You don't like that. It's generally painful. And Nongshim just going to have to sort of walk away with the tail between their legs. But don't lose too much. Still can fight for a potential Baron or something like that. No real blowout. In fact, no real change to the game state.
I'd argue very little. Yeah, there is, as mentioned previously, individual Drakes actually don't mind as much when it comes to the Jeff variety of dragons. Also, I don't remember whether this question was answered yesterday. How is it spelled? Have we landed on a spelling yet for Jeff? Because there's like 3 different ones.
J-E-F-F.
The easy one.
Yeah, because
Okay.
remember, Valdez named Jeff whilst in the chat. So
Well, I don't
he called him
remember-
Jeff, J-E-F-F.
Yeah, I don't actually remember how he typed it. I just remember you talking about Jeff, and I just kind of ran with it.
All right. Yeah, well, Valdez did spell it for us.
Thank you, Valdez.
G-J-E-F-F, says Cuz. Yep, that is
Cuz.
absolutely not what it is.
Opinion on getting one-tapped by a Gangplank barrel. Well, if you let Gangplank get to the late game and he can one-tap you, then either blame yourself or blame your team, depending on matchups and your jungler.
Yeah,
Because he should not be able to do that for free.
yeah, and if you enjoy it, I mean, I guess it's like to each their own, right? I think that it probably feels pretty bad.
I don't think that was implied.
What do you mean?
Don't think you enjoy playing against the 4-item person. If you are against it, if you're with it, it must feel great.
It depends what your goals are.
How does it depend, Atlas? Explain it to me.
What if you want to die as quickly as possible
Why?
in a League of Legends game?
Why?
I don't know.
No, why?
But I'm just sure that there is a reason why someone would want to do that at some point in their life.
Why? Give me a reason.
I don't know. It's not up to me. It's up to the person. I'm just saying,
Any,
freedom of choice.
any possible reason.
I don't know. There's almost a fight happening here. It's G by himself.
You're
standing
not
in front
getting
of
away
3
with
people.
this, Atlas. No, it's fine. I will let it go. I will not relentlessly haunt
Yeah,
you
what
for
about
one
getting
offhand
a really fast back to the beginning of the game and you get one shot by a barrel?
One shot by a barrel at the beginning of the game.
Oh, that would be a pretty strong gangplank at that point. All right, Bay clearing out a mini wave. Call me. Gonna maybe clear this one up and should do so pretty quickly. As Smash under the turret. Doing the same thing. The game somewhat slowing down here. 300 gold difference as...
oh, they know.
Oh, that was
I
that was
love
a
that.
swift claiming of vision.
They knew immediately, unfortunately. We
Kinda
do
liked
have
that they
double
stuck on
teleport
it.
available.
Wow, the Baron got really mad at Call Me. Felt it
But
had
everyone
reset.
else left.
No, I felt it had already reset. But no,
Baron has a long memory.
it
Like an
does.
elephant.
Apparently, whoa. What's... Now I'm sad.
Why?
I hope no one takes Baron this game.
Because
Elephants are beautiful, noble creatures.
They are.
Maybe Baron is too. Oh god, I didn't want to
We've
have
never
empathy for
considered
Baron.
that.
I didn't want to have empathy for Baron.
Maybe Baron is a really nice guy. You could
get-
possibly know.
He gets killed all the time while we're at work.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know, it's just sad.
I know.
Oh.
Yeah. But what are we going to do about it?
With
Fact of life,
Anadolia,
unfortunately.
that is not how you spell
They
Jeff.
are just taking Nash. It's
Yeah.
just going to be gone.
Well, Forrest is going to make his way
It's
in.
gone.
It's likely to be, could be a 50-50. He's boosted. He's gone real fast, and yeah, it's secured. The Jarvan does immediately fall down, but Dal's also in a whole lot of trouble. And Nongshim, I guess the strategy is walk up to Baron and take it as Bay picks up 3 with the Emperor's Divide and they all get mown down. All right, T1's answer to that is kill everyone. And I guess that works too.
That right there is the most challenger thing I have seen since yesterday, because yesterday there was a lot of challengering going on. But my god, Nongshim had the perfect heist. They gave up their Jarvan, who cares? They got Baron. They could have just sailed off into the sunset. You know, they could have raised their fist. We could have had, I forget the song at the end, the Breakfast Club. Don't you forget about me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one. I don't remember.
Well, doesn't matter. That could have been them, but instead they tried to hard force a 4v5 fight. It wasn't even a fight. I think they were just poking. And then Jiwoo gets tagged by a sapling again. And then they die. Because what happens here is this perfect situation, right? You get the Baron on 4 people. Doesn't get it on Jarvan, doesn't matter because Jarvan is never going to go solo anyway. And then because a few health bars are low...
Oh, Jiwoo.
Well, it's a team
Why though?
It's not just him, but it's definitely also him. As, unfortunately, that is your Baron power play now. Minus 2,500.
Love it. Love to see it. Absolutely amazing stuff. There is still 1 minute 20 on Colmey's Baron. We might be able to get something back. Starting with this turret. So there we go. So now it's closer to like 1.7. Something like that, I guess. 1.8. There we go. Double H. Gonna have to wild growth himself. That's gonna be dangerous times. Jet set radio for Jiwoo. Gets him over towards Dal as Mihail spotting the Fisherman. As now it looks like another inner turret may go down. This Baron power play is the weirdest thing ever because they're trying to find their way back from a terrible position of power play.
I don't even think power play is appropriate.
Weakness play, the
Yeah.
Baron weakness play, as, all right, Smash might just die. That Chaos Storm is doing, look at Bout, he's like, oh god, what am I doing here? Okay, inner turret, gonna take a fair bit of damage here. Sounder slowed down, that's a good tidal wave, but Mihail is very tanky. Q almost connects as the Nature's Grasp is going to come in, but he's able to unstoppable it just fine.
So one thing I do really like that we've seen Sounder do very consistently is being able to buffer his combo. Not relevant to the play, I just want to highlight it. He's been doing it a lot into the Maokai Nature's Grasp. Forrest also has gone for a very AP heavy build, which in this situation I'd actually prefer if he didn't and went for a tank build regardless, because Horizon
it looks
Focus
way more
now done.
fun though.
Yeah, and you also get a lot more first strike gold, but it also makes itemization a lot easier and effective for Nongshim, and it takes away from a lot of the damage of your Azir. Now, Azir's main job in the team fights has been just kind of shuffling people into a corridor and taking them down very efficiently afterwards, but I do think that there is not really a necessity for Forrest here to go for full damage, besides the fact that it feels good. And thus far, to me, the diminishing returns are pretty high on actually building full AP Maokai, because the saplings, the vision, and the slow that they provide to me is the biggest value regardless. Probably, as I say that, we're now going to see Soundna go to like, it's not too bad. I was afraid he was going to go down to reasonable, to like 50%. It's like, oh.
He does have a force of nature as well as his
point.
Nocturne, so yeah, you're right. It's going to be hard. But, you know, when the Maokai finishes his Death Cap and Void Staff, he's going to be doing so much damage. It'll be fine. That'll be really soon. As Sounder's going to be able to walk faster than the cat. What are your thoughts on calling Baron Sean? That was a suggestion.
I'd consider him more of a Steve.
Steve, really?
Yeah.
I think Sean is kind of cool, you know?
It's Baron Steve, you know? He's a Baron, but he's trying to get with the
He's
times.
a bit down to earth?
Yeah.
But why can't Sean be down to earth?
He was actually called Stefan the 15th, but he didn't really want to be tied down by his ancestry. So instead he called himself Steve.
Well, that's it's pretty deep. As Sounder also going in pretty far. Nice little Nature's Grasp there, gets a fair few snares, and they do a fair bit of damage as we can see. But nothing too much to come off the back of it. Nongshim still posturing, as Sounder is looking to try and hit the enemy jungle and steal something away. Ooh, that culling, doing a fair bit of work there. Mihail needing to tank up a bit for Colmy. Now T1 on the offensive. I was unable to say maybe effectively. after saying "call me there," which made me very sad.
You're trying your best, Atlas. That's all that really matters.
I feel like I just dropped the ball. I just dropped the ball. Total damage is a large number for the Maokai.
Yeah, of course.
Is it meaningful? We'll have to see as this game goes on. Currently, T1 sporting about a 2.5k gold lead.
Ooh, we have a deep TP coming in here.
All right, that's the culling. That'll start it off, and the Jarvan's dead. It's kind of what we illustrated earlier in the game, and Sounder's like, this is why the coach was like, it'd be a bad idea to pick Jarvan. What else they were expecting to happen, I have no idea. As Mihail, all right, another Nature's Grasp comes in as that Wild Growth onto Ju is decent. Oh no, the flash off the Emperor's Divide was very, very sad. Call Me did fall down, buying space for the rest of the team. As the Drake is alive, but it seems like no one cares.
I am in a modicum amount of physical pain because the sequence of events we just witnessed.
And the fact that you smashed your leg into the
No,
desk.
the leg's fine, and actually this has distracted me from the pain of the leg.
Hey, there we go. That's like what my dad said. If you hurt yourself in like some other place, you just smack yourself in the head with a brick. And then you forget about the pain in the other place because your head hurts because you hit it with a brick.
There is no way that this works out for Sound, even if he does get out. And they're trying to synergize with Mihail's teleport, but it doesn't work because it's not timed well. And then, as a result, there's teleport advantage, and then Dark comes in, which sets up a scenario, but this is actually quite a split fight. So Jiwoo could probably kill Bay there if he had actually been able to flash over the wall, but he failed to flash. And overall, this game has been marred by some inconsistencies in terms of mechanical execution, and I want to reiterate for everyone.
That's one way of saying
I want to
it.
reiterate for everyone involved that this is the Challenger stream. We are trying to be constructive here. These players are very good, but they're also rough. They're diamonds in the rough. You know, if you find a diamond and it hasn't properly been
And then the Cave
gone
of
through the whole
Wonders.
process,
The Cave of Wonders collapses,
hasn't
and you
been-
have to find the magic carpet.
okay, you're getting way too many metaphors mixed up. I just want to focus specifically on diamond in the rough. You
Yeah.
need to go through the process, and unfortunately, the process has moments like this. So
Yeah.
5 years down the line, when you're in an LCK final, you don't make that exact play that we just saw.
You learn
'Cause
that
you learn.
touch
You
nothing,
know.
touch nothing but the lamp. That's what you
Yes.
have to learn, and then you can get the you know, get out of, and it's fine. Diamond in the rough. In goes Bay. Emperor's Divide is going to be stopwatched by Jiwoo, but the timing was so beautiful of the Aqua Prison, and that is going to lock him down. Tidal Wave also coming through at exactly the right moment. Mihail steps forward when he absolutely shouldn't have, but he's Cassante, and so he's able to walk this one out, but now the base has been broken, and T1 have really come together towards the end of this game. About 8,000 gold now in the lead for them, and it's looking like there were some issues earlier on, but they have been tidied up. Sounder puts Dal into the baby cage, but he is going to get out and just fight back beautifully. Nongshim just have to watch while the rest of their base is obliterated.
And overall, for Nongshim situation prior to that catch in topside, somewhat salvageable right now. Don't think we can really state that anymore, even if the spikes are being hit on Call Me and Jiwoo. With how incredibly far ahead T1 will be in terms of map pressure, it is really hard to get any play going. Their vision control has been great, and it's really a couple of mis-executions in those mid-game team fights. If they don't get caught around that Baron after they get it, they probably win. If they don't get caught by Bay around the Dragon Pit, when they know he's there, he was on vision, he was on a ward, it was not like he was coming out of nowhere, they're probably fine. So overall, Nongshim put themselves in a great position, but they are also a challenger team. So actually making a great position work for you isn't always the easiest thing, as much as we might think.
Oh, Call Me. That is a troubling situation. Does have Zhonya's, so he wasn't under any immediate danger, but this inner turret absolutely is. Gets torn asunder extraordinarily quickly. Sounder now making his way back, slinks into his base gate as Flygon giving away his position as he walks in and out, as you can see. Forest throwing cats around. You should definitely not do that, but he's going to, because it does a heck of a lot of damage to the enemies.
Nature's Grasp comes in. Mihail looks for a flank angle here. Can find a cute little ult, but instead, Smash is just going to hit him with his auto attacks, and the Cassante is likely to die. The ult's not going to get him out to safety, and there it is. It was a good little attempt, but I'm feeling the desperation here, Chronicler.
It's because they are very desperate, Atlas, and unfortunately from this point onward, not a lot that Nongshim can really do. Also want to highlight that even though it felt like Nongshim, particularly their bot lane, really popped off, Smash is still deathless. There were a couple of moments where it felt like he was taken down, never actually the case. Really, really nice weaving in and out as Lucian. Not necessarily the most aggressive Lucian play. I think he has been playing very respectful of the engage potential that Sounda has. A lot of the poke from Call Me. Also, even though it didn't actually matter with the overall outcome of the game, has been impactful in some of the mid-game situations. But Salavike gold leads. Ultimate comes through, and I think this will be the end.
Yep, Sounder is definitely going to at least have to try and vacate the area. Colmy is going to press the Zhonya's button, but I think he may have to flash as well, and he has to do that also. This Nexus, not long for the world. The Cataclysm, just a bit of a hollow echo. As, yep, Sounder will take a fair bit of damage here. Very low is Smash, who's trying to hold on to that deathless situation that he has. Dal is the one that's doing most of the heavy lifting here, and there goes Colmy. Smash is just having a field day, and he will complete, almost, the triple. The triple is actually going to belong to Dal. It's a full house. Dal's full of smashes, as T1 do take down the Nexus, and I have to figure out a POG.
If you want the easy answer, you can flip a coin for either Bay or Smash. Personally,
I think it's Bay.
I went with Bay as well. His mid-game fights, to me, were what really was the big difference maker in this. For Nongshim, you might not like it, but this is what peak challenger performance looks like. Really great individual moments, immediately followed by moments that make you go, why? How? What happened there? And
it felt like Nongshim had a much bigger lead than the nothing lead that we're seeing in the gold difference.
It's more so that they had a decent lead and they were in a great position in the game because their most important carry was very accelerated. Yeah. That in and of itself doesn't win you the game, as Nongshim clearly found out, and really a couple of key moments of restraint would have probably gotten the win. They don't win necessarily. I do think that the T1 composition still has a really, really hard to deal with. You have a Jax winning in a side lane, you have a lot of range, really good team fighting power, Lucian that can blow up everyone but Cassante, really, on Nongshim's side. But it wasn't, in the end, what made the difference. It was just Nongshim making a couple of really bad calls.
Yeah, and if you had have told me about 4 years ago that there would be a professional game of League of Legends where a Maokai did 10 times the damage of a Jarvan, I would have laughed. But that's kind of an actuality of what's happening here. Bay is going to pick up POG. We were both correct this time around. I've got one wrong today, but I'll accept it, as I back-to-back voted for Lucid in 2 identical games, and he got it in one of them, and he didn't get it in the other. So, I don't know, it's a riddle that I can't solve.
Doesn't make a lot of sense.
No, it certainly does not. 2-2 and 10, the guy just hit some amazing shuffles, really held the team together, and held himself together as well. I think there was that one team fight that they were able to pick up around the Baron that really turned the game on its head, and I think a lot of it was to do with Bay finding a beautiful angle that he managed to achieve a couple of times this game.
Not necessarily the biggest Azir in terms of damage, but he didn't need to be. He was there to create space for his team and to punish overextensions. And this is a really good example where we know that a player like Bay for the LCK just wasn't quite the level that he needed to be, which is still very admirable because he went to other regions, had a lot of success there nonetheless. Fairly decent at the Worlds as well. So overall, then coming with that experience to challengers, you should be able to make calls like this. You should be able to lead your team to victory, make sure that they don't make the mistakes that we saw from Nongshim.
Exactly right, but Nongshim do have a chance to bring it all back. We're going to go to a short break, and when we do come back, it will be that game number 2. We'll see you then. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Challenger Spring 2023. Thank you very much for the endless entertainment you're providing in various chats. YouTube chat for very different reasons than the Twitch chat, not gonna lie. That's not to say that one is better than the other, but one is definitely saying things that are very different to that of the other. I learned that Faker has retired and then hasn't retired, and then because he's signed for 3 years, he's going to court. Is what I heard. I don't know, man. There are certain things that are being said across the internet that don't seem backed up. Just to let everyone know, this is Challenger, so Faker isn't playing because he doesn't play for this team. Bay plays for this team.
We're on day 1 of our 7-day work week because Atlas and I are going to be doing 1 day of Challengers, 5 days of LCK, and then another day of Challengers. I'm already losing it.
Having a great time, to be perfectly honest. I think today has gone absolutely fantastically. I do want to clear something up. We've had a request in chat for quite some time about the names of Baron and the Elder Dragon. Bazza and Dazza was something that we used to throw around in the OPL back many moons ago. It was approximately 2015 that we had this conversation, talking about different names for different things. Didn't really, like, even in Australia, it wasn't really a thing that we really liked that much. Felt a little bit too colloquial, you know? So I'm not a huge fan of that. We'll have to go back to the drawing board when it comes to Elder Drake and the Baron naming. I still think Sean was great for Baron because it makes no sense at all, and it reminds me of the sheep from Wallace and Gromit.
I guess I'm not sold personally. I gotta say,
Okay.
I know the name is out there waiting to be discovered, but I don't think we have done that just yet.
What about
I will talk about the game while you think a little bit.
Yeah,
about
no,
that.
I'll need to think.
You
a
know,
little
make
bit.
sure
So
that everyone in chat's doing okay as well.
All right, Nongshim have selected the blue side just to start you off.
Thank you very much. So, overall, there are a couple of really easy adjustments that Nongshim can make. Obviously, starting off with a side selection is very nice. Blue side should allow them to pick up something that isn't Jarvan, because both the level of play from Sounda as well as the overall level of the pick right now, plus the draft didn't really make a ton of sense, didn't end up working out at all. As you are very clearly thinking about something, I'm going to give you your opportunity in a little bit. Or have you, are you?
No.
No? Okay. It's still
thinking.
brewing.
Yeah, still
brewing. Okay.
But you go.
Going into the next game, the two biggest differences besides the draft were that even with the lead that was set up, there was a seeming inability for Nongshim to recognize when to go in.
Why did the Nuclear fan run away? I'm very glad that Nuclear got put on camera.
No, I'm trying to focus. I'm trying to talk about the game because I have already been thrown off way too many times tonight, and it's a new me. Gone is Shenanigans Chronicler. This is hard-hitting analysis chronicler. Don't start by laughing.
Okay.
Be the ace of the year. I love that.
That's actually pretty good. And the other one's Smash, done in a kind of similar way.
Yeah, it's the classic Korean thing where you take every syllable and then you write a word with it. I know the first word is also Smash, so it says Smash 2 ways. The rest I unfortunately have to fold because I can't. I want to say they're talking about how good his kiting is.
Yeah, something like that.
That's the only word that I really recognize. Thank you for that. Me, I guess. I was. I don't know. Take it away, Atlas. I need a moment.
No worries, no worries. You are getting a little bit of a suggestion in the chat. Someone saying that you should play more AAA games. No idea what that means or why you'd ever want to do that, but that's absolutely fine. One thing I'm pretty excited about is Witcher 3 getting that new ray tracing edition coming out soon.
I've never played.
Neither have I. But I'm really excited to do it with some cool graphics. Let's hop into pick and ban here for our second game of this particular matchup. Nongshim have selected the blue side. That will be a big old change-up. No salty runbacks this time because we're on different sides of the rift. You love to see it. Caitlyn and Yuumi both taken away as well. Yuumi bans, we're always happy about that. Golf claps all around.
And Maokai priority might be high. Also, I want to give, as it does get banned, want to give a shout out to Yundo. If you don't know Yundo, he is both observer for challengers, also part of the LCK global team. So when we are doing the space, and I need to talk to you about that, I actually have some suggestions.
Suggestions for the space? Okay.
He's the guy that shows us the replays, that helps us when we want to pause stuff, want to talk about everything. Really, really great. And he told me how much money Malphite made in that game of a First Strike. And I want both you and chat to take an educated guess. How much money?
4.3k.
And that is that. Okay, be somewhat reasonable, because obviously it's not going to be 4.3k.
Higher or lower?
So to give you an idea, if you play a Carthus game, for example, and you hit, I don't know, somewhere between 6, 7, and 1200, like you're really packing.
All right. So 1.5.
Okay. Seeing some guesses in chat as well. It was upwards of 2k gold.
Oh
He
my
got
God.
2,000 gold off our First Strike in that game. 2,000.
I think Geno play was the closest with 12k.
T1 is already smashing draft here. You can just go for the Heimerdinger and then pick yourself up the Wukong here. Hear me out.
Okay.
Canyon, in his stream, has been playing Jungle Scion.
Lethality Jungle Scion?
No, tank Jungle Scion.
Oh, that's a bit less exciting. But that's still cool. Does he intentionally die to buffs to kill them faster?
Not sure. Didn't catch. I caught about 30 minutes of one game when it was already 10 minutes in.
All right. I wonder what T1 are going to play as far as the AD carry to pair with Heimerdinger. Because there's a couple of options. And whoa!
Yes, play Zeri.
They are just going to play. They are just going to play Zeri, and now they have the ability to ban away a bunch of different stuff that Jiwoo can be played with here. Like, Double H is going to have to dig deep to find a support, I think, given the fact that Cassante is going to be played by Mihail for the 6th time in a row. He's played actually nothing but this champion. Sorry, 7th time in a row.
Yeah.
He hasn't played anything other than Cassante.
Yeah, Cassante is the best top laner right now.
Well, I guess.
So, I want to highlight that this is most likely the Jungle Sign coming through. Did receive a patch fairly recently. I don't remember the exact patch, where if you have a max charge on your Q, you actually do a lot more damage to camps. Already mentioned, as you already mentioned, there are also a number of cheese strats that you can do. Go for early invades, then die, take it with your passive, and then literally get a fast recall. But in this case, it's actually fast, unlike many jokes about fast recalls. And the overall setup here for T1, I think, is so much better. As no, not okay.
Oh my God. Okay.
I am so confused.
Is this Dal top lane Nidalee? This is something that I think, was it Wolf that was requesting this?
I don't know. It could
the
also.
Vel'Koz?
It could also.
Oh,
if this happens, we have completely
Vel'Koz.
lost our mind.
I'd be so ready for some Vel'Koz. Come on, Double H. Oh, Vel'Koz would be better than Blitzcrank. Stop
Lulu.
hovering Lulu. It's so boring. Oh, it's going to be locked in.
It's
okay.
not even Jhin support, which I actually like as a pick specifically into Heimer. Not like it's amazing, but at least it's playable. As we are hovering a lot of fun champions. Don't get tricked, friends. Don't fall for these lies and this deceit. I still don't know who is going where on T1, because a blind pick top sign to me is very confusing. I don't. If that ends up being it,
well,
then maybe
they might have blind picked Flex Scion, right?
Could be the case.
And they're like, we're happy to play it into Cassante.
I do know that Forrest does love his Nidalee. Oh my God, it's Bay.
Oh my God, it's Bay.
Bay. Of course, it's Bay. How did we not see it?
Because it's not set.
Oh, it's like a triple flex.
I know, it is actually a triple flex. And so the Camille could be also a flex in theory. We did see Showmaker play it last year or the year before. It was the year before, wasn't it? And it was terrible. I think Chovy also tried his hand at the mid Camille back in the day. Not going to be a thing. Dal's going to be playing that. Bay on his Scion, and Nidalee of the Forest will be picked up by Forest.
So in case you're not aware, these are champions that exist within League of Legends. If you're a new viewer, you might not know. Cyan, Nidalee, and Camille, all champions that actually exist.
Yeah, I mean, Camille exists somewhat more than the Scion and the
little
Nidalee do.
So,
one could say.
overall, want to highlight some of the compositional pieces here. For the T1 top side, and really the composition as a whole, I think incredibly strong. You will have a really good setup for your Nidalee. I think in terms of prio, it is a bit more matchup or execution dependent. But your 2v2s look really strong. Your gank setup is amazing as well. And if you look at the bot lane, you will have perma prio. Heimerdinger, unmatched. The only thing that somewhat mitigates is the karma, which right now not getting picked up. So Jiwoo and Double H should be in deep trouble in terms of actually getting anything to say about that lane, especially if Bout can set up. But for Nongshim, the one upside that they do have, as I really hope that Jiwoo is going for a on-hit Varus here. If you go lethality into mid-sign, you are not ever going to kill him.
You just don't.
He's never dying.
Yeah. And he just walks in front of you and then charges a Q, and you don't do anything. Kind of hilarious. I'm looking forward to seeing Bay back on one of his burly boys in the mid lane, because Bay was definitely known for it. His set was notorious. In fact, his set was the one champion where you're like, damn, Bay's a good player. That was the one. That was the one. His mid lane set was fantastic. And Scion, kind of similar. Just take a beating and then teamfight later. It's beautiful. Let's get on to the Rift here for game 2. All right, here we are, onto the Rift for game number 2. As you can see, lethal tempo Varus.
Very
oh my
good.
goodness. We saw the on-hit version of it yesterday as well, here in Challenger. We experiment with more things. It's just great. Absolutely love it.
Yeah, not going lethal tempo and going on lethality Varus Redder when you're playing into Cyan is
Oh my god.
really, really not it, and very, very tough. As yeah.
So Twitch chat, I need to tell you something about what YouTube chat has said. Ishla says, can we call Elder Drake Captain Planet, since we combine the elemental drakes to make it? Kinda awesome.
Maybe we do Captain Dragon?
I'm kind of into it. No, it just has to be Captain Planet, because otherwise it's Captain Dragon, then it's just we've given a title to Dragon.
I don't
bit
mind
weird.
giving it. Oh, if you like it, I don't have any emotional attachment to Captain Planet. If you like it,
Dragon
Atlas,
Planet? Oh, I'm into that.
really?
Astro Nautilus says that they can agree with YouTube chat just this once. I love that. I love to see our chats coming together. It's absolutely
That's really our
beautiful.
goal, is to unite both chats
Absolutely.
and keep them happy. As we haven't talked about the Swain yet, which is a pick that in Challengers still reigns somewhat supreme. It's a very, very heavily skirmish-oriented league, so as a result, champions like that do have a lot of impact. Also want to highlight T1, as we saw earlier, fighting for the level 1 priority on the mid push, or the bot lane brush rather, making sure that Bout can set up his turret so that we'll have guaranteed prio right from the get-go. And this Swain into specifically the T1 comp does have a lot of value. It is mostly short range. Swain can really benefit in situations like that. Would also expect Call Me to go for a very max HP oriented build. You know, the Leandries, the Demonic Embrace is another example. And overall, I do think this Nongshim comp has what it takes. I think for T1 though, especially once the ultimates are available, once we're post 6, it is really easy for them to set up plays with the Nidalee. Additionally, Nidalee into Wukong, really good matchup. Nidalee is able to really bully the Wukong. Wukong relies for a lot of his early skirmishing on his passive, which armor doesn't really do anything at all to a Nidalee.
Ooh, that was some high-value trading there from Bay. Able to grab himself the cannon minion, as well as get a decently charged Q on to Call Me. And yeah, that is the one thing I really like about this. I agree. The Nidalee into the Wukong situation, because this is something that when Wukong was meta all those months ago for the first time, a lot of people did come out with in order to answer it. So
yeah, Nidalee and Koff is both
very
strong. Although they are currently not matching in terms of side, pathing to an opposite direction. So early on, Forest not really going to find anything. Yeah, this is not a fun lane. I don't know why they opted into this.
No, it's to lure them into a false sense of security As Sounder comes on over, gets spotted by a ward, clears it out. And so now the T1 bottom lane's going to have to play pretty safely. Dal and Mihail just hitting each other with different buttons. Tactical sweep to come through here. Gets a little bit back there. Dal's actually finding some better experiences as Mihail charges up that Q quite nicely.
We're just farming grass procs.
Oh yeah.
That's all we're really doing.
Beautiful. Bay going to struggle to do that just a little bit. Went for an opportunistic grasp into the Swain here, but Swain's range isn't necessarily massive as Double H. He's going to take a lot of damage, but Jiwoo's going to be the main target. The Q barely misses. The spear goes wide, but still, that is a lot of pressure now on the Nongshim bottom lane, and T1 should be able to get themselves a really nice back timing.
And overall, the T1 composition will have an incredible amount of damage, a really good front line. The one thing they might be lacking if Forest isn't able to really pop off is magic damage. Will always, of course, have burst, but when it comes to reliable magic damage in late game fights, I think they mostly will be reliant on the Heimerdinger. Fortunately for T1, as expected, right now the bot lane is absolutely crushing because this matchup is not very fun or interactive for the Lulu and the Varus. And as a result, Heimer gets fed and Nidalee picks up a kill or two, then you're not really going to have any damage issues, and it'll make the game very hard to play out. For Nongshim, can't really go for super effective itemization, try to find a little bit of a way back into the game in that regard, and then it really all comes down to, can you win 5v5s, which Nongshim can. They have a lot of skirmishing power, a lot of brawling, like their level 6 spikes are very strong in terms of top side of the map in particular.
Yeah, Wukong Swain sounds really difficult for the short-range comp T1 to deal with.
Exactly.
Outside, I guess, of being tagged early by Nidalee spears.
Yes, but that does rely on them also having control of an area, because if T1 can just set up, then it becomes really tough. And I do think that outside of mid, the prio will, at least on the bottom half of the map, be firmly in favor of Smash and Bout, just by the nature of that Heimerdinger, as both junglers now heading towards the bot side of the map. Seems like Forest is aware that this is going on.
Yeah, he is avoiding the trap. His Sounder does step on it there, so Forest is going to be given all of the information. Spear not going to connect as Double H is coming on in. Colmy's going to get knocked up though, as the Nongshim bottom lane have made it here. However, the flash has to be used. Bay threw down the unstoppable onslaught, and now T1 have control of the dragon.
Should be able to pick it up here as well. Ooh,
sneaky reset.
Very nicely done by Smash.
Yeah.
He joins the rest of his team, and now they have set up on Baron. No level 6 is available yet here for either bot lane though.
Yeah, and Bay's going to walk on over, just stop Colmy from getting in here. Another fully charged Q is going to connect, and Forest is going to jump on top of the Swain. Demonic Embrace is kind of working, but the First Blood's still going to go over to Bay now as the fight moves over towards this dragon. Sounder picks it up, flashes out immediately as now Smash is hunting for the monkey that isn't going to be able to find him. So, consolation dragon for Nongshim, but still T1 winning out on all the fights.
Very clear call made there by T1 to forego the dragon. It's just a first dragon. An individual dragon doesn't mean that much in the grand scheme of things to get their laners ahead, right? Forest can definitely stay in this fight. Instead, the call is made for Bay to flash on. Already know that Colmy doesn't have the flash available. Demonic Embrace this early on doesn't matter as much when you are getting solely focused down, especially this early. Nidalee still has a lot of power, as we did have a fair amount of action happening on the bot side of the map.
Yeah.
As now Nidalee making her way over. Look at the ward control here for T1. Very, very tough, but they do also have very low health bars, and I think trying to flip the game here when you're already in a great position is not the call, and they seem to agree.
Yeah, that's certainly not the thing. I apologize, by the way. Audio might have been a little bit scuffed there because I just moved the microphone out of the way of my face for a little while. You know, it's one of those things we're not used to using hand mics, and there is no fallback, so I just have no idea what I sound like. And so it just sort of drifted, sort of like this. I was over here, probably just like on the other side of the room. So I'll do my best to make sure that I'm just holding on to the mic correctly as time goes on.
LCK.
A big part.
Gonna be in your left ear, gonna be in your right ear.
What's about what?
Because you can like move the microphone and then
Ooh, stereo. Yeah, like surround.
Surround LCK experience. Yeah.
That would be pretty cool. That sounds very atmospheric. We'll work on that. We'll work on that for the future. never move. Going to connect onto Bay. Bay straight up does not care. He is just full
They know
meatball
this is
mode.
happening.
It looks like
And-
T1 don't really care.
Yeah, because if you look at their setup, they have kept Smash on bot, and Smash is just going to get a bunch of plates, because one of the really big benefits of Zeri that we often don't talk about as much, because it's much more fun to complain about Zeri, is that she actually is extremely strong at both shoving in waves, thanks to her Q spam, and taking turret plates, and that is a very good example of this as...
Hextech Ultimatum's going to connect. Nice spear, but still, Cassante is Cassante. He pops the Ghost, and he's able to run it out of there.
Unfortunately, Mael does have to use his Ghost to make sure he stays alive there. But that's a really good example of the type of threat that you can set up. Now, this is specifically Cassante, so he probably doesn't ever die. But as Forrest finishes the first item, the moment that they'll use an ultimate, you might just die. I do think, though, that depending on the angle, maybe you can actually Cassante ult out. I actually want to keep an eye out for that interaction, because I'm not 100% sure. Because of course, if Camille steps out of the Hextech ultimatum, it cancels. So I don't know if you Cassante ult, if the Camille counts as going out of her own Hextech ultimatum, because I don't think she
It would be
does.
really funny is if you ulted and the Camille left, but the Cassante got stopped halfway through
Well,
his
that's
ult.
so. That's I'm going to keep an eye out for that. I haven't seen that interaction yet because LCK tops don't believe in Camille.
I
And
assume that both just don't get out. I assume
oh,
that's how
there we
it
go.
works.
It happened yesterday. It does count. Thank you very much.
It does count. What happens?
So you can actually ult out of the Hextech ultimatum if you're by a wall,
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
Okay, so you ult
like that.
through the wall as long as it works.
and then
okay.
it counts as Camille leaving.
Yeah.
That's, ooh.
All right, Sounder going
Oh,
to not
it's
get
just
hit
fine.
by the spear. Absolutely fine. Bay takes down the Rift Herald. Just chilling, hanging out. Still 10 CS behind, but that hasn't really changed. That's absolutely fine. Oh my goodness, Extendo Beam. Reminding me of the old Extendo Beam days where
I'm
that thing
so
was
glad
so
that's gone.
incredibly dangerous. But thankfully, not as ridiculous now, as Sounder going to have to defensively Cyclone. Vision of Empire going to come through as well, and that deters Forrest from just solo killing the monkey in his own jungle. And this is demonstrating exactly what the power of the Nidalee is in this composition, especially against this Wukong.
Well, it's not just the matchup. It's also that initially Swain did have a lot of prio, but with the kill that Bay was able to pick up, that is not really the case anymore. As expected, and the reason why Heimerdinger is so highly prioritized, you have perma bot prio as well, especially when combined with Zeri. So as a result, you have permanent prio, so you can set up full vision. They always know where Sounder is. Sounder never wins that 1v1 ever. And Forrest can just sit here and throw spears and not care. It can invade, can look for 1v1s. And even if you don't die here as Jiwoo and Double H...
Oh my goodness, that was just block damage.
Yeah.
Heimerdinger's busted. He's got one
Yeah,
little
he
book.
is.
One little book.
Well, I did face tank a full ult, so...
Yeah, still.
Why? The pick should not be open. And this is also goes back to what we were saying in the first draft. Nongshim could have just picked this up on red side.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
They could have had this exact combo.
Yeah, it's when, you know, I think it was almost like they were greedy, right? Because you want Varus and Heimerdinger, right? But on the blue side, it's difficult. And
need
so,
to.
no, you don't. You definitely don't. But I think that's what they were going for, and they probably didn't expect T1 to pick that one away so readily, with especially something like the Lulu available that has been so cookie cutter picked alongside the Zerias. Dal fighting against Mihail right here, does get the all out off and is now capable of doing a fair bit more damage. There is the flash hook shot away, but Dal does have to invest that very important summoner spell for this. Jiwoo making his way over, does have Chains of Corruption available, can throw that one out now if he likes and is going to land it. Bord's going to turn up, but Jiwoo just completes the kill really, really nicely. And this lane swap might actually work out for the AD carry of Nongshim, but doesn't have any summoner spells left available, so I guess the jury might still be out.
One upside of this is that obviously you get a kill on Varus, which is quite nice. As
Oh,
yeah, he's dead.
Dear. Well, Forrest is going to land the key.
And that may just be that. The flash does come through. Unstoppable Onslaught for a fair bit of damage. Never move, doesn't connect, and they get out the Demonic Embrace, and they don't want to overstay their welcome. They'll take the flash alongside it, and they'll move themselves out. Rylai's is completed here for the Swain, so can be a bit frustrating to stand in that ult.
Oh, love this. Very cheeky.
Very cheeky indeed. Bay is going to be able to rotate up, though. There's the flash. The flash to follow immediately from Sounder, but unable to get enough damage with that Q. Yeah, that's optimistic, buddy. I don't think that one's going to work out, and Bay is just going to walk it off. So, you know, not the flash you're looking for from Sounder, but I did like the idea.
And looking at the current state of the game, it is, as expected, pretty good overall for T1. We haven't seen as many decisive fights yet. Kill score is even as well, but overall gold is very advantageous for T1, and all their gold is also on what is both one of their best, if not their best player, and Zeri. So as far as game state goes, especially when you add the front line that is there, it is quite nice. Also, do you know that Comey has gone for Rylai's, which in terms of actual value item on Swain, probably the best one.
Yeah.
The amount of sticking power it provides you in fights is extremely valuable, but it also means that Bay cares even less, because it doesn't give you the amount of damage that you need, even with your ultimate. And what we're seeing now is just straight up pressure being applied to every single lane, swiping out the vision. If they do get this Herald, which right now is looking very likely because they get the opportunity to actually set up there, then they can just take down the mid lane turret as well. And a large part of this is to the combination of the early prio that was found, then rotate towards mid, get prio there, and just always be first to objectives. And for Nongshim, it actually is really hard because your engage kind of sucks. You need to be there first, or you need to have them engage into you, and that's just not happening.
It's not, and actually it's really rough because T1 have a very similar style of composition. As soon as you put a Heimerdinger into the comp, you're building what is a setup and just
Might even
wait
say
style.
tower defense.
Yeah, you could definitely say that. You could 100% say that. But Nongshim are going to go for an engage here as Bay presses Q, and it makes it very, very difficult. Still, Colmey's just going to walk on in. Demonic Embrace working out here. At least so far, does go golden, starting to drain the members of T1, but is going to have to back away. Doesn't have infinite health as Mihail is frustrating, but if that's what Nongshim have as far as engage, then they're going to need a little bit better. That was 5 versus 4. Dal still just hanging out top lane.
More importantly, it also used the teleport and the flash for Colmey, right? So he's down his summoners, does have spellbook, so at least we'll get something back, but it does mean your cross map becomes a lot easier for T1, and there isn't really any punish potential now for the upcoming Drake play. The only one that still does have his teleport available is Mihail. So now with Nongshim, you can just shove on top, try to contest towards Dragon very aggressively.
I'm an idiot. I can't believe I've been saying Demonic Embrace instead of Demonic Ascension. Sorry, Sajax. I apologize. That's very embarrassing. Very, very embarrassing. I have one job, and that is to know the names of abilities in Teamfights Chronicler, and I
You have a
messed it
lot
up.
more jobs, Atlas. Casting is hard.
Well,
It's a tough job.
knowing Demonic Ascension is not
Well,
that
that's
hard,
not hard.
actually, and we managed to mess that up today. So I'm gonna leave that off.
Excuse you, we?
My CB. We is just for me. It's just me. It's all the people in my brain.
A lot of them there. I want to share with the room.
Marshball apparently has been infected by me and has now also been doing it.
That does happen. You know,
Demonic Embrace, I mean, I am allowed to say it if someone builds it, but they haven't yet.
you know how long it took me to learn that Set's ultimate isn't actually called Suplex or Superflex or whatever you guys call
Well,
it.
it's definitely not Superplex because that's not even a real thing.
No, I know, but safe to say, I thought that was the actual name of the ability for a long time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because of you guys.
Oh, no. I don't really know what it's actually
Oh,
called. As
no.
Bay just looks for Jiwoo, gets the knock up there quite nicely. Right now, it's taking about 0 damage until everyone turns on him. So Bay's going to be taken down, and T1, not a lot they can do about it. So somewhat awkward of a situation as Bay is just going to help them take down the dragon. Good guy, Bay. Still, T1 are going to be able to grab themselves a lot of damage on this inner turret, and will still be able to at least even out the money.
Literally the one play that we talked about that T1 can't make and that Nongshim can make is you put Miao in a side lane,
Yeah.
And then he teleports in when T1 tries to contest because you know Camille doesn't have teleport. So T1 hard committing to a fight a man down is not ideal, not what you want, and doesn't actually work out, surprisingly. Is good luck, Bay.
Well, he is, you know, somewhat tanky, I guess. As the turret goes down, he gets ulted out, and Mihail should be able to help take down the Scion. So once again, Bay just dead. Double H gonna have to run this one out, and there is the pounce from the Nidalee, but immediately punished. Some revenge for the Wukong is very, very nice. As now Smash dives on over. Sounder's gonna be taken out here as it could be a Zeri moment. I don't know how he's going to do here as he flashes on in. We're going to be the first one to be taken down as Mihail trying to fight this one off. The big shield to come in as well means the triple kill for Smash. And now Colmy is going to have to run away. Maybe he survives, maybe he doesn't. As Bout's going to have to flash. There's the flash to follow. So I think Colmy thought that he might be taken out here, and it is going to indeed be the case, as that was a delayed quadra kill. And Smash is well and truly online.
Oh, this kid is good. Atlas. This is why I watch Challenger, to see moments like this. He just did 6.5k damage in that one team fight, and he wasn't even that big yet. What happens here is initially kind of an unfortunate call here from T1. Bay teleports to a turret, and I assume the call is, let's just fight. If Bay dies, it doesn't matter. Then Force going in here is not really allowed, as we can see. But crucially, everything that is happening here is distracting from the fact that no one is checking Smash. At this point, cooldowns are down, there's no health available, and there's nothing that can really chew through this Zeri. No ultimate, right, on Swain, no mana to try and spam anything else that can take it down, and as a result, Smash picks up an incredible amount of money. Nice for Coleman that he gets the kill there as well. Best you can get out of that situation, but...
oh dear. Okay, well, Mihail is still Cassante, as it turns out, and so therefore just goes unstoppable, dashes afterwards, and is K. Still getting used to this champion.
I personally, when it comes to moments like that, we have been very tough on Zeris because the champion at times has been utterly bonkers, right? I, right now, think that Zeri is a little overtuned, but I really think she gets a bad rep when...
I don't think she's actually that crazy at the moment.
like 4 other champions get banned every single game before Zeri.
Yeah.
Bot lane champions, right?
Yeah,
because
I think Ashe and Caitlyn are probably starting to look a little bit more busted.
Well, so Ashe, Caitlyn, and Varus all are generally considered stronger right now. And then you can indeed also add the Lucian or the Nami. In that case, you can ban out one of the duo to the list. And we have seen Zeris completely fall apart. Unfortunately, Viper was a good example as well, because you do actually need to play very much on the edge.
Yeah.
Because the champion has very short range. Last stint that we had Zeri, I truly was not happy because she should not be a poke champion. But moments like this, I think credit where credit is due. Smash actually playing that out really nicely, actually hitting all his Qs. We saw a reminder of what happens if you have great movement against the Zeri, and the Zeri can't hit you in the D+ Kia versus the Sandbox game. Don't watch that. Don't watch it back.
No, don't
Just
do that.
take our word for it that you can actually dodge a lot of Zeri Qs if your move is crisp and the Zeri is having a tough time.
Yeah. And as we can see, Jiu is now down 70 CS, something like that. So the goal difference close to, 3.2k. And that means that Smash has an Infinity Edge and the Runan's Hurricane and his Shield Bow. So, yeah, the Zeri is well and truly online. Colmy has a Jack Show as well, which is a pretty fun item for the Swain. I was still expecting something like a Leandri so he could do and damage, but he's going to be more tanky. And Bay will, I guess, exist until Jiwoo kills him.
Oh, yeah, everyone in Challengers is between like 16 and 19 generally. Some people are a little bit older. Bible is a good example.
Yep.
Some people are, well, can't be younger than 16 because you're not allowed to play if you're not 16 within Challengers, as far as I remember.
Man, Smash was born when I was graduating high school.
How does that feel?
Yeah, well, it feels old, man, I guess. T1 just trying to avoid some of this poke and dish out their own. Unstoppable Onslaught comes on in there as Demonic Ascension is used. Call me.
not going to take any damage whatsoever as out of there is Smash, but he survives for a very long time. Mihail going to be taken down in response, but there is no damage now available for T1, and Nongshim think they have time for a Baron.
Gotta see a replay there, but I'm pretty sure that was Call Me hard carrying that fight. Nongshim was engaged on, but it was onto Swain, and we're gonna see it in the replay, but I'm pretty sure that the never move actually caught Smash. As a result...
no.
Exactly. As a result, the drain came through, Jack also done on Call Me, and then Mael was able to get the Smash over the wall. And we are looking at a bit of a challenger moment right here, Atlas, as I want you to pay attention.
Okay.
Engaging here on top of this, Swain doesn't matter where they go. He tried to skate over the wall, and it was indeed the never move that interrupted the Zeri. He got snatched, he got caught. And one crucial difference with the composition that is here for T1, and a lot of other Zeri comps that we've seen, is there isn't actually a lot of peel for Zeri. There's a front line, sure, but there is no Enchanter, there's no Lulu, there's no Yuumi. So if you do get caught, you just immediately die, as we saw there. No flash available either, and man, Call Me. Really nice performance on the Swain. I swear, we have so many good Swain players. We had Bulldog before we left. We still have Full Bay. And I guess Call Me trying to add his name to that list.
Absolutely. Now, Call Me's actually been very impressive. He was impressive last time we cast him as well, Monday last week. He was playing some really clean League of Legends. So hoping to see more from him as time goes on. And we might see more from him tonight if Nongshim can actually carry this Baron to a victory. But it's Challenger and it's early days.
People in chat saying they can't lose this game. I don't know who you're talking about, but you are not correct. In fact, everyone can lose this game at any point. That is the one thing that we know about challengers. That's why we love it, or it drives us insane, or both.
Yeah.
In our cases, I think.
No, 100%. It's just one of those things to be expected. 100 gold is the lead here for Nongshim, so yeah, Call Me is potentially dead. Some could say maybe dead. As, all right, Bay going to get caught out as well. Call Me not dead at all, in fact, and Bay is the one that's going to be suffering from a bit of that. As, all right, immediately ulted out is Dal. Mihail won't have that to deal with the Zeri, though, and Smash has a lot of damage potential. The flash from Double H to get him out of trouble as the hookshot comes on forward. Dal trying to frontline, and he's going to pull back Mihail. The grenade does a fair bit of work there, but Call Me is going to fall down. It's, in fact, the Heimerdinger that gets the kill. And Smash has to be respected, especially now without that Swain available. But the rest of Nongshim, they just move over to this inner turret. And I guess it's kind of like a Nongshim win in the end.
This is big challengers. That fight was wild.
I thought that like Smash would just like kill everyone, but then because that never happened, like it was just Nongshim straight up winning.
Very confusing sequence of events. So it starts off with looks like a pick on Call Me, but of course Swain, especially with this Jack build, very hard to take down. Then Bay gets isolated, and the rest of the team has to wait for Dal, can't actually approach because of Mihail. And as a result, Jiwoo just gets the free hit here as well, is still full health, so it feels pretty okay. But then now they have to back off. Chase comes through. This is looking a little dire, but Sound actually really nice angle onto the Heimerdinger here. Gets taken down, or is forced to flash rather almost immediately. And then that, as a result, has that the rest of the team, T1, needs to kind of peace out, can't really find a position. And those fights around like multiple jungle entries is, oh my god, so much vision, so much wards, and so many traps. Really adds to the chaos of challengers. I really appreciate it. You don't often see fights like this in, for example, the LCK, because generally when a team calls a fight, they will A, have a better position, and 2, the fight is generally won before the opponent can really respond. It doesn't really happen that way here.
It's a little bit more setup, I guess.
See champion, kill champion.
Yeah, or at least try to kill champion.
Yeah.
Or in Bay's case, it's see champion, walk at champion.
So this game was played yesterday by Wolfenvelders, and it's who do you think is going to win?
Okay.
And I'm going to ask you, who do you think is going to win? You can give your reason, or you don't have to give your reason. Chat, you can do this as well. Type in chat.
I think
Nongshim.
chat is going to win.
No, that's a cop-out.
No, I still think T1's going to win. I believe in Smash. I reckon he's got it. That's what I think.
Yeah, I gotta agree. I am not as brave as Brendan Velas, who yesterday went for the opposite just because he was brave.
He is a brave man. We do know Valdez has...
T1 will win because Carrier will carry. I know you're joking.
I assume that's a YouTube chat comment.
No, it wasn't. I know you were joking.
Denunciator
That's a good copy pasta.
He's
That's
sent us a really nice one here. I want to read this one out because it's been a while.
This one is actually on the Chronicler Hall of Fame of mean copy pastas.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Is this one of your break screens? Like one of the good ones?
It's in there.
All right. So for everyone watching, and especially those on YouTube that don't have access, Chronicle will tell me if there's anything interesting on the screen.
I will keep a close eye on what's happening.
Some control back, but here it is. Hello, I'm writing to express my absolute disgust at your T1 bias. Your bias is so disgustingly blatant, such as when you started cheering for T1 like a lunatic in the Damwon series. Obviously, this is an older post. If you had any integrity about yourself, you'd resign immediately and offer a public apology for your lack of professionalism. How dare you cheer for some no-name failed organ team like T1 instead of DRX, the clearly superior team. From now on, I'll be muting the stream if any of the current casters are casting. God, it's so good. It's so good. Oh,
I love it.
That is absolutely peak content. Thank you very much, Denunciator, as usual, for your incredible content.
Copy
extraordinarily
pastas
good.
are not really a part of the personally, are not really a part of generally what you'd see in terms of spam.
Yeah.
YouTube chat is definitely more esoteric, I personally say. But there
Yeah.
isn't a lot of copy pasting going on.
No, not so much. Now, I mean, we did this, right? Obviously, I like that we've got like the burning my legs with my laptop copy pasta
Yeah,
as
we
well.
unleashed.
It's just like as soon
Hold
as
on, Baron's
there's
happening. You
Yeah,
told
okay,
me to check.
okay. Back to the video game. Back to the video game. Let's see whether Bay can actually find a good engage angle. Dal, he's committing to this one. So now T1, they have to actually start something. Nongshim, really smart play here to back away immediately after seeing the teleport, because now they're not under any side lane threat whatsoever. They can continue to set up, which, like you said earlier, is really beneficial. Sounder can't just straight up die, though, as he does take a heck of a lot of damage, and now looks to try and get out of there. There are ravens all over the battlefield, ready, lying in wait like vultures on a real battlefield.
So already a big win, and the main thing that this means for T1 is that on a subsequent fight...
I don't think this is how it's supposed to go for Nongshim.
No, but they're going to stop this. They shouldn't be allowed to get away with this. I think they have to disengage. Looks like that is going to be the case. Very nicely done. Didn't caught Nongshim unaware. But on any subsequent fights, if you do go for a 1-3-1 setup, you can actually make use of the lack of teleport. And I don't know why I'm saying this, because neither team is going to do that. They're just going to fight.
Yeah, well, I mean,
they're
at least going to fight the Baron.
And then they're leaving again, and then the other team is going to try.
All right. Another spear goes wide there, as we could see. Forrest, be careful, buddy. He's going to hop away. It's absolutely fine. Lord Dom, so 4 items for Smash. We've got, 3.5 available for Jiwoo. Does have a lot of damage potential still. Demonic Embrace and Demonic Ascension, both available here for Call Me. Love to see it. Yeah, chat has been absolutely destroyed. This is why we don't read out copy pastas, I guess. Is that everyone just pulls out their favorite copy pasta.
As long as everyone is nice to each other. That's all I ask of you, chat. It's the only thing that matters to me, is that everyone at Challengers gets to have a good time, watch some great League of Legends, as this is not a this is a replay, right?
No, this is Sounder just taking half of his health bar for fun. And
For the
he'll go
second
back,
time.
and then he'll go back in again, and he'll take his health bar again, and we will dance the dance one more time. Soul Point is available here for Nongshim. It's an Ocean Soul, but could actually be great for champions, like the Varus, who want to auto-attack a heck of a lot. Not to mention Call Me. Swain with Ocean Soul, I don't care how nerfed it is, that still sounds obnoxious. Especially with the lack of heal deny.
Well, and with Jack Show.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, might be a possible angle here. Mahel looking around. If he can isolate Smash, but he will get spotted here, surely.
They can see that he's eaten the honey fruit. The jig is up.
They know.
All right, the Cassante spotted out, but as you can see, T1 are a long way away, but another flank has been put together. Exactly. All right, the
solo
Camille
already.
still lying in wait. Bay fighting Mihail, or at least existing next to Mihail.
Ooh,
Smash
they know.
gonna have to use his Jet Set radio to get himself out of there.
They got
It is
it.
now on cooldown for the next little while, as they have control of this Baron area. Damage to Bay seems like a waste of time, but we'll see how it's going to go as Cyclone is now on cooldown. Dal just going to get out of there, and now Sounder doesn't have access to one of the biggest tools that Nongshim will have in these team fights. Hookshot's going to come forward. There's the Hextech Ultimatum. Mihail, the front line, now getting targeted. Call Me, probably realizing that it's his time to go in. He is going to ascend, but is he going to get any further in? He is going to. It's a lot of damage, and Mihail's going to pick up the kill under Dao. But look at Smash. He dives over the wall. It's a bit of a disaster. Still alive for the moment, but then he's taken down. Jiwoo locks up the kill, and I think Smash may have thrown it all away. Forrest is pouncing around the fight, but I just don't think it's going to be enough, Chronicler, as Bay is just walking slowly towards the enemy base. And T1, I think, may have lost the game just here.
Just when I think that T1 is in control again, they decide, and I'm sure, again, I'm with you, Smash, not a great call there, but to me, what makes me way more mad is that T1 gets damage down on Mihail, can turn that into a free Drake, can turn it into positioning, and instead they funnel through a choke point against the Fed Swain, while the Varus is standing there free hitting behind them.
Your entire monologue was said, and Mihail took that entire time to kill Bay. Dal is going to try desperately to stop this. It's not going to work. Smash is going to respawn, but the game, I think, is done. And there it is. Nongshim even out the series, and T1 not going to be able to move to sole possession of first place here in Challenger. And in fact, the best option that they'll have is +5 alongside all the others.
And I can only imagine that the call right there must have been, we get the ultimate from the Wukong. We are now in an advantageous position. As it turns out, they were not. When you force a fight like that for no reason, well, they thought there was a reason, but clearly there wasn't. You can't just ignore a Swain. You can't try to just push through. Additionally, at this point in the game, if you fight in a choke point like that against what is a very strong front-to-back comp, it's just really hard to win. Obviously, T1 is a strong comp themselves as well. It's not like they are wholly reliant on setup, or even though they benefit, but you do need to make sure that your Zeri actually has the space to kite. If you're running into a choke point, then that's not the case. And in peak Challenger fashion, what looked like it should have been quick 2-1 or 2-0 for T1 will actually go to a game number 3.
We will indeed. It is now time to see whether Nongshim can do it again.
Should have known. I don't know why I'm surprised.
Well, no, I don't think we are. I think as soon as we said that we thought T1 would win, that was when it was
over.
doomed.
It
That
was
when
actually just
doomed.
over.
We should have known, but also chat should have known that we were doing it because we just wanted to make sure we could stay and hang around in chat for some more video games between Nongshim and T1, but also between us, Twitch chat, and YouTube chat, because it's just been a really good time. It's great to hang out with you. As Mihail is going to be the one to pick it up. I think both of us unanimously voted for the Swain. Call Me had a great game as well, but Mihail had some really spectacular ultimates in that game and really did manage to turn the tides many times.
Must mean, because as far as I'm aware, the only votes is the two of us and the other casters. So must have mean that maybe they were unanimous that Mihail should have gotten it. Or there's media votes. I don't know. Maybe there's an observer vote as well.
We never know. We'll have to ask.
We have to ask Yundo.
Yeah,
we can actually just ask
might
him.
be a voter.
Yeah.
He may be a voter.
As Mihail, I do think, had a really big impact in this game. To me, it was him together with Call Me that were the big difference makers. I don't think that any other member of Nongshim was as instrumental as those two in terms of team fighting impact.
Yep, that's exactly right. But, ladies and gentlemen, I believe it is just about time to head towards some highlights and then a short break and then game number 3. Will Mihail be able to play Cassante for the 7th time? You'll have to wait to find out.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, LCK Challenger Spring 2023. A heartfelt good night to Guthanadolia, who is going to sleep right now. And welcome back. We are here for the final game between Nongshim and T1, their Challenger rosters. So you won't be seeing Faker or Carrier, Gumayushi, Zayas or Ona on this T1 roster. Nor will you be seeing Dundun on the top side of the map for Nongshim either. Yes, this is Challenger. And so now we're going to see...
Atlas, what is Challenger?
That is a very, very interesting question.
You might be wondering, what is Challengers?
Challenger is, in fact, the league that runs just below the LCK. All of these teams and players can be exchanged at will with LCK teams. So they are theoretically just one team. But we do play both of these tournaments side by side to make sure that there is healthy competition for everyone on these rosters.
You've ever wondered, where do LCK players come from? Do they just spawn good at League of Legends? No.
I think a stork drops them out of the sky. I think that's how it works.
They need to be developed, and this is where it happens. And that is why in games like the previous one, we do not point fingers at individual players. We do not go and deride them for making silly mistakes in a video game.
Absolutely not.
We identify that one day they won't be making those mistakes anymore, and then they'll probably win LCK.
Oh, wouldn't say that.
Well, eventually.
I think they might still make those
mistakes.
They'll
make less of them. We're all human, Atlas. Come on, give them a break.
That's what I'm saying. You don't have to not make those mistakes. You just need to make them a bit less. Just a bit less.
Or less severe ones.
That's all you need to do.
That's also fine.
Well, T1 going to hop on over to the blue side. They've decided to choose that. A little bit interesting because I think a lot of the side selection in the LCK has been largely red. And now we've more recently seen a move towards the blue side, which is kind of intriguing, somewhat cool. Perhaps it's just a team preference type thing. We will never know. Or perhaps we will. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe we could ask someone. You got any analyst friends that are working with teams that could tell us why the side selection has been so eclectic, Chronicler?
Yeah, it's just what teams prioritize. Because if you really want to get very strong, I'd say, blind picks, so if you're very confident in your laning phase, if you're very confident that if you get a good combo, you can win no matter what, I do think the blue side is very, very strong. Also allows you to get a bit more dictation or a bit more power in the draft, so basically you can decide what direction the enemy draft goes, because if you lock in Nami, you know what their response is going to be, right? And I do think that on blue side you have a lot more agency, whereas on red side, if you feel very confident with the right counter picks, you can win. If you have a specific plan, you can win a lot easier. So I do think that it is very much a case-by-case basis. Personally, I'm generally a bit more of a blue side fan. I do think blue sides allows you to be more proactive in terms of drafts, and I think being proactive generally is good, unless it proactive like T1 was in the last game where they dove 5-man strong into a Swain and then lost the game.
Yeah, that was somewhat subpar. However, very, very entertaining. Hoping that we see more of the high-octane League of Legends. Also wanting to see more of Bay throwing his face at the opposition. And I saw a few of you. Saying stuff about Bay that wasn't wholly positive, and I want you to
general.
stop. And I thought that he did some psioning, you know.
Chad, you know what is the strongest power that is available when it comes to legislation, to
Blatant
making rules?
Positivity.
No, it is actually social control.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't matter if any law creating organ creates a law. What actually makes people follow laws is not if something is illegal or not, but if they gain approval from their fellow men. So that means, chat, that we, as a collective, hold the power to make our chats exclusively positive. If anyone that isn't positive immediately gets ostracized, gets a negative feedback response, they will cease to be negative.
We cannot give the negative Nancys their dopamine.
Exactly.
We must take it away.
It is only, I want to see IAS, I want to see Giga Chats, I want to see relentless positivity for this final game of the night.
Yeah,
Can we do it?
Aggressive positivity. That's what we need. As
Yes.
much of it as we possibly can. Oh God, Casante's been banned. Mihail has, his whole champion pool has been destroyed in 1 second. Oh my goodness. Be negative to negative people so that they be positive? What?
Yes.
Double negatives don't exist in the world of positivity, okay?
Well, no, 2 negatives does make it positive. That's how it works.
Oh, you are not ugly. Because that's
Thank
2
you.
negatives. Yeah, there you go. Although, in your case, that is considered a negative because you don't like being called handsome.
No, it really annoys me.
Oh,
I don't know.
that was like a triple negative,
There's
making
so many
a
layers
negative.
to it. Wukong gets picked up here. Definitely a strong pick in terms of what we've seen of the challenger meta. Really, really hard to shut down reliably. Do think there's a lot of counter picks available here. And again, Heimer, to me, is basically a perfect bot laner. Unfortunately, for T1, they lost with Heimer, so they might now think, well, Heimer is just not good anymore, which is not true.
But now we got
It still
Varys Heimer.
is.
No, we don't. Ashes of... What? Hang on a second.
It's not.
How
It's
did they
not.
even hover
I
it?
don't know. I don't know. Must be a graphical glitch on our end. But the Lee pick up to me is shocking. And I am worried for Nongshim fans that you see that and you get flashbacks to the Jarvan game, because the nice thing about Lee is obviously you're able to kick away the Wukong. You're able to keep tracks on him as well if you do it on your Q, even through a W. But Wukong can also block the W. Wukong also gets a ton of armor, which actually helps out a lot with dueling the Lee in any 2v2 scenario. So additionally, Lee is just not that strong right now. It's a decent pick, but it really relies on player skill to get anything on the later stage of the game, as Ryze and Syndra might be banned here, which would signal that Nongshim might be looking towards maybe a Swain again. Actually worked out very well. T1 is relatively short range thus far, so Swain pick does make a ton of sense there.
Kind of like it. We'll see what they do decide to go with here. It's final ban to be chosen here by Nongshim. And I've sort of stopped wanting to predict, because I feel like as soon as we do predict, that's when things get boring in the draft. But if we just sort of go with the flow, then we see the Scions, we see the Nidalees, new stuff happens. LeBlanc gets banned for some reason.
We have no impact on the game, Atlas. We are merely observers. No, we don't.
Oh, you might think
No,
that
we
way,
don't.
but it's all about how you feel. As Nongshim are going to pick Renekton. Mihail is going to... So his Cassante was banned, and so therefore he's going to go to something crazy in the Renekton. We'll see what Dal's going to answer it with. Certainly a bunch of options, but it'll probably be the Gnar. What do you reckon? Gnar and Victor. Oh, I hope not. I really hope not. But I think maybe...
I think that might be it.
Oh, Galio's kind of more interesting a bit.
Does make sense for the composition as well.
Better lock
Just
that
go all
Nara
in on
away
dive.
first.
Don't love going all in on dive when Nongshim can then pick Talia and really ruin your day.
Well,
Like
let's
really
see.
ruin your day.
Galio has been locked in.
Can also still play Swain.
Yeah, Swain sounds amazing,
Swain
actually.
into what is a full melee comp. It's pretty great.
I mean, Renekton was already feeling pretty good about it. Like, think about Dominus, Wild Growth. Oh,
Yeah,
man.
Talia or Swain are the big ones here for
Yeah.
me. I think the Swain has more immediate power around early objectives. The Talia provides more map control and also a fair deal of shove that the Swain doesn't really get, early on at least, until he gets a couple more points into his queue. Talia, especially in a range versus melee matchup, should definitely be able to do so. So overall, I really like the Nongshim comp. I actually think Varus Lulu is one of the lanes that can really punish the Lucian Nami in terms of sheer laning power. And while the T1 comp is really cohesive and has a very clear identity, which is play very far forward, play very aggressive, I think you're going to be lacking prio in 2 out of the 3 lanes, and top lane is irrelevant, so who cares?
Yep.
And then if you do try to dive, if Nongshim positions well and plays it out and is prepared, it is really hard to get anything done between Wild Growth, Polymorph, Lee kicking people away, Renekton being ready and waiting with Dominus, and then the entire kit of Talia. Kind of a toughie. Now, draft doesn't matter in challengers, so I'm sure T1's going to win regardless. But overall, do really like what Nongshim have picked up for themselves here.
No, I think that this is actually a very clear draft advantage on the side of Nongshim, and it was looking like a little bit of a worry. As that Lee Sin came in as the answer to the Wukong, we were like, oh, don't know about that, don't know about that. But then Renekton, Talia to round out this composition is looking real good. Plus, we saw that Gio actually had a really good on-hit Varus in the last game. I think it's likely that he goes for that again. You get a lot more synergy alongside Lulu, but you could theoretically still go for something
about
else.
That. I am pretty sure it's going to be lethality. I do think playing on hit without a front line into full dive,
You have a front, it's a crocodile.
it's going to be very courageous to try that. I think with lethality you can take a lot more distance, which should keep you a little bit more safe.
Well, we'll see what they do decide to opt for. I would like the courageous choice of the on-hit Varus myself,
It
because
does
I just
feel
find it a lot more entertaining.
Way better to look at. Even in some of those mid-game fights, Jiwoo looked like he was gliding over the rift.
Yeah, it was absolutely gorgeous. Let's see what happens here as we hop into Game 3. Again, we don't get the du-du-du-du, which makes me very sad. However, we have all of T1 grouped together, looking for the members of Nongshim that are just not here. They are going to go for their own little invade. As you can see, Sounder making his way over. And Smash sees Jiwoo. Bit of the information now given as Double H just standing in the brush, spots that Bay's moving up. And Forrest is going to be the one to face check. Doesn't actually get hit by any of the threaded volleys. Bay will move back towards his turret. Have you noticed that Bay hasn't been using skins, much like Faker doesn't? I wonder whether that's his T1 influence.
Could be. Had not noticed that. Very insightful, as it is indeed lethal tempo. So Jiwoo is actually a brave
Hey,
gamer.
there we go. Pick's
Look at
going to
him
be
go.
getting some work done this time around. I like it. Is Bay the PSG Bay? He is indeed. It is one and the same.
Don't you mean 2021 DRX? Mid laner Bay?
Or
Have
Nongshim
we-
mid laner Bay?
Have we collectively... Wait, he did play on DRX, right? Am I crazy?
No.
I guess he didn't. No, it was Nongshim. Never
It
mind.
was-
I
it
am
was
indeed
Nongshim.
crazy.
Was replaced by Gori, who then went to
There
the
you
LPL.
go. You know, Gory's in the LCS.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think it was in Golden Guardians. Personally,
Not a bad pickup, I reckon.
a bit baffled.
He had a lot of potential from what we saw.
Yeah, and then he went to LPL and didn't go
Yeah,
very
things
well.
were pretty average. I remember when he first went to LPL, though, we were really sad. And then he went there, and then things just didn't go so well.
No. As, yes, we are a interactive casting experience. This is really a spiritual continuation of the co-stream from last year.
Yep.
And it is also to keep us sane. Because if
And also to like differentiate the Challenger
Also true.
broadcast
There's a
from the
lot of
LCK
reasons.
broadcast, right? Like, we need to offer something different, because otherwise it's just us casting the Challenger League exactly the same way, which I don't think is the right way to do it. You know, you gotta gotta keep it separate, keep it different.
Gotta embrace
Keep
the
it fresh.
zaniness of CL as well, as it is a league that, just by its very nature, is a lot more chaotic, a lot more weird, as we do have an attempted invade here from Sounda, but not actually going to find anything. We do know that the Raptors are up. Sounda, however, does not. Will spot it now. Does have cryo in mid as well, but I don't think there's really an angle here. As
Yeah,
a lot of
Smash
fighting.
quite aggressive towards his bottom side. I like that bot was just tanking up Nongshim for a little while, and then Smash saw his opportunity and took it with a few of those cooldowns then missing. But it's not going to translate into CS advantages or anything like that. You can see G were able to clear out the wave quite nicely. T1 will be able to even things out. In fact, get a 1 CS lead. But Cheetah Recall does come through here, and Jiwa goes back, collects himself his Vampiric Scepter, and should be pretty healthy in this wave as the game goes on. The big shove forward, and T1 will also get a pretty nice back.
That invade by Sounda to me kind of signifies that he was possibly looking for a level 3 all-in on Forest. Wukong is a champion that can definitely fight. We've seen, for example, in the LCK, him getting the jump on a Sejuani and immediately blowing him up. That was, I want to say, Wheeler against Clid from the top of my head, because that was the game that Liv Sandbox won, where he just kind of killed him randomly level 3. And
Yeah. I don't know whether that was that Lee Sin? No, it was
no,
Wukong.
no, I was talking about
Wukong.
no, I'm saying Wukong in the right matchup
Yeah,
can
yeah,
definitely get
yeah.
it done. But if you catch him with your cooldowns down and you are a Lee Sin who has obviously really strong queuing potential, I do think that there is an opportunity there. Not going to be the case here, and as a result, I think Forest will be marginally ahead in terms of the early experience, but not going to be too big, especially as Sounda now making his way. The big advantage here is that Forest, of course, has already got the back end, so he does have a sheen, whereas for Sounda that isn't the case. So Sounda needs to go top side and then needs to go back. One upside for T1 is that they do have a little bit more information that Forest is currently on the top half of the map, because he did show on the ward that Sounda placed during his invade earlier on. As a result, Meow is playing it very easygoing. Not having the best of time in this lane, but that is the reality of playing a Renekton blind.
Beautiful little combo there from Bay. Means basically nothing, because I think Cormier was probably looking for a back anyway, but was pretty cute. And Bay is just going to slaughter this wave as quickly as possible and go for a back himself. The Winds of War certainly calling.
Look at that.
Yeah, that was some pretty clean minion taken down.
Not talking about the gameplay at all. People in chat seeing everyone here have a good day. Lovely. That's the energy we need. Someone, a Dota player, coming by a league stream, being nice. Amazing. You're very welcome.
Star Potato, thank you so much for that. I like your name as well. Anything with potato in it, big fan.
What's your favorite potato dish?
My favorite potato. Oh man, that is a loaded question.
I know.
Oh, potato bake, probably potato bake, like cheesy potato bake. As far as like,
it's not fries.
No, of course it's not fries. No.
Well, I need to take you to some
No,
of the fries.
I love fries. I love
had.
fries, but I just think that like, if I'm going to like,
if you only could eat one potato dish for the rest of your life,
it would 100% be potato bake.
okay, there would be fries for me. No
Because
brainer.
like potato bake is basically fries, except with cheese all the time. I don't know, I'm a big fan. Sounder is going to find Forest here though, as now Bay gets the inside track. He was already on his way down. Level 6 available as well for the Galio. The Weaver's Wall there for Cormy as well. So might have looked like the Talia was far away, but does have a wall that she can slide down to get on over there. As a Mini-Gnar coming for a potential gank. Don't know how effective that will be.
Like the roam there from Dahl, in case there is a big brawl on the bot side of the map. I don't expect Nongshim to be ready for a Gnar. Meow also doesn't have a teleport available, so as a result could have gotten a big advantage there. Not going to be the case. And Dahl will be able to just get back to his wave and not give up too much for that roam. Overall, pretty uneventful early game. We'll see Bay going for good old Rod of Ages. Just go down everything, really. As
Yeah, just build Rod of Ages. If in doubt, just build Rod of Ages, I guess, is the idea.
Dive angle in a little bit here if Bay can get prio of the wave, because they know Sound spotted on top half of the map.
Smash has to be real careful here as Jew is doing a lot of work. Forest going to come in. There's the Flash Cyclone. Barrier, not actually used. That was the Whimsy, but it's not going to be enough. And Double H going to have to flash away as well. So first blood going over to Forest, and Smash is able to come back and pick up the wave as well. Disaster for Nongshim.
Really good example of how important vision control is. T1 can go in as deep as they did there because they have 100% confirmation that Lee is on the top side of the map. They have eyes on Talia as well. Right on this moment, you see the pings even go down. Sauna is on the ward. So Smash knows as long as he doesn't die, also about really nice predictive bubble there in case that we do see the flash come through. Immediate pickup there of the bot side kill, and Jiwoo and Double H unfortunately caught off guard. And as a result, nice early lead. Do have to say with the pickup of the Herald in the end, it might actually still be worth it for T1. They might actually be, or for Nongshim rather, they might actually be on the favorable end of that trade in case they are able to actually get a ton of plates out of this.
Well, you can see Jew and Double H able to get down here before Smash is able to get that wave anywhere near the turret. So like you were saying, it's not one of those instances where you trade the Herald for some plates on the bottom side of the map or anything like that. T1 nowhere near it, as this control ward does not spot the Talia lurking in the shadows. But he is going to back away. It looks like T1, they smelt that something was up. Sounder moving on up towards this top side here, as the flick back onto Bay is largely ignored. And Tidal Wave's going to come in. Jiwoo's going to get knocked up as well. The Chains of Corruption come in. It's a great polymorph, but Jiwoo is still dead. And Smash throws through the culling as well. There's the dash and the double kill for the bottom lane in the 2v2.
And that is a big, big win. And if Nongshim didn't die in the previous gank, if HH is also level 6 without growth, you probably win that. It's just a little bit of health with the knock-up. Could have made the big difference. Really nice CC chain there coming through from Smash and About. And these are the type of moments that can really break a game. A single death, not the end of the world. Bout is about to hit 6 off of this minion here. And without a flash available, it's just nothing that you can do, right? CC chain lands, also doesn't hit the chains, I think. I'm not sure if Smash...
No, he hit the chains, but it just didn't matter.
Yeah, after the... or just before the dash, but even with that, not going to be enough. And I gotta say, if you start dropping kills to Illusion early, as long as Smash doesn't pull what he did in the first game... I don't know if they saw.
I don't think they did.
I don't think they did.
That was just the pet, and I think only the observers can see the pet if the champion is not actually there. So Forest going to come in, spots that ward, and so the gank is not happening. However, they do clear out vision, and I think he's going to get double value for his sweeper as well. Puts down the control ward just to make sure. So they spotted that out, and they'll be able to get some control here as Mihail is getting a bit aggressive, but there is a Mega Gnar in this lane now. And a big old Gnar just to get stuff going. The crush, the top lane. What a battle.
That was a nice movement.
Yeah, no, it was cute.
Mihail.
It's just, you know,
There's not his ultimate.
There is a lot of cool stuff that happens, but it just doesn't result in all that much.
Not implying that you need to be excited. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, right.
That was in no way my intention.
No. That's fine.
Just want to make that clear.
No, I appreciate it.
Without teleports, he might just die. I think they were predicting they will have the timer available here. But no, Calmy going to go back to his wave. Doesn't want to risk it. It's still going to go over, so still a small win. But with that bot lane 2v2 going the way that it has, I don't know to what extent Nongshim will be able to really go in hard on mid-game fights. Really going to need Mihail and Sauna to isolate a target or come up really big. Renekton, of course, is a incredibly dangerous champion, especially once he finishes his core drinker, so it's not impossible. We're still in the realm where a good fight for Nongshim can actually turn it around, but if you lose the next fight, say for Drake or second Herald, you are in really deep trouble. And then the dive composition all of a sudden becomes very different because you don't have the necessary damage to actually deal with it.
Ooh. All right, there it is. The flash on in there as the Galio is going to come through as well. The heroic entrance is fantastic, but they don't have a lot of damage. Finally, Smash turns up, and that is going to mean a dead Lee Sin and a dead Lulu. T1 bring in the cavalry at just the nick of time.
And as you might have heard from my confused WOD, the arrival of Smash and Bout perfectly timed, because initially A lot of damage comes down on the counter. As Komi, I'm pretty sure, is just dead.
Well, Bay did struggle with the Talia for a moment, but does have Bort with him. And Komi's still does have a lot of damage potential, but thankfully the Aqua Prison lands, and T1 are able to grab that kill as well.
Not the aftershock kill.
Oh dear.
It's a disaster. Atlas, that is what is happening here. And the key thing is, obviously, the speed with which the bot lane can arrive. This is a 3 versus 2, but only for a little bit. Bay sets it up, and Smash is there just in the nick of time. Has the flash available still as well. Picks him up a double kill. And you can really see that Lucian Nami in particular, with the extra movement speed that is provided, is just so tough to play into once they get fed, as might have an actual all-in here.
All right, yeah, Dal looking for this kill. Mihail just needs a Q back, though. It's very deceptive. The old Renekton, and Dal is just going to run it out. Sounder is here. You can see a lot of respect being given from the T1 top laner, and intelligently so. Forest will turn up as well. Wants to catch that wave to not lose too much on that top side. Nice little bubble here as supportal combat ensues. Forest now looking for Sounder, who does safeguard away. Lands a resonating strike quite nicely there as well, and is just going to spray some vision all over the jungle of T1.
I want to highlight, if you think this game is over, please be careful. You are watching the Challengers broadcast.
Yeah, Nongshim aren't going to win right now. You know, it's not a surefire win for Nongshim yet. They've just got one Cloud Drake. Sorry, was that not helpful?
Not to my point at all. No.
I was trying. Chains of Corruption are going to come down, and look, Nongshim, they're looking like they're going to win to me. I don't know what you're talking about.
These are really the moments that make you realize what league you're watching. It's Challengers. And Bay is an experienced player, sure, but this is still a Challengers roster through and through, and sometimes people are going to make calls that, especially with perfect vision, just don't make that much sense. So, would you bet your hair on it? That is the big question. He will never. Never again.
The big
Not
conversation
happening.
is about camel farms in New Zealand. I think that's still the biggest thing to talk about. But no, I would not bet my hair on it. I would not bet my hair again. I quite like my hair, and I didn't like it when it was gone. Even though
like
everyone
2
was
months.
very nice when I didn't have any hair.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. It only took you 2 months to regrow it as
No,
well.
it really did grow fast. Double H is almost dead. Smash is absolutely huge. Good flash from Jiwoo, though, and he'll find it. The piercing arrow with the blighted quiver stacks is very, very big.
He didn't even have ultimate. Jiwoo, that is. Are we really... Is this really happening? Are we really witnessing this?
Well,
Are they
Colmy
coming
is looking for an opportunity. Heroic entrance is going to mean that he just gets taken down. There's the kill. Nice taunt to come through from Bay, but now he's in trouble. Jiwoo doing a fair bit of work here, but he's still going to go down as now Forrest looking for another one. Sounder wants to get himself out, misses the Q, and he waits for Mihail so we can get him out as well. Safeguard to safety. Mihail actually pretty keen to die, I guess, as he's going to flash to get himself out of the way. Dal throws an ultimate to Narnia, but he'll land the wallop very nicely. Him and Bort, not a massive amount of damage, though, and so the Crocodile will walk his way out.
Says a lot about the game state that Nongshim can be fighting with all those spikes after having just killed Smash and still not win the fight. Very telling. Unfortunately for them, they are unable to pick themselves up with Drake. It doesn't matter though, because it's Jeff Soul, as these are exactly the type of moments where you go, oh, yeah, I as good as Smash's hands are, and really we've seen throughout this entire day that his hands are indeed amazing.
Yes.
Sometimes you see a low health bar and you want to go in. But over time you learn the restraint to say, no, I should not go in here because I will die. That restraint doesn't really exist in Challengers, and key thing here is that even though they are a member down, a lot of the health bars are very, very low, and there is still a couple of key ultimates not available here for the side of Nongshim. And then as a result, combined with their gold leads, they are actually able to get a lot out of this. Overall, what it means is that the game state isn't really any different.
Yeah, it's the
We're
same.
still looking at a 2k gold lead, except now there's a little bit more gold on the relevant members of Nongshim, and T1 got 1 Infernal Drake, which is quite nice.
Especially when it's Jeff Soul, and Jeff Soul means that it's not a whole lot of souls that are, sorry, a whole lot of Drakes that are all that relevant moving forward.
As Bay's going to make his way down. There is a Crocodile there that can interrupt an ultimate, so they don't have to worry about that. But they're just doing battle. Gargoyle versus Crocodile. Shirley will fall down, and now Smash probably... Oh, I thought he was going to dash over that wall and culling, because that's just what he's been doing all game. Not going to. Hey, holds off for now. Some restraint.
Forced it to flash because of G result. That was nice.
Like that. Well, Unraveled Earth is going to be placed down here in this mid lane. This outer turret is likely not long for the world. There's the culling just to get them zoned away, but a bit of an engage from Forest to get snared up for a moment.
Hold up.
So therefore not able to do too much more, but Jiwoo now has the wild growth on him. And they are going to have to back away. They don't have that big tool to fight anything out just yet, and the outer turret does fall.
Thought we were going to have a Crocodile moment, but not going to be the case just yet.
Oh, don't talk about crocodile moments. You're with an Australian. It's traumatizing.
Is it really?
I haven't had a crocodile moment. I have
so
noticed that a place that I was swimming
trying to
in...
act cool.
No, I did notice that there was a crocodile at a place when I was walking back after having a swim.
Oh my... Okay, that would actually...
And that was a bit weird.
That would terrify me.
Yeah.
Were there not huge signs saying don't swim here?
No, why would they tell you not to swim there?
Because there's a crocodile.
Yeah, there's crocodiles in a lot of places. I was in the Northern Territory. There's just crocodiles everywhere. All over the place.
And you are fine with that?
Well, I mean, not if it eats me, but I'm fine with their existence.
Yeah, but not in the same pond that you swim in.
No, but they're dinosaurs. They're majestic.
They are an apex predator.
Yeah.
Really
Isn't
dangerous.
Cool? Well,
just look at them go.
Look at this apex predator. He's just walking after them. The flash comes out from Bay. He respects this predator as the seismic shell. I thought that wasn't even... It didn't even look like it was supposed to land. The Gnar completely goes wide, but the Lulu is still dead. The Apex Predator presses the Gore Drinker button, but it's not enough. And he is going to get taken down for the double kill. Very nicely done. T1 turn it on its head.
Overall, toughy there for Nongshim. Just take a little bit too long, and it's these type of moments that you gotta recognize as the Apex Predator was waddling after his prey. T1 are not crazy. They have a Galio, who even had teleport available as well, and there was plenty of time for them to respond. In theory, of course, you can match if you have an ultimate for Taliyah, but Taliyah is here from the beginning of this play. And again, you see Smash and Bout, really good timing. There are early 2s rotations every single time. And 5v5s might still be winnable. Look at all the low health bars, right? Imagine if you actually have someone in a fight, if Jiwoo was there. And it's this type of disjointedness that what we see now from Nongshim, I think, will be very different from what we see from this team down the line. This is a roster which was always going to need a little bit of time to really mesh together. And we're really seeing that in these little moments where opting into such heavy a play on the top side of the map when you don't have 100% guarantee. If you have a flash there on Renekton, go for that play. I don't care, right? Like, flash, land the combo, dead. But if you don't, wasting crucial seconds like that, even though it looked really funny, as he was just like...
The one thing, I really appreciate what you're saying, right? Because Nongshim, what they've shown us as far as their Jiwoo is probably dead? No, not quite. As far as mechanics are concerned, it's actually been very impressive.
Very close.
Mahal made Dao look very silly because his ultimate went entirely wide, but it was all because of Mahal immediately sidestepping the potential ultimate as Dao was making his way in. And otherwise, that would have been a very dead Crocodile much earlier in that battle as well. So it was really, really nicely done, the sidestepping and the micro work. But it's just making sure that you're choosing to do all of these cool things with your hands at the times where it's appropriate to do so. And that is largely what is the difference between a very good solo queue player and a professional.
Also, great question. We're going to talk about whether or not you go Prowler's Claw Renekton, because right now we're seeing Gore Drinker and Sterix, and I love a learning opportunity.
Hey, that's true.
Those
Let's
are
go.
my
Break it
favorite
down
things.
for us, Chronicle.
There are two builds. Obviously, one is the build that we're seeing right now. The build that has recently been a lot more popular, that we've seen with varying results, is Gore Drinker and Prowlers. So what is the thought process in going for either of the two? In this case, there are a couple of reasons why you would much rather go Gore Drinker and Sterix. One is your team is lacking a front line. You have Lee, but Lee is much more of an off-tank. Renekton, especially with his ultimate, never going to be a full-blown tank, but at the very least you can create some space for your Onid Varus and your Taliyah. Secondly, Prowlers and the Blade the Rune King variety is the best if, one, you're playing into a lot of squishy characters, and two, it really helps you in the 1v1. Neither of those are really true. You're playing into a Rod of Ages Aftershock Galio, a very much health stacking top half in general. So actually getting on top of any of those with Prowler Skull doesn't really get you anything. And Prowler Skull really turns you into much more of an assassin. So if you're playing into like a Varus, it's quite good. Varus can't really get away unless he has flash. Into Lucianami, they're way too mobile as Sonda is standing on a ward.
Yeah, so is the entirety of T1. As Forrest is going to make his way in, just gets rid of the blind monk, and he walks his way back. T1 now with control of the Baron Pit. It is now 23 minutes into the game, and T1 are considering going for some sort of control. And yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, it's 4,000 gold, but honestly, does that matter? It's Challenger. It's about how you're feeling at any one moment, more than the amount of resources that you have at your disposal.
It's about the power of friendship. Absolutely.
Precisely. And this is Nongshim as well. You know, this is a team that has certainly encompassed a lot of that, especially in recent memory and especially in this league. As this outer turret is still low, but is still standing.
I have seen enough Forest moments last year to know that this shutdown on Wukong, if I was a T1 fan, would scare me. Because he has been known to sometimes make some calls that don't end up quite working out. And I do think T1 is still in very firm control. They have really big leads on all the relevant carries. They have hit some incredibly powerful 2-item spikes.
Well, Dal might need to be a little bit careful. There are a couple of members of Nongshim around, and he's walked over a whole bunch of wards. We'll eventually clear that one out. Eat some honey fruit, and he'll be absolutely fine. Ward in the back of this pit does spot that there is absolutely no one doing Baron or anything like that, and that will stay standing for Nongshim for quite some time to alleviate them of any of these question marks that they might be pinging around the rift. And so all things a little bit quiet this point in time, but the gold lead is still continuing. And Smash is going to get thrown back into Call Me. There's the double tap, as you don't dash over that. I don't, what?
It's fine. He still has a clean spot. It was okay. It didn't matter.
Okay.
It scared me a little bit as
It was
well.
a somewhat unraveled decision as, oh my god. Prioritizing Smash getting his back completed within a few extra seconds. That's very, very cool. Anyway, Dal going to make his way forward. They look to try and defend this turret, but it is extraordinarily low. And just one of these autos should be enough. There's the Cyclone Sounder, almost dead. The Flash Taunt is going to come through. Only lands on a couple. Mihail immediately has to get out of there. He's not that tanky at this point in time. And the Flash Bubble's going to come in. Bay keeps himself alive, and Smash turns up in the nick of time. If that back had been cancelled, maybe this wouldn't have been so good, but it is. Dal's now chasing after Double H and Sounder. He'll grab one of the kills, and he's looking for another. The Mega Nut comes in, House goes wide, and T1 roll over the fight.
And overall, the turret is still standing. T1, this feels like the fourth fight that they've won by just a little bit. But guess what? If you win 4 fights with low health boss and the enemy's dead, doesn't matter. One fight is one fight. Overall, I've been loving the Nami play from Bout in this game. Like, actually, his bubbles have been so incredibly pivotal. See there, that combined with the dive power that is available for T1, it's just really hard for Nongshim to play any subsequent fight, because look at what happens here. Actually, turret Sounder immediately is low, and we see that they are forced to flash right away as Jiwoo is able to stay alive for a little bit, and then
the Flash Bubble from Bot, just insane.
Because I think that wins the fight. If you can kite back here, especially with Talia, into a choke point, and your Varus, who has so much sustain with the current items that he has, you might still lose. I don't think you should. I think at worst it will be relatively even, but now you pick up Baron, you're going to pick up a Jeff Soul point, and overall, really liking the play from T1 here thus far. There are a couple of moments where it looks like they're taking some risks, but really, they're completely fine. 16 and 3, it's no problem.
No, and it's, now that you have a look at the kill score, it really does, 8,000 gold. It's ballooned to a pretty ridiculous.
The story of the game, Atlas.
No,
it's
it definitely
really
does. No, really close. All right, thanks,
It's actually very close.
All right, Mr. Connery,
That was not a...
It sounded a little bit like it. As
I
Bay
didn't
is going to be
want to.
walled in for a moment. Seismic Shove comes in. He decides to go
live.
golden for a moment. And he doesn't have flash or anything like that. Turns into a critter. Goes down very, very low. And now
He's gonna
Forest is here. Nongshim. They cannot continue the battle. He's able to soak just a little bit too much. And Dal is just gigantic, by the way. Safeguard's going to come in. But oh, the house! The wild growth had to be invested. I really like that Double H went for that because otherwise I think the Lee Sin may have just died to the building being thrown towards him. This turret, though, not long for the world, and they are going to be able to break open the base.
Yeah, they stay alive, but at what cost? And the answer is... everything, unfortunately.
Yeah,
As,
T1.
okay, one last attempt. There's the really deep TP.
Yeah, the
comes
real
the
battle.
crocodile.
Indeed. All right, so the Renekton going to get knocked up for a moment. But, oh, he's getting some revenge. Heroic Entrance going to come down. It'll interrupt the dice as the flash forward from Smash is going to lock down the jungler. Call me very, very dead, and now it's only the bottom lane left alive. I think Nongshim have had their last gasp in this particular series, and T1 will be able to take the win. But I want to say, been pretty impressed by this young Nongshim roster, and I hope to see more from them in the future, because T1 are a formidable opponent.
You're playing against PCS champion Bay, and normally
Exactly.
at Worlds I said this with some jest in my voice, but in the case of challengers, experience is what trumps everything else, because so many of these kids are just incredible players in terms of mechanics. Sometimes that means that you see them go for plays and you're like, why are these guys inting? And if you think that, then realize that if you put these guys in any lobby, in any region in the world, in 99% of the times they would absolutely like hard 1v9. Like they would make everyone look silly. So
They would.
It's going to look silly sometimes when they're playing against other really good players. Overall, for Nongshim, the fact that they got that second win, quite nice. They still have the mental resilience necessary. But some of the shot calling just has not been that great. And that is something that you learn by playing together for a longer amount of time. And I think that when they do, this roster will be great.
Yep, just to answer a little bit of a question in chat, which is one that we haven't discussed for quite some time, which is, can you surrender? And the answer is no. Not that it's relevant to this game, because I think both teams had a very large chance of winning. As you can see, I mean, from the goal graph, kind of looks like it was all T1 the whole time, but that's not what it felt like during the game. It did feel like Nongshim did have avenues to get themselves back in. Some disappointing numbers there as far as the jungle is concerned on the Lee Sin side, but we know that that's not what he's all about. He's all about finding those 1 or 2 moments to get the wins for his team. But we haven't really seen surrenders go through. We used to quite often in the first couple of years of League of Legends professional play, but since then, just hasn't really been anything.
It's always an interesting question to me as a hypothetical, because in StarCraft, some of the most hype moments have been the surrenders, and the GG moment is a big thing there.
Yep.
Obviously. Instead, in League, sometimes you just get a team trying desperately to defend the Nexus, and then they get run over. And especially in the LCK, there are a lot of games where we can, in fact, say that it's over before it really is. In Challengers, that is never the case, and that is what really gives this league its unique identity. LPL can also relate to that, I'm sure.
Yeah.
As overall, T1 here showcasing that even though they made a couple calls of their own that weren't perfect.
Oh, Bot gets it!
I actually
For the
went,
one...
Did you vote for him as well?
No, I didn't. I had to give it to Forest because I thought that he was just
good call as
too
well.
necessary during that game. But I think that these board votes, that's pretty five-head. I like it. Yeah, no, I saw it. I saw yours in the chat.
Okay.
I saw
Thank
yours
you.
in the chat.
I didn't think
couldn't...
you would give me a compliment like that. Thank you very much.
No. Actually
Amazing.
fantastic. The flash bubble, just incredible. This guy was really on form.
And I personally loved today's matches. I think that this was a perfect ending as well, really showcasing that classic challenger back and forth. And for T1, it's important to note that this formula they've had for a while, which is something that you even see the highest levels of play. If you look at the LCS right now, actually I was watching the Josh Lehman experience today.
Oh yeah.
Going in great detail about this as well, which is that a lot of teams have gone for the recipe that T1 has gone for as well, which is a very mixed team of experience and rookies. So and rookies with hands and people with a brain. And really, I think that T1 does this the most out of any challengers team, because when I first started casting Challenge, they had Roach and Mowgli.
Yep.
This was in 2021. Then last year they had Toland and who's the other one? Trigger.
Yep.
And Toland and Photon, both of which were in the context of Challengers experience because they've been
Photon have
in
been
the system
around
for like
a
2
while.
years at that point. And overall, we are going to have an amazing interview, but we are incapable of giving that to you. So instead, this is when we interview you or each other, I guess. This is our ending of the day, so we can talk about
that's
whatever
actually
we'd
that's a really
like.
good point.
I
So,
really like that.
Yeah, Twitch and YouTube chat. Thank you so much for watching. Firstly,
We really appreciate
but now we come over to you. So, what was your favorite part about
Tell
today's Challenger broadcast, and what have you enjoyed from watching these young players?
Well, see-
Please let us know. Put it down in your chat immediately. I like how as soon as I look down, Nightbot has just purged someone immediately.
And you might be wondering, what is LCK? You know, you're a Challengers fan. You've been watching that forever. You might not know what LCK... Does it work the other way around? Because everyone comes in asking what is Challengers.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well,
Who are these players?
Where they watch T1 play, and there's like, where's Smash? Who is this Gumayushi guy?
That's what we need. That's what we need.
That's the energy
Just
we
John
need.
asks, what is the LCK? I like that. The game 2, yes, okay, yeah. In our first series, we did have the salty run back 100% happen. D plus Kia taking on Gen.G. Was the second game real? Was one of our questions, and the answer is I don't know. I'm pretty sure there were some slight differences. I think the throw happened earlier in game 2 from D plus Kia, and then came back again.
Mapohai, great name, first of all. Secondly, my personal choice for best name, and this is hard because there's a lot of really good names in Challengers, I gotta go with Sponge.
Sponge is pretty good, but I really like Feisty. I just think Feisty's a bit of a. It's cheeky, you know, and it's a bit feisty, I guess. And plus, it makes people confused because in Korean you pronounce it feisty. And I know that that Wolf and Valdez have been honoring the Korean pronunciation, which does make a lot of sense. But they were saying feisty the whole day, and it was. I was like, wait, is feisty spelled differently? Is it like I and is it in a different spot? But no, it's just feisty.
My personal favorite was Fiesta, but he's now in the LCK.
He
and
is.
now he has my favorite name there.
That's LCK talent. Wait, Dundun isn't your favorite name? I love that Dundun versed Dudu, and they're actually like Dundun's name is just Dudu upside down.
Yeah.
It's so funny. It's very, very good. Oh, Plan B, who played yesterday. Oh my God, that is a name. That is, it's a bit too funny.
There's a lot there's a
opinion.
lot of jokes involved.
Yeah.
Who's your favorite? Well, we just answered that question. Who's your
Favorite right
name?
now? Yeah. So that was the one we just got. Anybody else
trying
with
to
anything else?
Now's the time because as Alice already pointed out, the broadcast for Challengers for the last year and a half was just me streaming, which made me go a little bit insane. And now I've dragged everyone else in, or rather, the broadcast
so now
has
we're
dragged
all going insane.
Now we're all going crazy. But we are trying to keep the lighthearted and positive vibe of Challengers going, also because we go insane to differentiate it from the LCK broadcast, and because it's fun. We usually, although in the LCK we already take it a little bit lightly at times with professional level of casting compared to some of the other regions, we embrace, who we are, which is what you unfortunately are subjected to every single day.
One of the main things that I like is the collaborative nature of the Challenger broadcast. What I feel like is it's just a time where we can sit down with you guys and we can just experience some new League of Legends together, right? Witness some up-and-coming players and see some exciting, maybe not the best, but some exciting plays to be made by some of this young talent. And it's just great to be able to share it with you guys as well. Someone was pointing out
Please don't
that
change. We cannot.
yeah, no, we actually have no capability of doing so. Someone was pointing out that they really enjoyed you ignoring me being an insane person for half the day. Half is, I think, being generous for me. Yeah. And so I just wanted to point that out there.
Really bring out the best in each other. That's the beauty of it.
Moonlit Butterfly, that is just not, you're not allowed to say stuff like that. This is, remember, positivity and only positivity.
Because I genuinely believe that there's people that look at this broadcast or the LCK broadcast like, what is this? Why are they talking about Pokemon? Like,
Yeah.
what are these guys doing? And that's okay. The beauty is that the LCS is very different from the LEC. It's very different from the LPL. And obviously, we like the LCK most, which is why we're casting in the LCK. I love the LCK style. That's how I ended up here. That's how all of us ended up here. Goes way back to, I want to say, Tasteless and Artosis.
Yeah, I think Tasteless and
And then
Artosis
Monty
then
and
inspired
Doa.
everybody else.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that lineage, if you're an LCK fan, you're just going to love. But if you love the professionalism of the LCS, or if you love the content of the LEC, that's all viable.
Yeah,
That's the
absolutely.
beauty of it.
And you know, LEC likes to be a bit silly at times as well, but they do it in a far more professional manner than what we do. We just like to keep it a little bit more down to earth, I guess.
A little bit
especially-
loosey-goosey.
Yeah, especially when we're on a broadcast like this one, where you know it's almost promoted. It's kind of what we have to do, right?
Shout out to the production as well, WDG, because we always try to involve everyone, of course, in the if you watch the LCK, you know who G-Sun is, you know Yundo at this point, hopefully.
Yep.
Jonas Strong, they're all characters. WDG, the studio that we're currently in, also amazing. We had really nice dinner today.
Oh,
Had
absolutely.
a great cup of
Oh,
coffee. It's been
oh,
wonderful. We've been
exceptional.
treated so nicely.
Yep, looking forward to next week where we get to do it all again. We'll be with you on Monday.
Free.
We get the 3 best of 3 day. Hopefully it's going to be one of those like, I think like Live Sandbox is pretty good at giving the 3 gamers. We get some more Nongshim. They're pretty good at that as well. As we check out today's result, it was a 2-1 for T1, and then D+ were able to grab the 2-0, or was it a 1-0? We'll leave that one up to you.
And what we saw today was largely what you can expect from challengers. Gen.G not standing up to D+ Kia is not surprising at all. T1 struggling a little bit in the consistency makes sense, but them actually pulling through in terms of team fights also is very much in line with what we expect. And Nongshim very clearly still calibrating what is it that we want to do? How do we want to play? Focusing around Geo, I think, is the right call, but maybe tell him to tone it down just a little bit. And he did this last summer as well during the regular split, and then in playoffs we saw what a force Nongshim was.
Absolutely. These are the standings. As you can see, T1 joining the +5 club, dropping that 1 game, meaning that they move up to 3 wins.
Wow.
But alongside both Humble Life Esports, KT, and DK after today.
Okay, Atlas, what is your ranking of those 4 teams?
My ranking of those 4 teams, probably, from what I've seen, DK, T1,
Alma KT, right?
yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's that much discourse. When I asked the question, I was like, ooh, but it's
Yeah, I
seems
think it-
pretty straightforward.
And I don't really know where to put KT and Hanwha in that equation as well. I'd put them pretty similar with what I've seen. KT had certainly some rocky games that we've seen thus far, but were pretty capable of making those comebacks. So just looking forward to seeing what else is going to happen. Unfortunately for the bro leavers out there, it's been a rough start to the
Doesn't matter.
to
They
the
don't care.
season thus far.
Oh, look at that. Do have our co-streamers, so if you do want to watch, you will be able to. We'll be in Korean, of course, but if you're a true Challenger fan, shouldn't
Yep.
stop you.
Pretty fun to be able to check out Hojin and Shai. Shai, of course, former pro and has been around the traps for a long time, been doing a lot of content for the LCK as well. So that would be interesting, especially if you understand Korean. He's going to be checking out the Nongshim versus Live Sandbox game that is going to be going on tomorrow. But unfortunately, there's not going to be official English broadcast of the co-streamed matches, because that would mean we'd have to clone ourselves. And as I said before, we're incapable of doing that, and we're very sorry that we haven't figured out that technology yet.
You can just hire more people.
What?
Yeah. Just hire more people.
Wow, that's an easier solution.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to have to be the cloning.
We've announced this. We have an announcement that 2 people are joining the team.
I figured that they were clones. I thought they'd been grown.
Ah, that explains so much. You were talking the other day about, I wonder how Atlas 2 is going to do, and I was like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, right? Oh, man. Wait, so does that mean that I don't get to do every single day in every single role?
No, if you want to. I'll take some days
Oh,
off.
I thought that the clone... Dang it. Man.
Okay, so for next week, that match 22, we're actually going to cast pure banger. I think the other 2 matches, I don't want to go too much into depth about, but that will be Atlas and I casting DKT1. I was going to say D+, but DK's fine as well.
Yeah, DK's fine.
DKT1, which to me are the 2 front runners within the league right now. Best of 3, between those two teams as, hey, there it is.
There it
the
is.
real LCK.
The real battle. Saturday Showdown T1 versus DK. Make sure that you check that one out. The LCK viewer base
It just
says
works on
in
two
chat that he
levels.
knows how to clone people. So I'd be keen to learn that.
It just works like both T1 DK matches are the highlight of the week.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Yep. No, it's super hype.
Cohesion.
Super duper hype. Very excited to see what's going to happen there. But for now, I think that it's time to wish you all good night until we see you again tomorrow for some more League of Legends.
And the day after that.
Oh yeah, and
the day after that.
yeah, and then
And the day after that.
and
the day after that.
and then
And the day after
Yeah,
that.
and then
And the day after that.
no, the day after
and the
that
day
we'll have
after
a day
that.
off, but then the day after
And-
that.
Well, but then they'll see Veldis and Wolf.
Oh right,
And the day after that.
yeah,
It never stops.
it doesn't.
It literally never stops.
We will actually have Korean League of Legends content
Every day.
ongoing every day for the next like 2 months,
Yeah.
something like that.
Oh, yeah. They're synced up. They're the same
What a
league.
time to be alive.
Just two sides of the same coin.
It's absolutely extraordinary. I think that we've got highlights that are going to be incoming relatively soon, so we do have a few more minutes with you guys. If we don't, then I'm just kind of holding on to the broadcast. Just don't want to say goodbye. But
I think we can. I think it's time.
yeah, I guess I'll have to. Good night, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow for the LCK.
you